Oh man. Sorry for the delay. We got lost in the ruins again. I mean, have you ever tried to
Ah,
navigate through a jungle? It's impossible. But we made it out. We were saved by the great Moose himself. Welcome back to the 1v1 Verdant Ruins for Brawlhalla. My name is Keg. This is Jiro. And for the lion's share of $1,000, you too can escape the ruins and the jungles by just playing Brawlhalla.
yeah. I mean, why not? You know, exploring a jungle, feeling like Indiana Jones. I mean, why not do it? And getting some money as well after, if you're
Yeah,
good
I
enough.
mean, it's better than like getting diphtheria or whatever diseases you can get out there. But hey, I mean, you know what? It's the adventure that's important. And as a competitor,
The journey.
adventuring, exactly, it's the journey, it's the competition itself. And for us, we have a lot to talk about. Like we just mentioned, lion's share of $1,000 on the board. A lot of people in North America playing in this tournament. Some of your favorites as well.
100%. And I mean, this is gonna be a best of 3 until top 32 format, going into best of 5 for, top 32. So that's exciting, we gotta see those matches. I'm already like pumped up, but I gotta pump the brakes.
Yeah, hey, don't have a heart attack just yet. Wait for top 8 before your heart explodes. Now, one thing that's really interesting that Moose Wars does that I haven't really seen in many other broadcasts is that they always ask us to find our top 3 players that we want to see either succeed or make it towards that quadrant or even win the whole tournament as a whole. Now, Jiro, you are a resident Brawlhallaologist. Some say even the most mathematical, quantumatic expert that there is. So I want to know, starting from the
Um,
bottom up, quantumatics, my friend, who is the number 3?
I mean, for me personally, she has a place in my heart, and that person is Bunny, the number
Okay.
one Rayman player in my heart and in probably everyone's hearts when it comes to Brawlhalla esports. Her offstage, pristine. Her option choice, like absolutely mental at times. Like it shocks me almost every single time I cast or watch a tournament that she's involved in. I don't know if you agree, Craig.
Well, my name isn't Craig anymore. I legally changed it after the fiasco in the ruins. But no, I do agree. I think Bunny is going to be a great player. She's been amazing consistently. And for the most part, when I've watched her play, it's always been in 2v2s, where I think the environment is more cluttered. And frankly, from the last like 4 tournaments I've seen for 2v2s, it's always Rayman
Right.
centric. That I think she's going to find herself a very comfortable spot in at least the top 8. I could definitely see a top 3 realm. I've been dilly-dallying myself. We talked a lot about
Oh,
dilly-dallying in the green room. I'm looking for my
right.
players again, but for the most part, mine is kind of a hodgepodge of some of the top players from this year. Oh, I found them. So for me, number
There
3
you
is
go.
going to be Radish. And I feel like for my
I don't blame
top
you.
3, I mean, for my top 3, it's like you could realistically put any of these players in any of the number orders.
Absolutely.
They're all players that have had systematic results. Bunny, the same fantastic results on her end. It's just a matter of who's feeling themselves more of the day and who can actually perform,
Right.
especially in the post-apocalyptic landscape of post-Chakram.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of orb. I don't know if you noticed that. A lot of orb. So again, your prediction of 3rd place going to Radish, absolutely understandable. Boots have been in a pretty good spot as well. I cannot like argue with that. But now we're going to my 2nd place, swinging with the
please.
Katars through the jungle, through the leaves, through the trees. Just Breachable. Always just blows my mind with that Qatar gameplay. Like, even Canon sometimes when, he graces us with a Lin Fei. And man, I'm not expecting anything less today.
I mean, legally
Yeah.
speaking, we can't say that we're biased, but Koichibu was the one that cut us out down from the vines of that very high tree.
Yeah, dude. So helpful, so nice. He's always so nice.
Broke a few of our arms, but that's fine. We're playing. We're casting. We're not playing. Luckily, though,
Exactly.
Koichibu, I do agree. Fantastic player. I think recently playing, I believe a lot of Lin Fei. I just remember in my mind when I think of Koichibu, I think of Canon guitars. So, yeah, I
Right.
mean, look, we've been focusing on a lot of punchy players thus far, even without considering the Chakram as a proposal. My number 2 player will be... Where's my list? I keep losing my list. Marckiemoo.
Yeah, there you. I mean, you told me. I wanted to tell you right now, since you got a bit dizzy into this jungle. I don't blame you, okay? I don't blame
It
you.
was
I'm
the
a bit dizzy
diphtheria.
myself. So yeah, jungle high is a thing, I guess. I don't know.
Oh yeah, oh
But-
yeah.
Dude, we both have Marckiemoo. We both have Marckiemoo. For you, second place. For me, it's first place.
Oh.
Which is, yeah, I
Okay.
mean, I'm a Marckiemoo fanboy, okay? Every single time I see his gameplay, he inspires me to go pro. Even though I'll probably never manage to because I'm a Giro player.
Okay.
Bad Giro
Okay.
player. But anyway, yeah, we're gonna go away from that, but yeah, why second place for Marckiemoo?
I think for the most part, I just haven't watched as much Marckiemoo as the other players. Usually when I do like the pro league for Brawlhalla, it's always the 2v2s, so that's more of the realm that I'm just familiar with nowadays. But when I do my research, it's also 1v1s as well for like the individual tendencies of players. I think Marckiemoo is a great player mechanically. I think the game sense is there and sound. It's just
100%, dude.
in terms of raw statistics, and Challenger mode is new for Brawlhalla, so the stats will be skewed slightly. Technically speaking, the most statistical winning player in this tournament is going to be my number one, which is Zen. And he has gotten a lot of 2v2 high-ranking placements
Yeah.
pretty consistently over the last year.
Yeah, I can't blame you for Zen. I mean, he's not even close to my top 3, mostly because I'm biased to my top 3 in terms of just players and playstyles and just craziness, It's like the new breath of fresh air for me. But Zen definitely has those fundamentals, as you said, locked and loaded. You cannot make a mistake against Zen.
Yeah, you
You
really
will get
can't.
punished for it.
Yeah, his punish game's incredible. And again, I'm coming from my own biased perspective of watching just
Of course.
a lot of 2v2s to the point where my eyes bleed. But that might also be the jungle that we just fended our lives out of. Luckily,
Could be
though,
that
for
too.
yeah, it's true. That's true. Luckily, though, there's something interesting with Moose Wars is that we put in our predictions very early in the day, and so
You can never
least-
know.
at least with Primal Dawn, I think that was the tournament. We Hackle and I, we put in our predictions, and then by the time we announced them, he was like, "Yep, they're eliminated. They're eliminated.
gone.
They're eliminated." And I'm like, "Dang, man. All right. Well, hopefully we have better chances this time around."
Hopefully. I mean, again, hopefully they can go through the jungles or predictions. I hope they can find the clear space to get to that top 3, like to those top 3 spots, because I'm looking forward to them. I always, look forward to cast them. It's always a joy watching them play, inspiring me to keep playing and loving the game overall. So yeah.
Yeah,
Also,
what's up?
we have some upsets too. I mean, if you really think about it, we've talked in the green room, as you said, the green room, aka the jungle.
Yes,
We
it's all
got
green.
Rage beating Marckiemoo, sending him to the elimination side, a fellow Giro player, And okay, my heart is like warming up to that news, I'm like, oh man, Giro's like not even close to top tier, right? So he'll never beat like someone like Marckiemoo, but he does because
Famous
he's
last
Rage.
words.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in tone with the Brawlhalla Twitter scene or community, you definitely know who Rage is. But yeah, what about
Oh
you,
yeah.
Kev?
Well, you were mentioning in the green room how he is definitely a big fan of like Twitter and social media. And does not,
Mhm.
he's not afraid to show his opinions. Looking at the bracket
Which is
right
good.
now, pretty much every matchup we have in the upper side for quarterfinals could be determining who wins the entire tournament. I mean, completely discounting the lower side. I haven't even looked there yet, but Marckiemoo versus Meg D could definitely determine who wins this tournament. Anime versus Bunny, also in our lists. We have Radish versus Stingray. I had Ray as number 3, fantastic player.
Crazy sets, by the way. Wow.
Yeah, wild sets. I mean, honestly, I think we'll probably have to stop the pre-show pretty soon. They'll have to whisk us back.
Yeah,
into the
I'm
jungle
excited.
because We need to get casters in here to actually cover these matches.
Right. It's so exciting, another Moose Wars. It's always that feeling in the air of, just preparing for mid-season, for example. Mid-season's right around the corner, pretty much. And, I mean, shout out to Brawlhalla, powering this entire tournament as well. Powering CEO. Again, we love this game. We love the esports scene. So yeah, we cannot wait to just warm these players up even more for the upcoming tournaments. It's gonna be a great time.
That's right. It's a lot of good practice for many of the different tournaments coming up.
And money.
Of course, is coming out right now. There's money, which is foreign from paper, which means we get to cut down the jungle we were trapped in. And yeah, mid-season's coming up soon. Great practice for a lot of teams, and maybe the chance to get the lion's share of $1,000 on the board. Of course, that's it for us, though. We'll be back much later on to cover towards the finale of today. But we also have amazing casters that will be coming up shortly. Make sure you get the best of the best Moose Wars action. So don't go anywhere. Oh, no. We'll be right back.
No.
Come live with us down idiots here in the underpass. superstar, star, 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 on to the world like Space Invader, turn the fader, off the radar. On to the world like fireworks, light up the sky like jaw works. I'm right there where you are. Me and you will fly like superstar. Star, 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 me and you will fly like superstar. Star, 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 star,
Yeah, stay side. Aight, what are you ready now?
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Moose Wars Verdant Ruins. This day, we're bringing you 1v1s after quite the show of 2v2s we had yesterday. My name is Graffiti, and with me, I am joined by the wonderful, the lovely, the ever so amazing, delicious Nomad. Nomad, give us some good words.
Hey, thank you very much for such an incredible intro right there. I'm pretty excited. I am extremely excited about today. I feel like the bracket is looking great. Personally, I had the chance of playing the game myself, and let me tell you, I kind of did better than I expected, and I'm pretty sure a lot of the players that are currently playing are definitely excited about their own placements as well. Now, currently, we're looking forward into a very interesting match from two players that honestly I don't think we've seen a lot in regards to tournament wise on stream. We have Marckiemoo against Mekdi.
Absolutely. Now, this is a set that's going to be pretty interesting, not only because Marckiemoo is the current highest seed, and I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, still the current PR #1, and is a pretty popular fan favorite to win a lot of tournaments for the next few months and weeks. So, not only is it because he's the guy everybody's looking for right now,
He's the savior of
but it's also... Could be. Could he be the savior of NA? No one's counting him out just yet.
Maybe it's a Balloonboy. We have to see.
Ooh, right, yeah.
There's that little tension right there.
One thing that I think makes this set really interesting is the difference in their play styles. We're just waiting for these players to buckle in their seatbelts. We'll be ready for you with this first set any second now. But yeah, their difference in their play styles. We all know Mekdi can be very slow and reserved. He drains your energy and he just slowly restricts you, while Marckiemoo is full throttle, full send aggression. But right now, we're going to see how Game 1 is going to end up going. We're going to transition over to our game view. Here we are, Demon Island. Not too big of a surprise for picks in either one. 3, 2, 1, Brawl cues us in, and we are not quite in. Sorry about that, folks. But still, Nomad, what are, yeah, Nomad. Can you talk a little bit more about the playstyles of the players and how they might kind of clash?
Honestly, pretty interesting matchup right here. As you mentioned, Mekdi, a pretty relaxed player when it comes down to the way that he goes into a match. He tries to, wear down his opponent. He definitely utilizes spacing and also trying to adapt to its opponent's pace a lot in order to just catch them off guard. He likes to make their opponents run out of options outside of the map and try to get those easy games and stuff. But at the same time, you got Marckiemoo, like you mentioned, full throttle, full ferocity, especially in that Mordex that has pretty much become his signature character at this point. It's definitely going to be interesting to see if Mekdi will be able to push Marckiemoo to that extent, or will Marckiemoo completely overtake Mekdi with such a ferocity of a playstyle. Now, going in, I want to point out, it's very interesting that Mekdi right now is playing back on the old Petra. We haven't seen Mekdi play Petra in a good while, and that's something that honestly excites me, because it's a character that I feel people sleep on a lot. And Marckiemoo, playing the Mordex right now, still, both of them are pretty feeling themselves, kind of matching up their spacing, seeing who attacks first, who gets that first lead into the match. And speaking of the match, we're currently in Demon Island, a map that definitely benefits the two of them thanks to their weapons.
Mekdi, there we go, starting to open up with some pretty good damage right here. There's a very slight damage lead in favor of Marckiemoo, but still, you can even see respecting the space around Mekdi a lot. So we could be having a pretty tight match here as we're getting closer to a minute in. Meg D is still committed to quite a few combos so far, but still right now as we're looking for the KO, and unarmed Marckiemoo gets those gauntlets out of his hands. Now with Orb, Silite Sarah, we know what's coming. T minus, there we go. Not even any time since I started speaking. I'm like trying to gauge space. Meg D could get the first stock here because it's looking pretty good for him. A lot of the options he's committing to works. Even if it takes him a while to find a commit, he's able to find these commits. But Marckiemoo could turn it around very well right here, Nomad.
Beautiful silent recovery right there. Marckiemoo confirming and getting the advantage on the first stock. Honestly, Mekdi is being very respectful of Marckiemoo's space right now, especially with the orb and switching constantly between the weapons, so Marckiemoo has a rough time adapting to his playstyle. Still, Marckiemoo is able to see through that decision and just deliberate that stock. But just as I say that, Mekdi with a neutral light able to confirm off the wall pretty easily as well, thanks to the amount of damage that Marckiemoo had. We're setting the stocks to a pretty even amount, but honestly, I feel like it's gonna be a little bit of time until Marckiemoo finally realizes what's going on over here and starts cutting out the spacing from Mekdi. He's definitely being a little bit too respectful, and Marckiemoo can be very dangerous the moment you miss a dodge in front of him. A little bit of neutral right here. Both opponents trying to wait out the other. See who starts the engagement. Marckiemoo starting off strong with that there into a ground pound that is not able to confirm, but putting Mekdi already in a pretty bad situation in terms of damage. Good recovery. Marckiemoo building up the damage. That gravity cancel, delayed recovery, almost taking the stuck into the stairs, sending him out of the stage. This could be it. Oh, saved him into the stage.
Mekdi having no space for himself. No space for himself. The recovery sends up high all the way across Demon Island. Stocks 2 minutes into the game, probably closer to 3. 2 minutes into the game now. Marckiemoo is up a clean stock against Meg D. Considering the fact that Meg D was actually very nicely even with PR1 right here. This is actually it was a very nice display from Meg D for the first few minutes of this game, the first half of what we're seeing, but come the second half, this is the Marckiemoo that we know and love right here. This edge guard's gonna last forever. It's gonna last the rest of your life, but not the rest of his, because he's gonna keep on living. Marckiemoo sends Meg D out on an 0-1 as our first game of this stream here.
Honestly, I am pretty invested in seeing the way Marckiemoo is playing right now. I personally have had the chance, you could say, of matching Marckiemoo a few times recently on Experimental. And let me tell you, he's been practicing a lot of different playstyles, a lot of different characters. I like to see that not only is he adapting himself to make this usual way of playing, which is a lot more like slowed down and utilizing the advantage of having the space of jumps and also dashes. But Marckiemoo is not only like also kind of going into the back, just playing slowly, but at the same time, the same way that Mekdi does, he's just waiting for him to commit into doing something and fail on the matter so he can go in, get the punish. You know, we saw in that replay that gravity cancel D-light on the side to send him out of the stage was incredible, just to build up more damage and put Mekdi in even a worse situation that he was already in. I feel like currently Marckiemoo has a pretty good read on what Mekdi is doing, and I'm pretty excited to see what Mekdi is going to be able to come up with to counter such play.
This does put a decent bit of pressure on Meg D. You actually said it very accurately, and I'm really happy you phrased it like that. Because yes, this does actually put a lot of pressure on Meg D to try and adapt. You were able to keep even for the first stock and a half or so, but once Marckiemoo figured you out, figure out your first strat, you got to find a new strat entirely. You got to hope that your plan B maybe works just as good, if not better, than your plan A right here.
Yep.
So right now, the Gauntlet Ditto will continue. The character was not at fault here. I mean, the character's never at fault. It's always you playing the game. That's why these guys are better than us.
It's not the character, it's the player. Famous words.
Yeah, it's not making an excuse. The character's never at fault, but the character's not what makes these changing, and not even the map either. It's something mental. So this is actually gonna be a very interesting game here, considering the fact that Mekdi has to change a lot of how he plays this exact same matchup, essentially a repeat of game one, but trying to make these different even still.
That was an interesting play from Megdi. They're trying to catch Marckiemoo off guard with an interesting read, but still, Marckiemoo again taking the control of the stage, hitting that recovery, sending him out of the stage, that ground pound into the dare. This might be a close call for Megdi. If he's not able to come back into the stage, this might be the end of his stock, and Marckiemoo looking so well right now with such a healthy stock, getting barely any damage. Neutral from Marckiemoo coming out but not being able to hit, but the Nair will, and the silent into the recovery, confirming the stock, sending him out, and putting Marckiemoo in a great advantage with such a healthy first stock.
Marckiemoo trying to swing some around, gain some good stage control. Megdi is still just barely able to slither around, grab that orb, and orb might not be as good as Gauntlet's right here, considering the fact that Megdi needs to do a lot of damage. I know we said that his first strategy maybe wasn't really working as well, but still, he has shown his ability to get a lot of good damage on Gauntlets. There it is, and what we need now is damage. We don't need the KO. Gauntlets are probably a bit better for damage, and orb is probably a bit better for the knockout. I think that is where Megdi's big strategy is trying to make sure that the weapons are always in his favor, but Marckiemoo just has all the control of the space in the world. Maybe the pace of the game is a little bit up to Megdi, but the space, the area on the screen, every inch is all under control of Marckiemoo. You can run how fast you want. You're still going to trip over the tripwire.
It's actually very interesting to see how Marckiemoo, he's applying his way of playing. He's definitely being aggressive to Megdi, and he's definitely pushing him out of the stage a lot. But at the same time, he's not like full committing. He's not overextending his playstyle. He's staying in the stage. He knows that as long as he has the advantage of not allowing Megdi to touch the ground, he's putting them in a position where he has to come to him. Eventually, he'll run out of options, and eventually he'll fall into one of his traps, and it's working so well right now. That recovery confirms that second stock from Megdi, putting again Marckiemoo in such a great advantage. It's still at 3 stocks. Megdi unable to take a stock from him. That Nair coming out and again pushing him out of the stage, just constantly trying to get him out, not allowing him a second to breathe, but at the same time not playing too far into his own playstyle so that Megdi doesn't have a chance to actually get a punish. It's incredible the way he's currently developing his playstyle.
Right now, Megdi has a lot of work to do if he even wants to get his first point up on the board. Marckiemoo is looking down the barrel of a pretty tasty 2-0 score here. But still, there would be one more game in the set even after that. And Megdi is still able to get that first stock off of Marckiemoo 3 minutes in, but still with probably only about half a stock to his name to work with. And that D-like ground pound is going to also make that a bit more difficult. Orb against unarmed, bringing a pretty good way to start. Marckiemoo still moving pretty quickly, picks up the scythe. That's going to be great for damage. And if he's able to repeat a success that he's found with these edge guards, that could be really good. But Megdi is also able to put on a pretty good amount of hurt on a Marckiemoo. White turns to yellow, yellow turns to orange. Is orange going to turn to red? Is Megdi actually going to be able to get a clean stock here off of Marckiemoo and adapt mid-game? Marckiemoo has gauntlets again, though. Is a small disaster.
Megdi right now honestly played very well, but still that sideline read recovery cancels out any sort of momentum that Megdi was getting and sending him out once again, putting the things into a 2-0 position for Marckiemoo, looking pretty well right now into the set. Now, I will say, just like you mentioned, pretty interesting, just the way that Megdi was adapting right there at the end. I felt like he was definitely starting to catch up onto the way that Marckiemoo was moving in his spacing. He was utilizing that orb pretty nicely. Sadly, wasn't just a little bit too late in order to get the advantage that he needed to bring that game back. And I'm not completely sure if this is a game 5, but if it's not, that would mean that this is the end of the run on the winner's side for Megdi, 2-0 against Marckiemoo.
I will say one of Megdi's biggest strengths in this set, and also probably going forward, is the fact that he has that little cat emote where the cat sits on his shoulder and he pets it. I've actually never seen that animation in my life, and I saw it for the first time now.
It's adorable.
And I melted in my chair. That is awesome.
It's
that made
completely
me very
adorable.
happy. That's Megdi's greatest strength in this set right here, is that he has the best emote of maybe anyone in this bracket.
Also, just to mention,
I think, yeah.
Just to correct my mistake, it is a best of 5 game right now. Megdi is letting us know that he's restarting the game, so we'll be back in just a second. In the meantime, though, I do want to discuss something with you and see, would you consider that a character pick would be the best call right now for Megdi, or do you feel like perhaps the Petra is starting to work more into his own playstyle? As we can see in the details of the damage distribution in the game, he barely used the gauntlets in that last game. He was heavily relying on the orb in order to play against Marckiemoo, and we could definitely saw it at the end of that last stock. But I'm not completely sure if it was enough to actually set up any alarms on Marckiemoo's side. I feel like he was pretty confident, especially after getting that huge advantage on the first few stocks.
So I have a bit of a hot take. I'm wondering if we'll ever see an Ezio from Meg D, or if he's played it before, if we'll see it again. Because the gauntlets were working for a good bit in the first few minutes of the set. But really, that was kind of starting to fall apart. And it was the orb. He did most of his damage, if we remember from the stats earlier, most of his damage on orb. And as we know, Meg D is a sword main. And I think maybe the only player we can call a sword main. I like to say sword is the most weapon in the game.
Yeah.
It feels almost weird to say you main it, but Meg D has demonstrated that he's able to grab great success with it. So no, Meg D is a sword main, at least as I like to say. So the orb is doing good right now. We know he can cook up a storm on sword. Why not the Ezio? I mean, bit of a weird out there take, but I'm willing to see it.
No. I definitely see it. I thought about it at some point myself. The idea that, you know, we've seen the ball plenty of times. Meg D has done some crazy plays, especially in BCX with ball. I don't think it's too far-fetched to see Meg D pick a character such as Ezio. It has a very interesting signature kit. The downstick on the sword is definitely one of the most interesting signatures that the character has in itself. I'm just wondering if it might be enough in regards to like the stats, because the way that Meg D has to play, he usually relies on a character that has enough speed of not only movement but also on its weapons change. I feel like I'm not completely sure if the signatures may completely align with the way Meg D has to be playing, because they do make him rely on remaining on the same spot for far too long, and that might be something that Marckiemoo was able to utilize against him. Then again, we don't know. He just came back into the custom. He may just pick the Ezio and complete your dream, or maybe he'll pull up at the ball, but seems like either of us is wrong because he's going back into the Petra.
Back into the Petra. I mean, the orb was working quite well. High attack. I don't think a high attack character is ever gonna like raise any eyebrows. I think high attack is always gonna be a good stat to have. And also the signatures. Petra's got some pretty nasty signatures. So Petra still makes sense. I mean, the reason we're picking apart the characters is because we're trying to figure out, like, we've seen Meg D try various strategies, try to be a bit more bold off stage, try to be a bit more reserved off stage, trying to be a bit more slippery on stage, trying to be a bit more grounded off stage. Like, we've seen Meg D try a lot of different mental approaches, and a lot of them Marckiemoo has found a way around. And so at this point, we're starting to kind of question what other mental adaptations can Meg D pull out to really try and overcome Marckiemoo. But the orb, I think, is the best thing Meg D has right now, and throwing it away just made me very worried. Meg D, you gotta have something good if you want to make gauntlets work against Marckiemoo.
Yep, you are completely right in that regard. Marckiemoo has a playstyle of gauntlets that is basically hasn't been seen ever since the era of Sandstorm. He is definitely demolishing a lot of the best players in the world right now with those gauntlets. We saw it back in BCX with Goldie, and oh my god, that save into Grandpa just to confirm with another Grandpa. There we go, Marckiemoo once again. He's so confident when he plays gauntlets. I've seen him do sidelights into nairs completely clean without having to even worry about the opponent's dodge. The amount of pressure that he's able to do just by the way that he moves definitely comes into the playstyle that he has with the gauntlets, and right now it's looking pretty clean.
Around the stage, Marckiemoo. I mean, how he's going to play this lead is also going to be great. I'm looking out for, because
in the wall right now.
Is he going to play aggressive and extend the lead, or is he going to be careful and really try to make Meg D work to come back from that? But either way, Scythe sends off stage. Scythe, I think, is where Marckiemoo tries to spend the most amount of time for. The dare almost reaches. Marckiemoo is still playing full throttle here, Nomad. I think we could be seeing another situation where stocks are 3-1. In hand, that might be a bit better for the knockout, since Meg D being a bit extra slippery.
There we go, Sayer.
Petra is now a frog. This is a slippery little character to try and beat and get the knockout on, and Meg D could be evening out stocks here shortly, since he's dodging a lot of uppercuts.
I'm surprised, honestly. We haven't seen basically any sort of activity when it comes down to signatures from Meg D. That Grampon trying to hit and confirm the stock is still not being able to, and that weapon does into nair into weapon does will be what seals the deal into his second stock, putting Marckiemoo once again in a 3-1 situation, just like I mentioned earlier. Marckiemoo is still looking pretty confident. Oh, dodged into the read for Marckiemoo, even though he's not able to convert it into a lot of damage. Still, another dodge in that he's able to capitalize on, building up a little bit more damage against Megdi. He's not looking well right now. The damage keeps building. He's in orange right now, but oh, Megdi finally being able to hit a raid with that sidelight into recovery, confirming and putting Marckiemoo into his second stock, but at what cost? Look at the health of that stock. It's not looking good.
Megdi only played this game with 2 stocks. So if he didn't lose that first stock the way he did, which was very unfortunate, I would say that he's playing a bit better. It's just that Marckiemoo can sometimes get away with murder. Sometimes that's just how he plays. He goes for something bold, and it works. That's just the Marckiemoo way. It just works. He finds a way to make it work. That's the Marckiemoo way. 3-0.
3-0 from Marckiemoo, completely decimating his opponent, and no like easy opponent. We're talking about Megdi here. We're talking about one of the biggest names back in like the good old days of the 2020 Brawlhalla edition. He definitely is somebody to fear, especially because of his playstyle, and he completely outplayed him and demonstrated his skills with the Mordex. Honestly, I am surprised, especially at the end of that match with that little cheeky gravity cancel breakdance move hit.
Yeah.
That was very, very Marckiemoo of him. That was, as you can see the replay, that was very, very Marckiemoo of him. Personally, do you have any opinions of this game?
I'm a little surprised actually. I thought we were gonna see a bit more from Megdi. I was really hoping we were going to see something a bit more impressive from Megdi, because I mean, you also said it really well. I mean, the guy has regularly made top 8 at BCX, and can sometimes even get top 4 at a North American major. Like, the guy has always been a very looming presence throughout the North American region. So you hear a name like that, and it's like, well, yeah, surely I'm expecting something pretty good, but no, it's just the Marckiemoo way to get away with murder like that. And that sometimes against Marckiemoo, you only play with 2 stocks. That's just what you got to deal with.
And speaking of getting away, we're about to get into a match that's honestly pretty interesting. We have a fan favorite and OG player, and somebody that I feel I've never seen changing characters. Anime Fan, which probably will be playing the good old Teros, against an up-and-coming pro player, Bunny. She's definitely been making a lot of noise recently. She's been playing for about the past 2 years professionally and has done a lot with that Raymond. Everybody has seen Bunny playing that Raymond and coming off with incredible strats that have been utilized by many other pros, especially with the weapon toss. Anime Fan, pretty classic player, always relying on that good old Teros, having a kind of a slow way of playing the game and still always making it work. I'm pretty excited to see which of the two might be able to come up with the lead.
Absolutely. I'm just checking on the progress of the lobby, seeing where the players are. Yeah, players are getting ready, getting their last few sips of water in. You really did say it best, Nomad. There's not really too much else I can add from that. I feel like the way they approach the game can be pretty different. Bunny's playstyle, me personally, I find it a bit difficult to pick apart. She really is just solid. She's just good at what she does. But also Anime Fan also kind of has a similar trait as Megdi, where yes, Anime Fan can play very aggressive and can go full throttle, but sometimes he is at his best when he just slowly restricts your space and only just very slowly closes in and just drains your life force. And sometimes that is where Anime Fan plays best. It's whether or not the very versatile Bunny can slip around that. I've seen Bunny play a bunch of different kinds of styles. The Onyx is, yes, pretty cool.
Yeah, pretty interesting pick. I spent a whole minute talking about that Teros, and here we go. Anime switching into that Onyx, which honestly, interesting pick. I can definitely see it why he decided to go into it. Onyx is a character that has gaining a lot of popularity recently, especially with those Destiny crossovers, but also with the fact that Cannon right now, it's looking like a very strong weapon. And there we go, starting with the match. Anime cooking with those gallons, completely reading through the dodges that Bunny has been throwing around. Bunny trying to find an answer to such an approach. That gravity cancel delay to cancel out the approach and go back into the stage was a very interesting and risky play from Bunny. Weapon does into the silent, not able to connect with the neutral light from Anime. Will send them out of the stage. Right now, Anime looking pretty comfortable with a little bit of a lead in this start.
And the very, very versatile Bunny find a way to overcome this immovable object of anime, a very consistent and stable player. You can even see him only a minute in, once he gets the damage lead, and maybe even a stock lead too while we're at it. He steps back and says, you have to approach me. It's up to you to balance out the lead. I'm not gonna give you more chances to even out the lead. I'm gonna be more careful. When Anime gets the early lead, which is not if, when Anime gets the early lead, because he's that good, he says, okay, now it's up to you. I've created the opening. You have to respond. Sometimes players don't do that. It's very interesting and very threatening to see from the likes of Anime.
Right now, Anime, honestly, looking pretty comfortable. He's forcing Bunny to constantly resetting neutral and trying to approach him and then punishing any sort of action that Bunny's doing. Regardless of what I'm saying, though, Bunny being able to put Anime in a very good position. Oh my god, that ground pound not being able to hit Anime by just the slightest of hitbox. Anime able to capitalize on that by punishing with a ground pound themselves and canceling it out any sort of approach, putting Bunny in a pretty rough spot right now at last stock situation. Bunny going in completely trying to just end this stock, trying to put an end to the advantage from Anime, but not being able to confirm, not being able to get that last punish. And just the moment I mentioned it, the Sayer from Bunny sending out Anime out of this stage, finally putting an end to such an approach. But will it be enough? Will she have what it takes to take that full stock away from Anime and put the game in an even position for her?
Bunny trying to send Anime off stage. There we go, starting to get a bit more control with the axe. These dares are hitting quite nicely. Weapon throw in. Anime is able to respond though. Is able to get something off of that, but still, Bunny, you can see respecting the space around Anime, playing very careful. This is what we were talking about earlier. Bunny can be a very versatile player. Can play aggressive when she needs to. Can play defensive when she needs to. Anime is a very distinct strategy where sometimes he likes to get the early lead and he steps back, and that seems to be very difficult for Bunny to try and deal with. She's trying to get the second stock right here with Goblin's Gun Cannon might not be the easiest thing to do in the world. Anime might already be going for a few knockout options himself, or at least trying to get Bunny off the side of the stage. Still, Bunny, can she recover from the ledge guard? She's wasting dodge off the gravity cancel.
Oh,
N-Sig does come through. She evens out stocks. Is she still in this? Big damage lead in the favor of Anime, but she could still do it. What are the odds?
Honestly, Bunny right now playing a lot better than she did from the beginning. She's definitely locked in right now with those gauntlets. Just across the board, cutting on the spacing from Anime, making him actually go into the approach. That weapon toss right there into the neutralite. Again, those weapon tosses are usually what Bunny uses the best. And oh, that N-Sync almost confirming on that stock is still being able to go back into the stage. Anime decides to step back a little bit, giving the stage control back to Bunny. And Bunny with that read of that gravity cancel delay ground pound into a second ground pound into almost the third ground pound that is not able to hit, sadly. Still, Bunny does a relentless approach, even unarmed, and just continues building up the damage. Bunny wants to be able to take this win away from Anime, but oh, a gravity cancel delay is punished by a silent there that gives Anime the first win of the set.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think that is like super concerning for Bunny. I think she can come back from this. I think she just needed a minute to wake up, warm up. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I feel like the first stock didn't go great. That goes without saying. The first stock was not quite optimal, but still she played the rest of the game quite well. When she did start to adapt, when she did start to realize, oh, these are the rules these are the rules of the game we're playing, this is how we're doing this. When she woke up, when she was able to find her route, then she started to do a lot better. She was actually able to bring it close to a sudden death, a red stock situation for both, even despite the fact that she really suffered on her first stock, and she also changed the map. So even though, yes, first tough game to watch, I still say the odds are pretty good for her.
Tough game to watch for sure, but just like you were saying, Bunny was absolutely amazing, turning that game back around and putting the position basically on an even amount. I feel like just if a little bit of the decisions were changed right at the end of that stock, it would have probably meant the win for Bunny. But right now, Anime going again with that relentless attack, not letting Bunny a second to breathe, a little bit of weapon starve as well. I can notice that Anime didn't want Bunny to grab a weapon that so early, and that was definitely able to allow him to get a little bit more damage in. Still, the axe is out, and the axe, as we know, it's a weapon that definitely can build up a lot of damage very quickly. Anime trying to go in through those daylights with a nair and punishing with a downer as well, trying to continue the build up of damage. Bunny trying to punish with a Sayer, though being unable to hit it twice. Anime going back into the cannon, and the heights of the match seem pretty even right now, though the cannon with those nairs, it might be a pretty quick, easy way to confirm the stock. That recovery from Bunny, sending out Anime. Anime splitting close to the hell that Bunny has right now. Bunny being able to turn around the dice once again. Oh, but the silent into the NSIG. One of those little cheeky, non-true combos from Onyx is able to take out Bunny.
Bit of a better stock from Bunny, especially considering if we're comparing it to the last game. Anime was able to get a much more triumphant and speedy early lead. Anime's really had to work for this lead, and Bunny is not really kind of giving Anime that much space. That uppercut almost knocked out a minute and a half in, and we almost got an even game. So Bunny is doing a lot better right now. I'd say, yeah, we just needed to wait for her to wake up, warm up, and that big ol' 1-2 schmackaroo comes through. Bunny's able to even out the game. Small damage lead in the favor of Anime, but nothing a quick unlight can't balance out, if I'm honest. So
honestly,
I think that this is going to be very even. Bunny is not going to make any huge combos, but what's she waiting for?
Ooh, that Sayer into recovery. Very interesting from Anime. Bunny, though. Oh,
good
Anime
play
in a
for
pretty
Bunny.
tough position right there, grabbing him with the nair, going for a Sayer against the wall. Oh, he had no options for a second there. That would have been an amazing lead for Bunny, that's currently struggling to take Anime out as soon as possible. She knows that he is in a bad position, and that ground pound sealing the deal, putting Bunny and her Rayman in a very positive outcome right now. Anime honestly failing against the pressure from Bunny, getting kicked out of the stage. Now, will Bunny be able to capitalize on this stock and utilize it to make the advantage? That follow-up NSIG was very interesting. Anime definitely wants the stock to be over as soon as possible. Just said that he can try and turn around the game. The gravity cancel this from Bunny, though.
So now, release some pressure on Anime. Got to even out the game, even out the stocks. You know, you were in a huge lead during the first game. Now your opponent's in the lead, so you got to change something up, and a D-Light Nair is not going to be a half bad way to do it. Anime fan now in the same spot Bunny was earlier. He's evened out the game, but he's not quite able to, or I guess he's up against a damaged lead that he now has to find a way against. But he's taking Bunny off the side of the stage. He could capitalize huge off of this, but instead Bunny gets the reversal. Anime trying to touch the stage. He does come back, but he eats a side sig for it. Bunny trying to send him up the side of the stage. Whips another side sig. Bunny trying to find something huge. Anime has to deal a bunch of damage before even looking for
the Sayer getting grabbed by the sideline.
Could be it for Bunny.
Oh, the constant silence from Bunny, throwing off the pace of Anime. Anime currently at the bottom of the stage. Gravity cancel neutral line. Not being able to hit, but it there cancels out any intent to come back into the stage and sends Anime off of the stage, giving the win to Bunny and putting the stocks in a 1-1 situation on the set. Now, Bunny currently absolutely adapting to the playstyle from Anime. That second stock was deciding in order to see who was taking the lead, completely deleting any sort of approach from Anime, and those gauntlets completely like astonished the way that ground pound right there on the replay we can see just completely overtook any sort of momentum from him from last game and just gave Bunny the opportunity that she needed to actually take a win for herself.
All right, so tides have turned. First game, I was a little worried for Bunny. I'm like, come on, I feel like we could expect something better. And now I'm feeling this way about Anime fan. A lot of pressure right now is on Anime to try to adapt to this and to find a response.
Almost
to
100.
To try and, yeah.
Almost 100 of damage difference between Bunny and Anime, by the way, and it's also interesting to notice that Anime was very focused on the cannon for the most part. I'm pretty invested of seeing what he's trying to do. I'm definitely concerned about the possibility of Bunny being hit by a long string from Cannon, but something that I'm noticing is that Bunny is also not utilizing a lot of options. Bunny likes to stay grounded and not move a lot, not waste a lot of jumps, not give him Anime the possibility of punishing on reaction. And it's definitely something that Anime has been trying to adapt. Right now, with a little bit of a damage lead with the gauntlets, that Nair into there is not able to connect, but still that silent into recovery, building up more damage. Nair in the ground. Anime right now, she moving around this stage. Oh, the gravity cancel silent, not being able to connect that disc from Bunny, but the grab out cancels out the gravity cancel from Bunny, sending him out of the stage and putting Anime in such a good lead right now.
Fantastic lead for Anime. I said there was a lot of pressure on Anime fan, but hey, I mean, that's what we like to say. Sometimes that's what makes a diamond. It's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of heat. Sometimes when push comes to shove, that's only when people play their best. And that could be Anime fan right here. Like we said earlier, he knows how to play a very drawn out and stressful game. He puts his nerves to the test. He puts his life on the line. And he's able to make it work. He's still continuing this damage lead. He's looking to completely overlap Bunny. She's now unarmed, facing the same gauntlet that sent her out of the first stock. She picks up the axe, though. She could try and make something change here. Anime, now that he has a good lead, he knows he can step back a bit.
Oh, that gravity cancel. Side sig?
The side sig, though.
Raymond with those signatures, especially in twos, can be extremely dangerous. Those slightly close to the ground signatures definitely always catch off guard any of player, even if it's a pro or not. And Bunny knows that, utilizing against Anime now that Neutralite also coming out, sending him out of the stage enough so that she could change the weapon. Still, Anime looking pretty much staying around, just looking from afar, trying to make sure that Bunny doesn't have a lot of hits to put in, and trying to just confirm on the second stock so that he has a whole stock advantage right now. Bunny with the gravity cancel, delayed recovery that is not able to connect. Anime once again stepping backwards, throwing away his weapon, trying to push Bunny into approaching so that he can get a punish, but Bunny playing very carefully herself. That recovery is still not being able to confirm that Nair. Also not with the delayed Nair. Canceling the gravity cancel will be the end of Bunny's second stock. Anime looking fantastic right now. And just as I mentioned it, the breakdance move bringing an end to his third stock.
Okay, so even though Anime just got sent down to second stock, this is still amazing gameplay from Anime. Is up a clean stock, and the momentum is still heavily in his favor. Bunny was only just barely able to grab that that breakdance. It almost missed anyways. So Anime, great momentum, great damage lead, and is still giving Bunny a lot of respect. Like, he's dancing around her space. He's just trying to be very careful, making sure that Bunny can't grab any footing, making sure that she can't have any space to hold on to for herself, and that any attacks Anime is in control of. He's only doing the necessary exchanges. So very smart from Anime. Is he going to get thrown off stage on this stock though? Can Bunny even it out? Axe against unarmed, not a bad way to do it, but can he grab the gauntlets? There we go, gauntlets. He has to build up a bit more damage, and then maybe he could look for a knockout.
Oh, Bunny with the
how this game
Neutralite.
could go now.
Oh, that Sayer coming up from Bunny, finally being deciding on the end of Anime's stock, but at what cost? Bunny's in a pretty rough position right now with that orange stock nearing the red stock situation. Anime with the cannon once again, his trusty cannon that has been helping him build up a lot of damage, but just as I mentioned that, Bunny killing it with those strings from the gauntlets. The gravity cancel literally into the Sayer. The Nair is not able to hit, almost sending him out of the stage. That was such a dangerous position for Anime, but the damage is starting to even out. Anime is starting to get desperate. He knows that he needs that confirmed now that quickly, because Bunny is extremely well at bringing back those last stuck situations. Now that Nair being able to connect into the Sayer that doesn't connect with the Sayer into the gravity cancel that gets cancelled out. The Neutralite from the axe. Anime is in a horrible position right now. Neutralite.
Anyway, don't let it happen to you, dude. Don't let it happen to you. Oh. What? How did she do that? He was in such a good side.
W for Bunny once again, turning around the tides of that game last minute. Those strings from her gauntlets were completely decisive in regards to the amount of damage that was built up on the last stock, and then just being quick by weapon starving Anime, not allowing him to grab any weapon, constantly changing the way of the playstyle, and then finally succeeding to take that last stock. What a game that was.
Oh my god. Reverse 3-stock.
Yes.
Reverse sweep. Oh my god. Okay. I'm not quite sure what to say off of that. I'm because it is anime fan like gonna take that to heart and say like, okay, I gotta try a lot harder than that, or is he just gonna chalk that up to that was just a good game from her? You know, as long as I get the stock, I can do this. Like, I don't know what's going through Anime's head. I don't know what's going through Bunny's head. I don't know if either of them are thinking like, oh, that was just a good game. Go next. Like, I don't know what's gonna happen here. Bunny is either gonna prove that that was more than just a fluke, or Anime could be bringing us to a very, very fascinating game 5.
Ooh, that down stick coming in a little bit cheeky, but they're going to get some down stick from Bunny though,
God,
very early, and the weapon does pop. Cancels out the recovery. Anime sitting in the same position that Bunny was sitting at the beginning of last game.
How does she do it? How is she? She's just getting better and better.
She is
I thought she was already
dominating.
woken up. She's still waking up. She's still in the process of warming up. She's just getting better and better and better. How is she doing?
Everybody cancel silent nair.
Anime, please.
Anime right now struggling to just keep up with the approach from Bunny. That momentum that was gained after last game offset is something that definitely Bunny's utilizing right now to just amount more pressure into Anime, and the damage as well increasing with every hit that Bunny's able to connect. Anime searching for that confirm, but still the gravity cancel side stick will increase the damage difference between the stocks. Bunny looking pretty confident with the axe now, going in with those downers. Anime with the neutralite, switching into the cannon, probably searching for that final confirm to put the stocks even in his position. But Bunny is still, with a gravity cancel delay, gets punished by a silent downer, canceling it out and sending her out of the stage.
Bunny must look for her own knockout. She gets some gauntlets. Maybe we prefer axe for the knockout, but gauntlets are still gonna work, you know. She's pretty good at gauntlets, but still Anime is gonna build up pretty tasty amount of damage. The side sig, she gets away with it every time. The side sig's able to knock it out. Very cheeky. She leads a very smart knockout. Anime's down on last stock already. Bunny, I mean, would be knocked down on last stock soon, but she's got a very nice lead here. She could take this 3-1 right here, but I'm getting a little ahead of myself. We can already start to see Anime starting to slow down the game, and when the game is slowing down, it's usually in the favor of the person who's behind, and we can start to see Anime could be starting to catch up right here. So Bunny has her game plan ahead of her. Is she able to play the slower game and able to play the slower game, play Anime's own game against him even better, or is Anime gonna bring us to a game 5? We know that we all want the game 5, but Bunny is just getting better and better and better and better. She's only getting better as each game goes on.
And right now, Anime though, kind of putting the things back into his favor in regards to damage for just a little bit, but Bunny still has such an advantage, somehow keeping that second stock, not being able to get punished. And just the moment I mentioned it, the caster curse comes down from the heavens and strikes Bunny because she loses that stock to the Sayer of the cannon. But Anime is not looking good at all. Ooh, the gravity cancel silent into the grab, but very tricky from Bunny. Very interesting play right there. Also, kind of scary considering that, you know, they're both in one stock and he has gauntlets, so it could be pretty tough for Bunny if she were to be punished off the stage like that. But right now, Bunny into the gauntlets again, searching for that recovery. She knows that as long as she gets that recovery, she can end this match. But Anime with the strings of cannon finally popping off, building up the damage. Are we gonna see an offset from Anime now? Bunny with an air.
Could be looking for the KO any second now. It could land it. Anime has to do a bit more work for this knockout. Bunny's been playing so much more smart on stage. So
but the
recovery. The recovery comes in. She just gets better and better with each game. She's able to clutch the reverse 3 stock in game, what is it, 2 or 3? And now, after game 4, she's able to bring herself to top 8, still in winner's bracket. She just gets better and better. How does she do it?
That was definitely a decisive game for Bunny, being able to not only adapt to the opponent's pace, but also the way that everything was developing. I'm amazed, honestly. Like, Bunny was struggling a lot to a certain extent, and then Anime pushing forward with that cannon, the constant like sidelight N6 to confirm that we're constantly getting Bunny off guard with the dodges, and still being able to not only turn it around on that last game, but also bringing it back on this game with that momentum, getting that early stock with the weapon toss in the air, like completely changing the way the game was heading to. I am amazed by Bunny's playstyle this set.
Right now, we're going to be going to a quick little break. We promise we're going to make this very short. We're not trying to stop the action. We're going to keep the momentum going. We just got to bring it down a bit, you know, dynamic. So we're going to go for a very quick little break. After the break, we're going to be coming back with Radish and Stingray. Ooh, that should be a good set, followed up by Balloonboy and Rush-Me. Very curious little list
That's
of
going to be
names
some
right
really
there.
interesting games. Really interesting game coming on.
So, yeah, don't go too far. We'll be back in just a second. Hang on tight.
Look out from the other side. It's us against the world tonight. And the fear for you and me. We can build eternity. This secret we're fighting. We're hurting, don't be afraid. This secret, we're bold, shining in shining in the dark. When opposite worlds collide, we know there's nothing but space between us. We will crash under the burning sky. Only when opposite worlds collide. When opposite worlds collide, we know there's nothing but space between us. We will crash under the burning sky. Only when opposite worlds collide. You give me a fever and make a believer out of me. I was just a dreamer, but dreams are now my reality. I feel it, I'm bleeding, I'm needing for all eternity. My soul is on fire, this burning desire's heavenly. Then you're moving closer, breath upon my shoulder. Boy, I wanna hold ya. Heart is beating double time. I can't wait to make you mine. I just wanna know ya. I tremble when you call my name. The feeling driving me insane. I just can't get you off my brain. You play me like a melody. The sweetest sound of symphony is slowly taking over me. I feel the bassline dripping down my spine. I feel it getting closer. Don't want this to be over.
Oh, hello everybody. Okay, so welcome back to Moose Roars Verdant. Wow, I have such a bad memory. Verdant Runes 1v1s North America. Just before the break, we saw Marckiemoo and Meg D have a very interesting set. Marckiemoo 3-0 Meg D completely. I mean, hey, it's Marckiemoo way. There's no other way to do it. And he is going to be playing against Bunny, who had a very fun 3-1 against Anime Fan. And like I said, she just kept getting better and better and better throughout the day. She has at least the potential to be a very, very versatile player. If she isn't already a very versatile player, I think she's very fascinating to watch. Now we have, I think, a fan favorite match. If anyone's following along with their bracket, which if anyone wants me to put the link for it in chat, I can. But if anyone's following along with bracket at home, this is a set you should be excited for. We have Radish versus Stingray.
Absolute
Good God.
quality. Absolute quality. I've been waiting ever since we started casting. I've been waiting for this set. Stingray, personally, my favorite. My goat, Stingray right there. If you're watching me right now, if you're listening to me, you know. And Radish, also absolutely amazing player. That Red Raptor has basically become a staple of his brand, a part of himself. I am absolutely in awe, just waiting to see what's about to develop here, especially because the picks are pretty interesting. I love to see that not only is Stingray back into the spear, but he's playing Bryn. Personally, one of my favorite characters ever. Radish still with a good old trusty Red Raptor, just like always. What are we about to witness? Who might be the one to win? Once again, we are in losers now, so whoever loses is out of the tournament completely.
Oh, I thought we were still in winner's bracket.
Are we? Wait, are we? Oh, wait, never mind, my bad. We are still in the winner's bracket.
Sorry. Either way, game number 1 underway. Fortress Alliance, and not too much of a damage lead, but still slightly the favorite.
Honestly, I am pretty invested on how the game is going so far. What is it? Stingray on the axe is something we haven't seen, I feel like, since BCX, maybe? I feel like he's definitely been juicing around to different characters. Oh, that there into reverse instinct right there. Good old classic from Bryn, sending Radish out of the stage and putting Stingray in a very good position now. If he can, get some damage out of that third stock that he's still keeping. Oh, beautiful bait with the dash front and back, and then going for the delay into recovery, putting Radish up in the air. Okay, that ends it from Radish.
Radish is trying his best to even out stocks to deal a recovery. Very nice way to do it to punish the recovery. Stingray still was able to build up a pretty impressive lead. We're gonna have to see how well he's able to either keep the lead, maybe expand it, or if Radish is able to find his way back. Maybe we're gonna have a similar situation as the last set where Radish just needed a moment to wake up. His first stock was the weakest of all set. Another N-Sig. Stingray tries into the hard call-up, doesn't quite work. Radish has a lot of work to do to try and bring this game a bit closer to even. Stingray now swapping over to his famous spear for the knockout, but Radish, I mean, his orb, it could be just as famous there.
Stingray looking extremely comfortable right now with that spear. Honestly, the drip as well, I gotta mention, from Stingray looking amazing, as well as Radish with the classic Red Raptor. Though, another classic thing is to see Stingray completely dominate their opponents with the spear right now, constantly using those recoveries to send him up into the air. Right now, keeping completely the control of the stage. Weapon starving Radish and hitting him with that Sayer, sending him out completely, giving him once again the lead of stocks. Radish trying to seek out for a weapon, trying to make sure that those battle bolts are able to confirm, but still, Stingray is not stopping with the advance, hitting those snares, absolutely punishing Radish for even breathing the same oxygen that he's breathing right now.
Radish has trying to do his best to slowly bring the game to even, and the side sig snipe out of nowhere is not a bad way to start that comeback. So now the stock lead has been changed into a damage lead in favor of Stingray, back on his strongest spear against the orb. So quite a few disjoints could be coming out for both of these players. Radish still a bit more work to do to try and even it out. He's committing to a few small bread and butters, a few small combos, here and there, some exchanges. Radish being very careful with which exchanges he's able to choose, but Stingray is being very aggressive, is starting most of the interactions, even if he loses some of them. And right now, losing some of them is kind of what he's doing, but maybe Stingray is able to find his way around. Radish, if he snags this game from the jaws of the defeat, it would be very best way to start the set. Neutral air, maybe get Stingray a bit more space. We're down to sudden death here. Anyone can win.
Oh, the Grampon right there. Radish being able to completely turn around the set right now, looking extremely well against Stingray. It's a basically 1-1 scenario where the sideline Sayer is going to be what seals the deal on a game where Stingray appeared to be the one completely above the other. Radish completely turning it around and telling Stingray, I am still who I am, and completely taking the game. Literally hit him with the hit him with the send him out of the stage completely. As we can see on the replay right here, Stingray had a lot of different moments where he was on the lead, increasing the damage, but once we got into that one stock situation, Radish was able to lock in, build up that damage, utilizing the orb and its spacing properly against Stingray to not only space out that spear, but to build up the damage that he required to just put himself in a comfortable position to lead this stock. And then with that silent Sayer, that damn silent Sayer that is able to always send out the opponent no matter what side of the stage you are, completely overtaking the match.
Yeah, very good game for Radish. He did start with Stingray in the lead, but the fact that he was able to come back from that, I think, means something even better for the overall of this set. So now that might put a bit of pressure on Stingray, where even if he starts in the lead, that's still, not all that's said and done. He's going to be changing us to Small World's End, which is, I think, is one of Radish's favorite maps, is it not? I think we see him here a lot.
Yeah, we've definitely seen him a lot throughout his career, especially now that he's playing with Red Raptor. He's honestly utilizing a lot less signatures than what I was expecting. Usually we see him, pull out that N-Sig a lot more, but right now he's relying mainly on strings and also utilizing his movement to sneak around Stingray. Oh, that gravity cancel there into recovery. It's almost recovery that's not able to completely confirm. Still playing very carefully. Ooh, twisting it around with that backdash into another sidelight to try and make Stingray fail into that dodge and get a confirmation for a punish. And there we go, that weapon does into the Sayer, confirming, sending Stingray out of the match. I mean, no, out of the match, out of the stage.
Stingray hopping around, trying to find some space for himself. Now Radish is starting on a lead. This is a lot of pressure on Stingray. I'm actually starting to worry for him a bit. He started that last game in a lead, drops that. Now he's starting the second game and trying to fight against the lead, and Radish is making it look very nicely. I don't think I've actually ever seen that interaction with that GC slide like ground pound up the side of the wall.
Oh, but decisive.
Goes Stingray.
Oh!
Sensing the zone into the Sayer. Could take the stock right here. Not even a dare. No, actually,
Oh, the
not
NC?
a dare is needed to bring it back. Radish touches somehow both times.
The
Radish
NC?
is not enough to get it. Radish is able to recover. Who's getting the next stock here, Nomad?
My God, right now, Radish able to come back into the stage with that NC and now punishing Stingray outside, and now another NC sending him out of the stage. Let's go, Radish with that NC right there, confirming. That was such an incredible save, completely turning around the sake of the game. Like, Stingray looks so good, finally putting Radish into a position where he might have been able to take the stock and still losing his second stock. Even though that down stick was finally put an end to the ordeal of the third stock from Radish, it wasn't enough. There.
Good way to start a ledge guard. Radish and Sync though gets a bit of reversal. GC D-Light not gonna hit Stingray. Actually, the way that Stingray's adapting in these past few seconds have actually been really smart, using a lot more disjoints, respecting Stray's space, using a lot more touch me nots like that G-Sig. The recovery into the D-Light is also a pretty good way to start it up. I was about to say that I'm very worried for Stingray, but the way he's adapting in just the past minute alone, it's actually not looking too bad. Radish tries to go for some hard commit off stage, but no, the weapon throw just somehow catches up, but Stingray's able to make it.
Neutralite.
Radish now has to try and find a huge commit right here for the start.
Silent?
No dare.
What is Stingray doing?
Sidelight. Recovery doesn't send. Radish resets his options. Stingray grabs an axe. The sidelight evens out the game, but that's not going to be it though.
Right now, Stingray in a pretty bad deficit of damage right now. He's gonna need a lot to not only put Radish into a position where he might lose, but also just to completely avoid that silent Sayer that completely ends the game. Radish taking the game again, putting this stock in a 2-0 against Stingray.
All eyes are on Stingray. Because Stingray, I mean, that first game you could chalk it up to either still needing to warm up or still reading Radish, you know. You start that game in a disadvantage, or you start that game in a lead and you still drop it, and then this game you start it in a disadvantage and you bring it like close to sudden death. You almost reverse free stock. You see the stocks right there in that clip highlight alone. So this could I am very intrigued as to what Stingray could have as a surprise for us. He's adapting very nicely, and he's a very smart player, so I'm assuming he's got a bit more adaptation. This might not be the end of the set right here. Stingray has something cooking. I know for sure.
Honestly, I am very invested into the fact that, you know, we have seen Radish playing a lot of battle boots today. That was a pretty close call right there, but Stingray with that near into recovery, building up a lot of damage with the axe already. It seems like Stingray is still not over. His mental is still right here, and he's definitely decided to at least take a game out of this set. Radish though, switching into the orb. That orb is very dangerous. We already seen what it's capable of doing, especially on high damage. Regardless of what not, Stingray is still building up the damage, going into the pressure with that edge that completely seals the deal, finally putting Stingray back into a position of superiority against Radish. This is looking a lot better for him now.
You act stairs, you boot steel lights. Stingray able to get the first big interaction of Radish's second stock. It is very, very nice that Stingray is starting with a stock lead right here in this game. He did drop this game one, but he's been improving so well that I don't think he's going to drop it. No, sir. He's going to try and keep it for as long as possible. And I got a good feeling that that is going to be a lot more likely as a case. Radish does get punished for his
Very dangerous.
Some more headspace for him. Another axe. Stingray has a double down. Doesn't want to spend too much time on spear for the time being. And recover back to stage. Radish with the pivot recovery. Very nice option. Able to even out stocks. Stingray still with the damage lead. Is this going to be a mirror image of game one, or can Stingray prove how smart of a player he is and to extend this lead? Maybe he can with a very nice lead into the cutscene. Another cutscene.
There we go.
Stingray up a clean stock here, folks.
There we go, folks. There we go. Stingray completely decimating that stock with a double delay into recovery. The first read was amazing. The second catch was just the end of it, completely putting Radish again in this tights on his last stock. This is not the kind of position that Radish wants to be in against a character with such a high damage possibility, such as Breen. Right now, Stingray with the spear, just building up the spacing and also creating the momentum that he needed in order to take over the game. Radish going back into the battle, but he needs an NC. He needs something that he can confirm with, but still, Stingray doesn't seem to be stopping, trying to come back into the stage. That NC comes out, but Stingray completely avoids it by punishing it with a delay into Sair. Radish once again in a really bad position. The Sair coming in with it there, and the weapon dust. This might be the end of the stock. There we go. It is the end of the stock for Stingray.
At least what's left of his momentum, yes, being able to revoke that second stock was a good way to slow down a momentum, but it didn't completely halt it. He's doing very nicely in this game, so Radish has got to pick apart Stingray's brain, try to find something that works. The D Sig to punish the D Light. Stingray gets one up on the board, and I don't think that's going to be slowing down anytime soon. Earlier I said all eyes on Stingray, but he's got it figured out. He's got it unlocked. Now all eyes are on Radish. Can he repeat how he was able to win the first 2 games?
Honestly, that was incredibly impressive from Stingray. He completely changed the way that he was playing. He turned around that game just the way I was expecting from somebody like him. His mental is like a fortress, and once he was able to find a weakness through Radish gameplay, he was able to adapt himself. He stopped doing certain things that were definitely putting him backwards, like jumping unnecessarily. He stopped getting hit by those signatures, and that made the deficit big enough for him to not only take a lead, but also completely take a game for this set on his favor. 2-1 right now, but Stingray, with this momentum, will he be capable of not only winning another game, but perhaps sending this into a game 5 situation? Personally, I would love it. I would personally love to see that. And I don't know, what do you have to say about the possibilities of this match, Graffiti?
I am really looking forward to trying to pick apart Radish's brain and see what he's thinking coming into this game 4. Is he thinking to play a lot more aggressively? He's looking to play a lot more defensively. Radish can be a very versatile player. Sometimes he is his best when he's defensive, but also that means that when he plays offensive, it's a very big surprise. He's able to catch people way off guard when he finally actually is able to fully commit, and he does change the map to Demon Island, so Radish is ready to go the mile. He is respecting Stingray's momentum and is trying to fight it, take it through. He's not chalking game 3 up to a fluke, and as he should. I think Radish is actually taking this very seriously. I think Radish has a lot of potential to bring this a bit closer to his corner. I mean, the ball is in his court now. He's got to figure out what to do with it, where to commit, who to pass it to, and all that jazz. And this game's starting off a little slowly, so both players are trying to be very careful here.
Honestly, Stingray is looking pretty well right now in this set. Playing around with the axe a lot, building up the damage, but Radish completely turning it around now with the orb, putting Stingray in a pretty rough position. Still Radish falling off this stage, taking the advantage, Stingray putting the advantage, taking himself back up just like last game on a 3 stock against 2 stock scenario. Will Radish be able to completely finish this advantage from Stingray before it increases, or will Stingray be able to play around Radish well enough to not only build up the momentum but also the damage deficit? Oh my god,
good
what a dodge from the Dissing, putting up an incredible display. Stingray somehow making it out of that, but not the second time. Radish said, do it again, do it, I dare you, and completely stomped of him, sending him out of the stage.
I think Radish has got to figure it out. Radish is starting to look game 3 look like a fluke. I mean, this is actually a very nice showing for Radish right here, and able to pick apart from Stingray's brain, able to figure out how to work, get his way in. So now, never mind actually. Maybe it was just a really good stock and Stingray's still in momentum. This game is actually really going back and forth. Both players are trading a lot, so it's going to see who's coming down to the 40-60% and who's able to get the better of some of these interactions. So far, it's Stingray.
Beautiful
He's
Disick
looking
right
for a
there.
game 5.
That amazing Disick from Stingray, completely banishing Radish out of the stage. Let me tell you something we haven't talked about. We are on Demon Island right now. This is the stage that would most greatly benefit Radish, especially because of the huge hitboxes that come with the signature kit of Red Raptor. Still, the Stingray is not only completely taking the control of the stage, pushing Radish to constantly remain in the air and try to make an approach. But right now, it just seems like he won't stop building up that momentum and building up that damage. The constant nairs, building up quite a little bit of damage, just bit by bit, downer into downer that is not able to connect with, once again making it and getting hit by a Sair from Radish, who's currently almost in orange. He's in that little mustard color that we all hate to see whenever we are in the ranked matches. Will he be able to turn the game around, get enough damage to maybe get a win and end this stump from Stingray, or will Stingray send us into a game 5 scenario? We're about to find out, people.
Just trying to be very careful. Respecting Stingray's space, does not want this to go to a game 5. He's not wanting to go next. He doesn't want a single extra minute of this that isn't needed. He wants to be in full control here. In full control, he just might be. Stingray has to play very careful. The side stick somehow doesn't connect. How did that not connect? Stingray,
no!
Be very careful. Look for something else. The weapon throw doesn't connect. Can Stingray make it back? Raiders is able to grab boots, chase around. Eli doesn't connect. Rosen accidentally disarms in the face of Stingray, who's able to bring us to a game 5.
Beautiful, beautiful NSYNC from Stingray. That was such a tight ending right there. Whenever I saw that silence there, I thought it was the end for Stingray, but he was able to come back into the stage, get that axe, finish it up with that trusty NSYNC from Bryn. Woo! How are you feeling, Graffiti?
I am feeling excited. Our first game 5 of the night, and it is no better of a set than this. Radish versus Stingray, two long-term standing legends of the scene. Two of the most respected names in the scene. Two of the most prestigious names to write down in your book of people you beat. Even for both of these people, even at their own level, it's going to be a very tough battle. Radish starting with the momentum. Stingray slowly drawing momentum back in his favor. What's Radish
adaptability
now?
That adaptability for Stingray was absolutely amazing. The way that he completely changed the stakes of the game, bringing this into a game 5, I am completely astonished personally, especially because, like, not only has it been a constant back and forth, Radish is actually struggling to find a opening with both of his weapons. Stingray constantly doing the switch between the axe and the spear, just trying to not allow Radish to feel comfortable enough to play against him. Now, going back into Demon Island, this map, again, pretty tricky map for Stingray. This could be a map where Radish can easily get the advantages if he's able to get a string off of the orb or off of the battle boots. But still, I feel like Stingray is feeling himself very confident right now. He's feeling like he could definitely turn around this one. Should I say outturn?
You can see both players being very careful. Radish is being extra careful too, because he knows that, all right, Stingray is starting to figure this out. I can't give him any more space. I can't give him too many opportunities, man. I gotta really find what works for me. So Stingray, or Radish, being extra careful, and Stingray is more than willing to play that game. Stingray also having a very good read on Radish, jumping over that side, like getting a dare of his own, increasing the damage lead that he's got on his favor. The dare doesn't quite connect. He's able to cover it with a jump dodge. Stingray trying another dare, but it doesn't quite work. Radish, could he try to find something off stage? The Sair stands. Is this for stock, or does Stingray recover? Yes, he does recover.
Oh my god, can we mention the fact that, that silent Sair from Radish almost taking Stingray out. Currently the stocks are looking pretty even. Can we talk about the ability on Stingray to not only play that axe, but also the neutral, the way he's moving around Radish, constantly banning him out to try and punish him. Still, Radish completely locked in this game, hitting him up with that neutral, like sending him out of the stage and confirming that stock. It seems like Radish is back in game. He's back with the mental, and he's definitely looking to end things now in this game number 5. But Stingray with that axe, we have already seen what he's capable of. We know that he's not only able to turn around games, but also get the leads in the middle of them. Now going for that sidelight nair, sending him up in the air, trying to get the confirmation that backdash Sayer is not able to hit. Gravity Cancel Dealet will not hit either. Switching back into the spear. Recovery once again misses. Radish is playing his soul to try and avoid him, but he's not able to hit to evade the last recovery.
Stingray accidentally giving Radish a bit too much space. Now Radish has a bit more space to play with. Radish high in the sky. Where does he decide to land? All the way to the right side of Demon Island. A few recoveries coming out. Radish is starting to be just a bit more confident, especially considering that the game is even. He slowed Stingray's momentum down. This is getting to be a really tense game. He's really starting to drain Stingray of his patience, make life hard for him. But Stingray is just waiting for the moment to burst out. Waiting for the moment to try and get something, to get a grip on the game. Stingray, quick.
Beautiful recovery. Go beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Stingray completely approaching Radish with that spear, that Disick that almost hits. Now Radish going in the advance, completely punishing the intent on Stingray to finish up the game with that Sig. Now the recovery though, the recovery catching on that dodge from Radish will put Stingray now on the advance of stocks, completely turning around the game from what it was in the third stock. Now Radish on the defense, trying to get that confirmed, but oh no, Stingray not being able to count his options properly, ends up as being off the stage. 1-1, last stock situation, game 5, people, this is it.
Stingray facing around very carefully. I'm happy you said this earlier, Nomad. The way that he's baiting Radish out, the way that he's jumping around, the way that he's being very careful of both characters' threat ranges and trying to make sure the spacing is nice and dandy for him. This is very nicely done from Stingray. Radish's ability to control the pace of the game, only take the winning interactions. That's what you need to win. That's the mindset of a hero, of a champion. Now, only take the winning interactions, only play the losing, or only play the winning games, and that's really what he's doing so far. Stingray's had to work very, very hard for any hits that he's gotten, while Radish is in complete control of the game, making life very difficult for Stingray. He's only able to get a few nairs at a time, but maybe that is all he needs, because Stingray is in a slight damage lead after all these nairs, after all these dares. Radish is having a bit of a hard time finding what to commit to next. Side air doesn't quite send off stage. Stingray is able to touch back down and reset his jumps. Stingray could be looking for the knockout here, Nomad.
That nair finally coming in. Stingray looking pretty good right now with the damage advantage. Radish trying to get those hits in, but not being able to. And then Daylight into recovery, canceling any momentum from Radish. As Stingray turning around, changing the pace of the game, and taking this game number 5 and moving on in the tournament. Stingray, let's go.
Reverse 3-0 sweep. Reverse sweep.
Reverse. Oh, anybody that voted against Stingray probably regretting their decision right now.
That
Mr. Win It All. Love the chat.
Gotta say, that was beautifully done from Radish, because the way that he played that last game was excellent. The way that he picked his interactions and played the neutral around Stingray and was extra careful of every potential interaction, the way it could go, was very smartly done. That was very smart gameplay from Radish, but it wasn't enough to outsmart he has Witty in his name. One of the smartest minds in Brawlhalla, the Spear of Stingray.
He definitely defeats anybody when it comes down to a battle of wits. The amount of not only processing power, you could say, the ability that he has to completely analyze his opponent and break down their playstyle in order to out-resource them. The way that he was playing that neutral with the axe, moving around Radish, baiting him out, not letting him actually get the punishes, even when he was whiffing his own signatures, and turning around completely the sets of that game. I thought he was cooked. I personally thought he was looking really badly at the second game, and then he completely changed the pace of the battle. Again, this is the display from two of the best players in the world, currently two of the best 10 PR on NA.
Oh, sorry. He's got a bit of a tummy ache right now. You know how it is being a single mother. It's hard.
Oh, okay. You're talking about the X sub plushie X of my go. Yeah, I was like, wait, what? part of it. Now, looking into the next game and the last game that we'll be casting tonight, we have Rust Me, the up and coming, well-known greatsword player who's currently running that mischievous Grievous skin against the one and only repping the Legion band, just like myself, Balloonboy, the BBB, the triple B, the one and only that ends anybody, currently facing up against Marckiemoo for that #1 spot.
This is a really eyebrow-raising interaction right now. Balloonboy, seed number 3, and I'm double-checking the PR. PR number 3, passed by, of course, only Marckiemoo, but also Radish, seed number 2, still in the top 3 PRs. He's been there for actually quite a while. So Balloonboy has become one of the most threatening presences in North America. Rust Me, I mean, you said it best, Nomad. You said it best in the fact that he's still coming up and he's a very unique player. And also, I like the way that you gave him the nickname, the Mischievous Grievous. I really like that. So this is Rust Me. I'm pretty sure we saw him play a little bit at BCX just last year, and I think also a little while ago. I'm just double checking to see if I can find his PR. He's not top 25, but he is seeded 22. So seed 22 is as seed 22, it is a little tough to make it to winners quarters. So this is a big accomplishment for him so far. But like we said, he's still on the come up. So he's still got a lot to prove.
Everybody in chat, the predictions are up right now. Both who will win. Will we see an offset? Well, something that we've never seen before and just completely Rust Me taking over BBB, or Balloonboy just making his way on the winner's side, approaching the end. And remember, this is the other side of the bracket entirely. If this is how it's looking, we might be end up seeing the match of the night. We may be even seeing Marckiemoo against Balloonboy. It all depends on what happens in this game. Now, Rust Me rocking that incredible skin, I will say, a little bit off when it comes down to the signatures, but nevertheless, an amazing crossover. And Balloonboy on that Mega Man, my Mega Man boy, looking nice with those new colors from the Brawlfest event. Who will be the one that takes the lead? Currently, Balloonboy making a very strong approach with the battle, but Rust Me getting that read, opening with a bridge into the air.
Rust Me getting some pretty good stage control. Balloonboy only able to get a few responses, only able to get a few answers. So Rust Me is able to get a very nice early lead in the game. We have some signatures coming out, both players trying to get a KO option on the GC D-Light finisher is a very nice option, but doesn't connect to Rust Me. Balloonboy off of some punishes is able to get some pretty good progress into this first stock. Rust Me was getting a little too trigger happy with these signatures with these KO options and started whiffing a few of them. Now Balloonboy is on the blasters that he's really popular for. The Sair's not enough to send, but he has to burn his dodge through the weapon throw. Balloonboy chooses to not finish the ledge guard, go for boots, and what?
That downsig, that tricky downsig from Balloonboy from that Mega Man. Dude, let me tell you, everybody has been struggling to actually understand the way that signature works. Balloonboy definitely knows how to use it to punish and completely taking the lead in the game right now, but Rust Me approaching very closely against Balloonboy right now. That recovery, being able to touch into the wall, the weapon just coming out into the downer. He might be looking for a gimp, but he's not able to get it. That recovery sent him up into the stage. Rust Me getting that read though with the D-Light Sair, sending him out and putting the stocks pretty even. I am extremely surprised at how well Rust Me is not only battling right now, one of the strongest players in the game. That Grazer is looking amazing right now, failing to hit with that sidelight. Now Balloonboy on the approach with that other sidelight of both of the battle boots, going back into the stage.
I will say though, it is actually a little impressive. Rust Me was able to get the KO on guitars. Some players quite struggle with that actually, and it's side sig. Rust Me is getting very trigger happy with his signatures, and his KOs have not been quite efficient. But most players struggle for KOs on guitars.
Ooh, that's side sig.
Master Sometimes it takes a real mastery of guitars to be able to find those knockouts, and Rustman was able to find it, so that was a little impressive. That speaks to his
Highlight, neutral.
It's high level for a reason. Balloonboy trying to chase for the Sair. Sidelight GC doesn't connect.
For the D-Light.
D-Light, not enough.
Once
Another
again.
D-Light. Balloonboy denying the area around Rusty very well. Up a stock in game 1.
What a whopping side stick right there from the blasters coming up from Balloonboy, finally getting a little bit of a lead against Rutsby. Now that he has that second stock, will he be able to capitalize on it? Rutsby with the Sair into the double Sair, pushing Balloonboy out, saying no to that lead and putting the game again in a pretty even spot of a 1-1 stock situation. Who will be the one to take the lead of game number 1? Those guitars are coming out. D-Light into downer, into neutral, into D-Light that is not able to connect, but it's looking pretty menacing though. Balloonboy hitting that neutral light, not being able to connect, now trying to come back into the stage. Rutsby, it's locked in right now, going for that neutral light, trying to approach Balloonboy. Balloonboy not finding an opening, hitting that neutral light again, but not being able to connect the downer. The D-Light from Rutsby though, able to break out the pace and once again hitting each other.
Players making space around each other. Be carefully. Balloonboy, after getting that second stock ripped from his hands, doesn't want to throw his last stock, but still has to find these hits to connect, because Rusmy is doing a pretty good job of getting this damage, especially now that he's on guitars. But he shouldn't stay too much longer on guitars, since now both players are starting to dip into red. It's time to fight starting the KOs, and Balloonboy has done a bit better job of being more efficient with these knockouts, because a D-Light side air is not going to be enough to close out the game. What's Balloonboy looking for? Is it a weapon throw? Is it a D-Sig? What's it gonna be? Is it a D-Light Sair?
Oh,
it is
the
an
N-Sig!
to close it out. Balloon Boy is just more efficient with the knockouts. If this was, what is it, like the Street Fighter game mode, if there were health bars where it was just build up enough damage, Rutsby would probably be doing a lot better. It's just sometimes he does struggle a bit with getting the knockouts. Sometimes his knockout efficiency is not as high as it really should be if we want to see him perform as well as his colleagues, as his friends. So this is something that we're really looking for in this set. Balloonboy has made a pretty good example of that, and now it's time to see how the rest of the set goes. Can Rutsby get these KOs? He's good at building damage, but can he get the knockout?
I am pretty impressed about the way Rutsby is developing right now. He's currently PR 45, if I'm not wrong, and he's going toe-to-toe against Balloonboy right now. He's putting a lot of pressure into him, especially with those guitars. The way that he's going through those reads, absolutely diminishing the space between him and Balloonboy and not allowing him to actually have that room that he requires to play the blasters properly is definitely affecting his playstyle. Right now, Rutsby, once again, just like I mentioned, with those guitars, with those little black lightsabers, trying to get the approach. Balloonboy trying to keep up the spacing, just not letting him get near him way too much, hitting him with that downer into the bottom of the stage, probably looking for that game, that silent into Sair, going into another Sair, into a third one that is not able to connect, but still, the damage is starting to develop. Now the downer is able to come out from both players. Another downer from Balloonboy, this might be the end of it. Ooh, but it's not able to confirm a end of stock. Now D-Light even recovery, it's almost there, but it's not enough. And the battle would get cancelled out, but the D-Sig confirms the stock for Balloonboy.
Yeah, Balloonboy plays blasters off stage well, actually. There was this one time he did a pivot dare that almost knocked out Rutsby. That was pretty good. It was almost knocking him out pretty early. Balloonboy is looking for the overlap. He's looking to do a lot more damage on a Rutsby. Rutsby is actually even starting to struggle to find the damage. It could just be a good first stock from Balloonboy, and it is to go next, but maybe not. Rutsby, that was a very smart choice, but Balloonboy is able to come out on top of it. Rutsby just barely comes back to stage, has to dodge all these projectiles from Mega Man.
Ooh, Rutsby going for the side stick.
I just realized how funny it is. We got Mega Man and Grievous on the screen, but Mega Man is able to go up 3 stocks to 1 against General Grievous. So what does that say about the power scaling?
Only in Brawlhalla you can see these two legends going over each other this way. Right now, General Grievous on Rutsby, or should I say otherwise, completely struggling to face off Balloonboy, trying to break out in that space that was easily shattered in the earlier game. Now completely changed around. thanks to Balloonboy's incredible playstyle. The spacing completely shattered either way by that delayed recovery from Rutsmi that's finally able to take that stir stuck off of a Balloonboy. But right now, will he be able to even take a lead or at least do enough damage to put things in a more even spot? Balloonboy looking pretty confident with the battle boots, but still getting punished by the Greatsword. A weapon that, even though not as strong as before, it's definitely one to fear, especially with those bridges. That side stick coming out from Balloonboy, almost getting hit by it, but still switching back into the blasters. Balloonboy knows exactly what he's doing. That gravity cancel delayed into chase touch that is not able to confirm into anything else, but the side stick will be decisive and changing the turns of the game, sending Rutsmi out.
Very, very, this is a very tough spot for Rutsmi to be, because there's times I mean, like we said, we know he's good at dealing damage. It's finding these knockouts. Balloonboy is just living way too long in order for Rutsmi to really afford it and come back in these games. They're both good at dealing damage. They're both good at chip damage. They're both good at combos. It's just, you can start to see Rutsmi pull off some insane tactics off stage. Like, there was one slide charge DC that had both of our jaws on the floor, right, Nomad? So Rutsmi is pulling out some just crazy little tricks out of the hat to try and find anything to knock out a stock from Balloonboy, and that's where I'm kind of starting to worry about him. Rutsmi is such a clever and creative player. He's very unique. He plays Mako. Not a lot of players use Mako. He he goes for stuff like that. That slide charge D-Sig, not a lot of players would have gone for that. So he's a very creative player. He's great at building up damage, and guitars are a good tool to have for that. It's just, I really need him to find these knockouts. Balloonboy is proving just how good he is. You don't get PR number 3, top 3 in the region from just sitting on your thumb. Balloonboy proving time and time again he's pretty darn good at the game.
Now, I'll be honest with you. Right now, Rutsmi, it's locking in. He's with those red and dark colors. He's back in the dark
he's angry
side of the force. He's definitely decided on going against Balloonboy and at least taking another game and at least trying to set off the alarms and make Legion and Balloonboy worry. But will it be enough to defeat this Mega Man, to defeat Rockman, the one and only? A silent coming out, probably cancel delay not being able to hit, but Rutsmi going in for the attack with that neutral light, going for the delay into the recovery that is also not being able to hit. Now those little strings with the guitars coming out, that delay into downer is still Balloonboy going for the attack. The NC comes up and fails, but the dare cancels out the wake up from Balloonboy. Oh my god, the constant back and forth from these two players, absolutely hitting each other up and building up the damage on Demon Island once again.
Nice job avoiding the D-Sig. Lets me able to live a little bit longer. Recovery doesn't quite send. Doubles down on guitars, so wants to spend a bit more time on guitars. Somehow gets a recovery on guitars. Very nicely done. Rutsmi now, since he had guitars doubled down, he throws it away. Great for this time next. Balloonboy, classic. Recovery doesn't send though.
Right now, Balloonboy looking incredibly well with, oh my god, that side sig setting up Rutsmi out of the stage. That little lead that he had for a second was very promising, but Balloonboy did not fret. He continued to push around and move up into the game with those blasters that are definitely starting to cook Rutsmi. Rutsmi on that lightsaber greatsword, definitely menacing from any other player, but will it be enough to make Balloonboy fret against himself? Now that silent into Sayer trying to go in and build up more damage. Oh my god, that silent into NC. What a risky play from Balloonboy, trying to confirm more damage and perhaps even the stock. Rutsmi going for the dare in the greatsword that could have been very dangerous. Balloonboy able to come back into the stage, getting hit by that weapon toss in a very funny way. Rutsmi feeding off, trying to finally finalize that stock, and that side sig will be
wait, he's up! He's up!
Putting Rutsmi on the positive.
He's up. He has to even out or keep the game in his favor. Balloonboy somehow drops the side air. How? He doesn't drop those. Recovery doesn't quite come through. Balloonboy respecting space from Rutsmi, and so very bold. Doesn't work, though.
the delay nair?
Recovery or delight into
Rutsmy?
nair. Rutsmy's doing a very good job. That N-Sig with a spike, but now Balloonboy is eyeing down a 3-0. This is very doable for him. He's been in this spot time and time again. He has to try and find the stock right here to still make it into winner's bracket. His opponent next on it would be Stingray.
Rutsmy is looking incredibly well right now. Those reads on the guitars have neutrally into recovery, sending Balloonboy out of the stage. Right now, it's looking incredibly promising for the 45 PR that is currently making an amazing display against the top 3 PR, sending him out of the stage. That's serious, not able to connect. But Balloonboy finally grabbing the battle boots. Will he be able to turn around the game and gimp or maybe take out Rutsmy? Or will Rutsmy take a game out of the one and only Balloonboy? Right now, approaching him, the down security cancel not being able to hit. The silent into the dagger, almost sending him out of the stage. They come back into the wall. Balloonboy approaching the damage deficit. Delayed recovery.
Sudden death now. Rutsmy,
Sudden
we
death?
know he struggles with his KOs. He has to find it now. Does he continue to struggle with KOs? Is he going to drop the ball? Or is he
Getting the
finally
guitars?
going to
Fair.
lock in? Is he going to improve in real
Everybody
time?
gets a grab out. Rutsmy offsetting Balloonboy and taking a game in the set 2-1 position. Rutsmy is having the run of its life, completely banishing Balloonboy on that last game.
Rutsmy. I mean, hey, sometimes that's the fun with up-and-coming players that are still new to the scene. You watch them improve in real time. The first game couldn't grab KOs for the life of him. Now is able to clutch up D-like ground pound on PR3. One of the best in the region. One of the best in the world.
If this is the training for CEO, let me tell you, Rutsmy must be feeling himself pretty nicely. He is going against one of the best players in the game right now, the person that is basically on everybody's voice on Twitter and on every other social media, and he is actually giving him a pretty fair fight. We are moving into Castle of Lions. We are in a map that definitely changes the odds in regards to Catars and puts a lot more space for Balloonboy, especially on the offstage. But will this be the change that Balloonboy needs to confirm and finalize the incredible momentum that Rutsmy has been developing throughout the matches, or will Rutsmy completely astonish everybody watching the stream right now and defeat the PR3 of Brawlhalla currently?
Map change. It's hard to say who that is more in favor of. Sometimes swapping off of win is smart because maybe you win too narrowly. You don't really want to win off a sudden death because you want it to be bigger than that. You want to be able to give yourself a bit more space than that. You don't want to put your nerves to that. So swapping off the win, especially after sudden death like that, is the smarter move. Rutsmy, the deer! No, he trades! It was a trade!
It was a trade. It was a even 1-1 going back into the second stocks now completely clean reset for the two players. Rutsmy looking at the position that he was in, knowing that he needed to even out things and completely trading with Balloonboy. Now both of them looking pretty fair on the stage, but Rutsmy seems to be the one in control of the stage right now. Balloonboy jumping around, switching the weapon, knowing that he's not able to overtake Greatsword with only the battle, but switching back into the blasters. But Rutsmy keeps building up the damage with those silent into the bridges, turning in against Balloonboy, who seems to be struggling against him right now. That delay into recovery sending him up in the air. Maybe he'll be looking for an N-Sig or maybe a down-sig, we don't know. But Rutsmy with a side-stick gets punished and out of the stage, putting Balloonboy for the first time in a while on the advantage of the stocks.
Good reply from Balloonboy. Not only knowing that was one of Rutsmy's options that he likes going for, he likes slide charging signatures, but also responding with a Sayer, but Rutsmy doesn't have to slide charge that signature. He's able to slap Balloonboy at his second stock. Slight damage lead in favor of the Mega Man, but still nothing that Rutsmy can come back from. He's been in worst disadvantages. He's been in worse places before. Balloonboy's able to dodge through the Nair, and neither player looks like they're willing to commit to anything huge just yet. This could go down to the wire just like last time. Is Rutsmy able to bring us to a game 5, or is Balloonboy able to prove why and how he's PR3?
Rutsmy right now is looking pretty confident. We're in a 1-1 situation once again, fellas. And now, look at that silent delay to the neutral light that is able to punish Balloonboy, who's constantly trying to find a opening to attack. The blasters are coming out. Still a weapon that might struggle against Guitars, and it's the Diagonals. Double Nair coming out. Maybe searching for that Seer. Fails to hit, but the N-Sig also comes out, failing once again. The Seer from Balloonboy almost punishing him against the wall. Balloonboy in a pretty bad position, almost in the trenches, looking for that confirm that is able to give him the benefit of taking the control over the stage. But Rotsmi looking pretty confident right now, completely guarding him off. The Sizey comes out and gets punished. Now the blasters are locked in. Rotsmi gets hit by a Sizey and gets taken out. Balloonboy takes the win.
Rotsmi, despite all his best efforts, falls victim to Balloonboy. Keep in mind, he R3, despite using what many people agree is one of the most unforgiving weapons and playstyles in the game. He makes blasters work. He's one of the only people who commits to blasters like this. He makes it work. That's how talented he is. Rotsmi giving us a fantastic show, but that side sig is all she wrote.
Rotsmi absolutely killed it that last game. I am astonished at the development of how everything went. Like, I had expectations. I definitely was looking forward to see Balloonboy showcase. Maybe we were going to see something similar to what we saw earlier with Marckiemoo and Mekdi. But Rotsmi came off here as a 45 PR and completely showed off to everybody that even though that he might be lower in the PR, he's still got a lot of skills. That General Grievous, that Mako, completely showcase of a skill right there with the Katars and the Greatsword. Both weapons extremely hard to master, especially because of the bridges, especially because of the off reads of the dodges with the Katars. And still, he was feeling himself so comfortable around Balloonboy that he was not only trading hits with him, but at times completely taking over the control of the stage.
Absolutely. I mean, I said it once, I'll say it again. One of the best parts about watching up-and-coming players is not only because, I mean, who doesn't like a dark horse? Who doesn't like an underdog? But also you can watch them improve in real time. You can watch them try new strategies. Sometimes they work. So, congrats to our players who have made it this far, and to the players who are looking to swim through lower bracket. Best of luck to you. We will see you in just a few minutes. We're going to go to a break because I got to get this one to bed. He's had a very long day. He's had a very tough tummy ache. So, Nomad, is there anything you would like to say before we go on to...
Just like always, it's been a pleasure to be here for everybody. Thank you very much for the boys at Legion for showing up on the chat and cheering up for the Legion members that participated on the stream. Thank you very much for cheering for me, and also I hope that everybody here was able to enjoy themselves and had a good time watching the stream. Please keep an eye, go grab a snack, grab some water, stay hydrated, and make sure to be ready because the matches coming up are going to be absolutely amazing. With that being said, my name is Nomad. You can find me in Nomad Seco over in Twitter. My good caster Graffiti. Absolutely nice to be here with you once again. You can find them on Graffiti-64 on Twitter. And with that, that's all I have to say. Have a good night, y'all.
Yo, what is good, bro? Holla. Welcome to Moose Wars Verdant Ruins. My name is Blackout, aka Marvel. I'm joined by the one and only Tripped Up, and I'm so excited to be here with you, being casting for AJ today. Shout out to Graffiti and for Nomad for introducing us, for casting the previous blocks. They did amazing. But for now, you're gonna be guided by us for a little bit.
That's right. Yep. We're going to take the reins for a little bit, but I promise it'll be fun. Especially with these matches coming up. Actually, this first one is pretty much a classic at this point. It's going to be Marckiemoo versus Bunny. So, two titans, honestly, in the NA community. They've been in the top levels of tournaments so many times. They fought each other at least 5 times, according to Pro Stats. Could be more on Challenger mode, I'm not sure. But still, they've been fighting a lot, and this is going to be a fun match. How are you feeling about it?
I am excited. I was talking backstage with the boys real quick, like looking forward to what I actually get to cast. And we were all in agreement, like the matches we have on our block trip are absolutely fire. We're seeing Marckiemoo against Buddy, both on their signature, like just the Mordax and the Rayman, which is something I was kind of looking at going into this weekend. Jack from recently got, I'll just say it, it got kind of gutted a lot of players. No,
it's not really viable anymore. Let's be
honest. It is
honest.
not really viable anymore.
No.
And a patch before that, Hammer one of the biggest winners, and Marckiemoo seeming to have a little bit of issues. But I was saying, you know, a lot of big changes in how certain weapons were played in the previous 2 patches. But Marckiemoo and Bunny don't really seem to care, and I can't really blame them for it. They made it this far into the tournament on their signature legends.
And you know, honestly, the 2 weapons, or actually the 3 weapons that they play respectively, didn't really get changed all too much in the most recent patches. Axe, I don't think was really touched at all. Same with Gauntlets and Scythe, honestly. Yeah, they really haven't been touched too much. Other weapons have received a lot of buffs and nerfs recently, but yeah, those 3 have been kind of in the same spot. And I think that Gauntlets and Scythe, especially, are 2 very strong weapons. Axe, I mean, I know Bunny can make it work. Bunny is insane on the Axe, probably the best one we got in NA for sure. So I'm excited to see what she's going to pull out, because she's always got some crazy shenanigans to pull out of the bag. You never know what Bunny's going to do. But then again, going against the current GOAT, Marckiemoo, so I don't know. This is going to be a real tough one. Beginning game number 1 on the Small Fortress of Lions. Here we go.
Yeah, like you said, like both of these players kind of, you know, unguided projectiles at times, just going at it. Both of these players seem to really thrive in a state of advantage and being very aggressive. You see Marckiemoo just trying to get that dodge punish immediately, but being put inside by Bunny's Axe right now. Sarah coming through over the floor. Does not get the edge guard the Sarah. Wait, it's still going.
Oh
Weapon
my!
throw!
That's so fast. 30 seconds in, already hit a clip. That's the Bunny we know right there. And that was just ridiculous how he was sweat beating. He was able to get that side air and just to extend off of the lead on the edge. Oh, just beautiful. And right now, Marckiemoo is already kind of struggling a little bit. Able to get a nair though, bring him down, and just like that, Bunny gets another one as well. Honestly, it's gonna be a bunch of nairing against the edge. That's what I'm predicting already. Marckiemoo saying I'm right, gets a double nair. That could be a stock if he plays it correctly, and he does. Yeah. He does not miss those 3 in a row. That's gonna be a stock, and Marckiemoo even things back up.
These players are just so extremely aggressive. Like, they're going so fast at it, it's almost like too fast to notice. Like, it's they're still going off stage, but yo,
the weapon through to confirm Marckiemoo. And it's just absolutely aggressive, like you said. And then see, right off the bat, going right for these ground pounds. They are not afraid at all. Down a stock doesn't matter. The aggression is always on. Bunny going for some very crazy stuff right now. But kind of going back to neutral a little bit here. Both respecting each other. Bunny, like I said, dipping off stage. That's kind of how she's got to take this stock, because otherwise I feel like Marckiemoo will take this one.
They're playing the floor is lava, but like, you don't have to. You can't stand in the middle. You can play out neutral, but they don't want to. They just like going off stage. Because I'm pretty sure all the knockouts that have been gotten in this game 1 were in orange of exhausting the other. No, I'm actually wrong on that. First stock off of Bunny, from Bunny actually, was with Axar. But the 2 following that were both just off-stage shenanigans, exhausting the other's options until they, you know, ceased existing. And now Bunny again with off-stage shenanigans, like you mentioned before, you were hyping them up. Gravity Cancel D-Sig on the Axe, absolutely terrifying attack. Like,
oh yeah.
You always have to anticipate it, but the moment, like, you waste your options is just free in favor of Bunny. But
is
they're kind of struggling right now. Marckiemoo using the Enlight to take stage control, trying to start an edge guard with a weapon throw. Helps it. Almost a JV2 coming out from Marckiemoo aside from that one stray weapon throw hit. Really good job at reversing this, even though Bunny was the one that came out of the gate swinging with that Axe game. Like you saw here, already took one stock away from Marckiemoo and barely any damage taken themselves.
Yeah, that's true. You know, all these weapons have one thing in common, and it's that they struggle to get the KOs, right? Gauntlets doesn't really have that force outside of recovery. Scythe, it takes a lot of damage for KOing moves to start KOing. And then Axe, of course, being very slow on those KOing moves, so it's really hard to get those on a good player. So you can see sometimes they get into like the barbecue red when trying to KO each other. So they have some really drawn out moments, but they know exactly how to get those unexpected options. For example, that gravity cancel D-Sig that we saw, able to cut Marckiemoo off the stage. And yeah, that's exactly what you come to expect when it comes to players like Bunny. So excited to see more of it. Get into game number 2. Same map, same picks.
3, 2, 1.
What I'm kinda still looking out for, I feel like Marckiemoo in certain sets that I've seen from them is mostly a demon on the side, but right now they're doing most of the work on the gauntlets currently. Oh, yeah.
That's disrespectful. Marckiemoo, what a monster. What a beast. Able to get basically a 0 to death right there. No, not even basically. That was a 0 to death. Good job, Marckiemoo.
Clean.
And yeah, once again, he's just going to continue this momentum forward. Bunny has got to find a way in quickly, but Marckiemoo is not going to let that happen. Keeping her away, tries to go for the ground pound for another early stock, but this time not going to work. Bunny able to find her way back on. Sweeping. Now Marckiemoo gets himself a scythe again, disarming Bunny. Gonna be intense against the edge right now. They know both of them at any point can go for some crazy options, so they want to be wary of each other. Marckiemoo getting behind with that side light, but the side air spaces him out. Marckiemoo is trying to get some more side shenanigans. Yep, the down air, that's going to confirm it. Tries to go for another one. That's selfish, but okay, does not get karma'd by it. Marckiemoo, you knew you didn't have to go for that one, okay? But he was kind of egoing right there. I get it. A little bit of aura farming.
Marckiemoo saw Bunny charge up that Axe recovery. I was like, nah, I even gotta dodge this. I'm gonna gravity cancel sidelight and turn it into an edge guard of my own and take the stock. He had no fear seeing one of the strongest moves in the game that could have potentially knocked him out. Just approach him. He was like, nah, I'd win. Parries it like it's Dark Souls and goes for the counter attack.
Yeah, he certainly does not live with any fear in his heart. Definitely wants to just go forward, do all the aggressive options, and so far, definitely working out for him. But Bunny finally able to secure a stock with that and light on the gauntlets, and we'll prime those up again. Obviously, her main weapon is going to be those gauntlets. She's done a lot of great 0 to deaths with them, so she's obviously going to try and pull one out now when it matters most. But Marckiemoo, unrelenting on this pressure, and look at that, 2 healthy stocks to his name, and 1 Dimsy absolutely destroyed stock, and it's gone now. Yep, it's not even there anymore. It is gone. Bunny goes down 2-0 in this set now.
Something, I still want to talk about the first stock in that game too. Wait, hold on, never mind. What is this lock-in from Bunny?
I'm about to say, my eyes went like wide right there.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is more important than whatever I was gonna say. This is not something I've seen from them ever.
No.
Bunny is looking in the Friday Soul special. It's the Fae, the Enchantress skin as well. It's level 45, so there is a lot of playtime, but I have pro stats open. I can find one set from Bunny where she has locked in Faith, but I can't track
I've seen it
from where it is. So I'm not sure if this is the right play, because it definitely felt like, especially in that game 1, Bunny was playing so well. And I'm not a believer in swapping on from game 2 to 3. I'm gonna keep it real. I think that if you're swapping after already losing 2, it's not looking too great. And now you have to readapt your entire game plan going into game 3.
But sometimes you need something a little bit different, and obviously Bunny has some sort of game plan here, and I'm guessing it's not get destroyed by Marckiemoo's scythe, but unfortunately, that's kind of what's happening right now. Gets hit by the downer, the weapon throw not able to hit, but still, a weapon throw the second time is going to take it. Will he be able to take off that stock? No, he won't, but Marckiemoo, once again, just being so unrelenting, so unforgiving.
He's still applying pressure!
Look at this. This is ridiculous. This will not
so
let this go. Even on the off pick, is like, listen, I respect you as a competitor, so I've got to wipe you off the map right now, or else you could take things back around.
I really love what Marckiemoo was doing with the movement and the dashing there. You saw the weapon spawn in the center of the stage as they were holding down the edge guard onto Bunny. And Markiemoo's movement kept the Bunny guessing whether or not he would go for the weapon or finish the edge guard unarmed. Speaking of unarmed, that's another edge guard on their knee.
That's so gross. That unarmed down air just has so many frames where you could just get snuffed out of your recovery, for example. And right there, Marckiemoo showing that. And look at that. Still unrelenting on the aggression. Weapon throw's going to miss. But
the floor isn't lava. You can't play on the stage.
They don't know that. Someone relay this message to Marckiemoo because he has not got the memo. Okay, approaching with a side air. It just gets completely punished. 6-piece. Absolutely piecing up Bunny, who has no answer, who's struggling to get even one stock right now. We'll be able to get it. Marckiemoo looking, of course, for that 3 stock.
Marckiemoo has the edge guard, but he tries to recover, goes to the wall side, comes in there. How long did it take? 1 minute 45 seconds, 123 damage dealt by Bunny and Marckiemoo, showing why he is him, why is PR number 1.
Oh, absolutely.
Wow.
I mean, it's insane. Just obviously Bunny being a great player, and we saw great showings from her, but still, like, against, even made my voice crack. That's just how powerful this guy's play style is, you know? It's just, it leaves you in awe. But still, Bunny, of course, put up a great fight. And this isn't actually the end of her run. This is the upper bracket, so she'll be falling down to the lower bracket, and we'll be seeing some more of her later. But for now, we've got a new match to focus on. Morrow, how about you tell me about it?
So this is probably my personal favorite. I know we've talked about, you know, Marckiemoo and Bunny being absolutely fire, absolutely gas. This is the one that I'm looking to... Voice crack, ow. Looking to personally. It's my boy, Balloonboy, going up against a player whose character pick came out of left field for me. Stingray was rocking the Bryn earlier. I got the reverse 3-0 onto Radish. So... I am used to Stingray being a spear player, but I'm not used to them pulling out the Bryn. I've mainly seen him in my head as that Orion legend. He is just the embodiment of that character. But I am really liking what Stingray was doing on the Axe. I know you were hyping up Bunny's Axe prowess. You know, that's something that has to be respected. And I agree, but I feel similar to Stingray, especially from what I saw earlier in that Radish set.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I do know that Stingray in the past played Taros. That's actually when I was first getting familiar with him as a player. It was when he was playing Taros. So I know he does have Axe in there. Of course, it's never going to be as good as Axe Taros when you're playing, or Taros Axe, I should say, when you're be playing on the Bryn Axe. But still, some decent stats on that character, you know. The signatures kind of undesirable in some areas, but still, I feel like it's a good pick overall and not one that many people play nowadays. So I'm excited to see if he pulls it out and really makes a showing for it, because I know in 2v2s, Brain is actually used a little bit, at least in the ranked queue. I don't know about too much in, you know, the 2v2s. I feel like it's more been on, you know, Gauntlets, Hammer recently especially, but not so much the Bryn, which is kind of surprising to me. But, you know, who knows? Still got more time to the esports year develops, so we might see some new characters go up in there.
Exactly. Like, that's something that I was really excited for this weekend taking place, because yesterday we had Brawl League and also Blue Force doubles. Today is Blue Force singles. Next week is Galaxy Cup Europe 1v1s, and then I don't know, in either 2 or 3 weeks it's mid-season, and these are the first community tournaments after, you know, Via isn't the de facto #1 best legend in the game, and now people have a bit of time of what am I gonna play this weekend, what am I gonna play in Moose Wars ones or in Brawl League ones, depending on the region, and am I gonna carry that over? So I'm really curious to see, you know, with Balloonboy and Stingray now in the lobby, the Mega Man and the Bryn that are locking in for this set respectively. Is that something that they're going to continue grinding, or the next tournaments that they show up, are they on a different as the meta keeps developing?
Yeah, you know, for Balloonboy, I feel like this Mega Man is kind of locked in. I've noticed in the past couple of tournaments, he's been mostly locking in this Mega Man, so I feel like it is kind of his staple now. Obviously, he still has the pocket pick of the Diana that he will sometimes go to, but it feels like the Mega Man is good for him. And, you know, he's really good on those blasters. We've seen time and time again his precision with those side lights and being able to get the conversions, a ton of damage. It's really something that he's got a prowess on with these blasters. So I think no matter what he plays in the end, it's probably going to be blasters. So whether it be Mega Man, Diana, some other blasters character, who knows? But it's probably going to be blasters no matter what, because he is the Blaster's king right now, honestly.
3,
He's just
1.
yeah, I can't put it any other different way. He is in fact the Blaster's king. It reminded me a bit of Aggro because earlier in Brawl League,
Whoa.
he
Hold
also
on
was
now.
playing VV, but Stingray kind of cooking with that spear on the side of the stage.
I mean, Stingray is the spear master. He is the spear player right there. Look at that, getting the pogos multiple times, stopping that gravity cancel in Sig in order to get back on the stage. He says no, declines that offer, and is able to get an entire stock lead so early on, just 30 seconds. Extending it too. Look at that. These aerial options are superb. Able to get the double D-light into the recovery. That's huge damage on Vivi. Able to dodge through that recovery too. This is a ginormous lead. Tries to get a gravity cancel D-Sig. Isn't going to work out, but still look at this. The momentum is mounting onto Balloonboy. He can't handle the pressure right now. Okay, sends off, gets a weapon throw, and that should be a stock right there. It is, in fact, a stock. And that is going to be 2 stocks now for Stingray, who is just completely running over Balloonboy right now. His blasters just aren't able to get in there like he would in the particular other rounds. And, oh, man, okay.
Boy trying to get started with those boots, but it's very scary against Spear having such big range and such good aerials right now. Stingray out of the stage again, but fighting back with that there. Stingray still makes it back, double recovery coming through, denies the weapon pick up, gets their second spear on deck. In a very bad position. Stingray doesn't go for the GC D-Light, instead tries to go for the jump, gets punished for it, and Balloonboy now having that blaster in hand. It feels weird calling it a singular blaster because as far as I know, this is the only skin where it's a singular one, as every other character like dual wield.
Star Wars, the Chewbacca, I think, or it was one of the
Oh, yeah,
Star Wars. I know that has
I
the
think
singular
either
blaster.
Chewie or Mandalorian. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Either way, one of those got the blaster. So I know what you mean. It is relatively new, of course, in the grand scheme of things, and it's a very cool mechanic. But Balloonboy, right now, he's actually putting the boots to work at the moment. Throwing out his boots, actually. He's going for those blasters, but it's not going to matter. A D6's going to come out, and Stingray will take this 1-0 at the set.
So I looked up pro stats real quick because I wanted to see if there's any history between these players. It is very much Balloonboy favored. Most of the recent data shows that Balloonboy has outplaced Stingray in tournaments, but also has, in the head-to-head stats, Balloonboy has a better win rate. I will say though, the game count in total is 4 to 5 in Balloonboy's favor, and in terms of sets, it's 1 set for Stingray and 2 for Balloonboy. So even though Stingray won that first game, the data shows Balloonboy still can come out on top in this set.
Oh, absolutely. No, he's proven time and time again that he is able to pull out in some sticky situations. But right now, let's see if he can do the same. We're going into map number 2. It is the same as before. Demon Island, same picks. And let's see how Balloonboy responds. Obviously a very good adaptation, but at the same time, Stingray just kind of ran all over him in that one. Let's just be honest. That was pretty much a Stingray show. So let's see if Balloonboy's got an answer cooking up. Right now, Stingray's axe able to get multiple hits with the nairs and dares, building up that consistent damage. Balloonboy trying to find his way in, picking his spots pretty carefully, of course. With the smaller hitboxes of boots, he's got to be careful how he goes in and approaches against the large hitbox of the axe. Able to get in now with the blasters, gets a D-Light into the side air. But whipping a couple of moves, Stingray is moving around, able to get around these attacks with ease.
I am absolutely in love with Stingray's axe. Even though it's one of the heaviest weapons, if not the heaviest weapon in the game, they make it feel so fluid with how quick and easy they just seem to be attacking Balloonboy and have put up so much damage onto them. But right now they're being edgeguarded by Balloonboy's boots and Sig being avoided by Stingray. Goes for the axe in the center of the stage. Decent signature on N-Light will take out Balloonboy. That doesn't stop him from fighting back, putting on the hurt D-Sig, coming through. There it is, D-Light into Sarah. Balloonboy, even though started off on a damage deficit, still is the one to get the first knockout in this game too.
Of course, Stingray's be looking to equalize very quickly here. He knows he's got to go for a side air and gets one. There it is, able to knock him in the face and get himself an even stock count. And it's the same damage as well, so he's going to pick up this momentum here. Obviously, Spear got the longer range against these boots, so Balloonboys once again have to be pretty careful about how he picks his spots. Flashing there. Balloonboy, of course, getting the true combo, but not able to extend anything afterwards. It's a low amount of damage, unfortunately. Boots, on its own, individual attacks aren't going to do very much damage, so he's got to get big strings if he wants to equalize things.
Boy trying to find the opening, but
Oh, that's
Stingray just
stock.
having so much coverage with that spear. Double deal it into Sarah. That's a massive lead for Stingray. Balloonboy trying to find a weapon spawn, gets it, Blast is in hand, tries to outspace Stingray. That's the end light, doesn't unfortunately get something. Instead, Stingray punishes the jump read. A D-light into Sarah. Yeah, Stingray looking like they're gonna lap Balloonboy in damage. Not quite though, Balloonboy still fighting back.
So honestly, for me, it's the aerial usage of the Stingray spear. Just every single time, those side airs are on point, able to get nairs to extend more damage and prop his opponent up in the air. Really, that's what I can attribute a lot of this damage to. And Balloonboy right there, able to equalize things in stock, but not in damage. He's gonna have to do a lot of boots hits, and that's that right there. Okay, going down the right path, able to get a nice 4-piece, extending with that end light. Gotta see what he can get. That's one good neutral interaction, but he needs about 3 more of those. And honestly, look at that, how close he is getting knocked out with that. Try to get, honestly, an early KO maybe with that gravity cancel D-light into recovery, but isn't to be. Let's see, gets a side air. Looking around for it, but
Just
once again, it's the
runs up a
D-Sig.
D-Sig.
D-Sig, yeah, I'm about to say, the D-Sig usage on Stingray's part has been immaculate, hitting pretty much every single one of them, and they've led to a lot of wins, obviously, getting 2-0 now.
I know Balloonboy is probably very upset that he has to play boots into Spear. I practice with Hackle a lot, he's my teammate. I'm a Spear player myself, he likes playing King Zuva, and...
Based.
I will let him know. He really doesn't like just playing Spear in general, because he believes that this matchup into Spear is practically
not favorable.
unwinnable.
No, I
Yeah,
absolutely
it's
agree.
really bad.
I can see that because obviously, like I said, the longer range of the hitboxes, you got to think about it. Spear players, they love to prod with the end light, right, that sticks out in front of them. And when you're trying to do like a boots side light, for example, that's absolutely going to get canceled out by that end light. And of course, you have these arrow moves coming on top. Boots doesn't really have a good way to protect itself from above when, of course, you have the pogo on the spear. So yeah, there's a lot of things to be looking out for. And unfortunately, although Balloonboy, I'm sure, is looking out for them, isn't really able to capitalize. But right there, actually able to get a 5-piece now. Reach the jump up. That's going to be maybe a stock if you can play this correctly off the edge. Gets a nice ground pound as well. Absolutely beautiful. The extension not able to get too much more, but oh no, I lied actually. Side light into side air, double side air, clean stock from Balloonboy. Absolutely taking it in stride. This is a completely different Balloonboy.
I think the big difference maker here is Balloonboy has stopped respecting Stingray's space. Like in the first 2 games, Balloonboy wasn't fighting that much, and it felt like they were constantly on the back foot because they just let Stingray get in so easily on them. Now you see Balloonboy constantly applying the pressure, just chasing for the knockouts. Look at this. This isn't like we haven't seen Balloonboy go off stage like this with the boots movement.
Jeez. Oh no. The ground pound cheese absolutely destroys Balloonboy's stock. Unfortunately, that's the one thing you got to look out for on that offstage with Axe. It's just those hitboxes are so large and come out of nowhere. Stingray, of course, able to utilize that to his advantage. And now he's actually starting to equalize things a little bit on Balloonboy. All it's going to take is a few strings. Balloonboy, what has he got in response? He is the one who is on set points, so he's got to look out.
Really trying to keep up building this damage lead. Dashing out of the way of Stingray's spear, trying to get an edge guard going. Uses the D-light to threaten Stingray from getting back onto the stage. Oh, wall slip came in there and almost had Stingray, but Balloonboy confirming this edge guard. Gets the boot, does not connect the recovery, but the NC coming through though. Absolute perfect patience from Balloonboy, not overextending until Stingray wasted their options. They had to do something in order to get out of that disadvantage. And Balloonboy just waiting there, being like, nah, Stingray, I ain't gonna do anything. You just have to get out of this bad situation you have created for yourself.
Yep, and now it's all on Stingray to build up this damage and get some sort of KO, which is not going to be easy. As you can see, throwing out that ground pound kind of has a desperation to try and confirm a stock, because otherwise it's going to be really, really difficult, showing why multiple side light stairs to almost confirm a KO, but not quite. Trying to get a gravity cancel side sig in there, not going to work out. Balloonboy is whiffing a recovery, but still he is so ahead, he could afford to whiff those. Stingray's got to once again choose his spots pretty carefully, and there's no dodge there. Okay, just completely let that one go. Stingray making the proper proper read and able to get that stock equalized. So maybe he can still do this. It'd be kind of disrespectful to bring this all the way around after your opponent was so good on this third game.
Orphe does not knock out, barely. Boots do not have the KO potential to take it off the biggest stage in 1v1 tournament play right now, but Balloonboy only needs one more delay into recovery to take out Stingray. But we have seen Stingray clutch situations like these before, where they're only on like a sliver of health. Everybody remembers the BCX moment, the flambeau clip. Can Stingray pull it off again?
Yeah, you know, not as hype, but okay, there it is. It's going to be the recovery to take things off the top, and no comeback around for Stingray, but still well played, you know. Honestly, he brought things around good enough, and obviously being now 1-2 in the set, or I guess 2-1 for Stingray, he isn't too worried, I'm assuming. Obviously, he's got 2 more games to play around with, so let's see what develops. But good job to Balloonboy, able to finally put something on the board and not get 3-0'd.
It feels like we haven't seen Balloonboy, we just see entirely different Mega Man players coming from game 2 to game 3. Because game 1 and 2 coming out from Balloonboy felt very defensive, they were kind of getting clapped up by Stingray. And game 3 was like, nah, Balloonboy's taking the initiative, they're the one that are in charge, they're the one that's leading the pace of the match, and they're the one that puts Stingray now in a 2-1 situation.
Right. And I just saw that they once again are going to Demon Island. So I think it's interesting that they keep going back to this map. Obviously, it's a very popular one, but the main dynamic here is you got the short walls, of course, and you've got no platforms to work on. So if you're landing on anything, it's probably going to be on the stage. It's really the only proper landing space. So it requires, or not requires, but allows a lot less room for error when it comes to landing. So I'm sure they like this dynamic. Obviously, Stingray might... You know, he might want some platforms in there if he can. You know, spear with the D-lights and whatnot on a tri-plat platform, or tri-platform map, I'd say. But anyways, fourth game now.
Like, I definitely think like the stage selection is a very good trade-off type thing, because you mentioned, you know, there's no platforms, you can't land on that. Counterpoint could also be when you're playing Spear or Boots, for example, two very dodge reading based string weapons. You don't really have any like airborne space to do another grounded move. All you have to work with is your gravity cancel. You can't really seek like a higher ground and do like a triple D-light, for example, like you can on, let's say, Terminus or Small Enigma.
Yep, that is very true. Now it looks like it's actually Stingray a bit on the edge, but able to make his way back. Is he guarding the weapon? I'm wondering if Balloonboy wants to go over these blasters or not. Obviously, it's much more consistent for KOing, but Stingray not going to allow that. Throws the weapon away, but that actually might get destroyed or wiped in his face right there. Balloonboy whiffing on the gravity cancel D-light and gets double D-lighted into ground pound. Oh my goodness. Okay, that is big damage for Stingray, who does get caught by that D-sig, but still, look at that damage. It's not looking good for Balloonboy right now. He's got to equalize things fast. Okay, that's a good way to do it right there. Yep, the D-light into the side air to confirm the stock. And let's see what he opts for. It's going to be the boots. Okay, so he's feeling confident in these large strings, which is absolutely what he needs to get if he wants a chance at bringing this back.
Balloonboy trying to space it out a little bit. They're playing against Axe right now on a 4 defense legend. They do not want to take any unnecessary hits when they're already behind by quite a significant margin. They're being put in red by the one sidelight into there. We got from Stingray, and Balloonboy now swapping over to the blasters. Misses the sidelight, unfortunately does not get the punish from the NSYNC from Stingray. Balloonboy trying to adapt their spacing again, trying to get the correct spacing. Using that sidelight to apply a little bit of pressure there. Sidelight into Sarah coming through. Open spawn in the middle. Stingray over, swapping to the spear.
You can really see how good Balloonboy is on these blasters with his spacing, right? He is always the proper distance away from Stingray to get those sidelights into side airs, which really just shows the mastery he has on this weapon. And it's been working out. Look at this. Able to get out of the way of that D-sig. He's been notoriously unable to avoid that, but right there, finally able to get out of it. And instead, rips a side sig himself. Isn't going to work out, but gets hit by the side air. That's going to be a stock, falling down potentially to his set stock right here. Saying Stingray. Is he able to bring this momentum away from Balloonboy, or I guess the other way around, but Stingray wants his momentum. Let's see.
Stingray wins this. It's a massive upset because Balloonboy, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, PR number 3 and Stingray PR number 10. So still close to each other, but it's the difference between podium place and top 10, which I believe still is quite significant. Now, Stingray out on their last stock, but I still have another game to play if he loses this. He can afford to. It might bringing us to a game 5. It's so that even right now, but here we have that spear that we were talking about that is very dangerous, where they can use the poking potential from that end light to outspace Balloonboy on those blasters.
I feel like Stingray is kind of starting to feel the pressure right now. These blasters have been running all around him, getting all these confirms with the side lights into the side airs or D lights into confirms. So he's really got to figure out how to get into Balloonboy's hitbox, because otherwise Balloonboy might be able to take this away and bring it back to 2-2. And honestly, the momentum might be too much at that point. So Stingray, obviously, best choice of action is to win it here. But Balloonboy fighting vigorously, able to get a nice D-light into the recovery, gravity cancel. That was nice, able to equalize things into 2-2, and now we're going into a game 5. Oh boy, this is exciting.
That was a disgusting. I don't know if it even was a read or maybe just a panic option. No matter what the intent behind that play was, it was the correct one to make from Balloonboy. I hope we get to see that in replay, because yeah, no, Radish is saying it in game chat as well. Wow, nothing else add. That was a crazy option. You're only gonna see that from someone like Balloonboy. That is just, you know, the blaster's master.
Absolutely. It was just devious the way he stole that stock from him, right? I mean, it's just, that shows the force of that recovery, right? It's got a lot of risk going for that D-light recovery, but when it hits, that thing is going to KO super, super early. So that is the risk that you've got to play with if you're going to be a master of the blasters. But here we go, game number 5, once again over on the Demon Island. Let's see what happens. I'm really excited because both of them have been on fire at different points in the set. So will Stingray able to bring things back around, or will Balloonboy overwhelm him with this reverse 3-0? Here we go.
Boy, again, like, you see the amount of movement buttons that he is pressing and still being so precise with it is insane. He's just mostly looking for that correct positioning in order to space out those sidelights into Sairs that you mentioned earlier in game 4. Like, Balloonboy's actions is 90% movement buttons, 10%, you know, the actual attacks, and it shows in how he plays, because his hit ratio on Blaster specifically is pretty big. I don't think I've seen him miss sidelight more than like one time in a row. Wow.
You see that? Going for the side light for the recovery instead. An unexpected option, a mix-up from that side air is actually going to take that stock where it otherwise would not have. Stingray, he's got to be feeling that one right now. He's going to be dipping off stage to try and get a Pogo, but actually gets reversed a little bit. Gets behind Balloonboy and pokes for the offstage interaction, but gets caught by that side light, and now once again, a little bit into Blender, but thankfully for Stingray, able to equalize with that side air, and that's going to bring things pretty even, but a little bit of a damage deficit to make up on Stingray's part.
I was Balloonboy, I would not be happy with the damage that I have dealt here, because you see, you're playing 4 defense into Bryn, you're already being lapped in damage. Like, I think Balloonboy, if he played it a little bit more safer and Stingray didn't get that there into Sair, Balloonboy could have gotten a lot more value out of getting boost reads. Either way, Balloonboy is fighting back, sidesing coming through the leaf shield, and gets the Sair.
What a call out.
It off.
Balloonboy taking things away now with his blasters, and it's actually Stingray now on the set stock, and Balloonboy looking to keep it going. Almost got that read there with the jump down air, but still, okay, now Stingray able to get the full combo. That was ridiculous, and now we've got an even game. Basically no extra damage built up on Stingray. This is an even game. It's starting to get a little bit nerve-wracking for both these players. Remember, this is to get into the winners finals. Which one can do it? Double down air into the side lights. Good side stick as well, and that's going to be it. A reverse 3-0 for Balloonboy. What a madman.
Oh my days. Nah, that read is gonna start my Joker arc. How did he get 2 dodges in a row? Didn't commit on the first one because he was like, nah, I'm gonna get another one, and then finish it with a side sig. That's absolutely crazy. I want to see that final knockout coming from Balloonboy in replay for a moment. Oh, it showed.
Right to it. Dang, we got robbed.
Skipped right to it. No fluff added. No extra unnecessary stuff. Just shows us the win of Balloonboy. What started off as a real big struggle with the first 2 games from Balloonboy turned out into an absolute... Can I call it dominance? Because let's be real, that the last few streaks that we saw in last game were kind of dominant from Balloonboy, but it still was Stingray taking them to the final stock, not just in that game, but in the entire set.
You know,
Calling
they
it
both-
dominance is
No, I get what you
not
mean.
quite that.
Yeah, absolutely. Because they both had periods of time where they were dominating. Obviously, Stingray, especially in that first game, he completely took things away. But yeah, by the end of the game, it seemed like Balloonboy was able to adapt around it, figure out that game plan, able to get his side lights into side airs. That's what really was going on for him, was getting those side lights. Sometimes the gravity cancel side lights. Obviously, we saw one time he went from the side light to the recovery, a great option. But overall, able to properly place those side lights is what makes a good Blasters player, and proving it right there, the reverse 3-0. Very, very nicely done. So yeah, but now we're going to break. So give yourself a little bit of time to relax after such intense sets. Get some water, take a pee break, whatever you gotta do. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
welcome back, my friends from Brawlhalla. God, I've missed everybody here. Welcome back, Trit, as well. And let's just get straight into it, because I cannot wait for the next match that we have. And it's gonna be one on the elimination side once. It's gonna be Marckiemoo versus Radish. Both seeded PR 10, or not seeded PR 10, seeded 10 in the top 10. Radish being seeded 2nd in the tournament, and Marckiemoo 9th. Yet they are down here, unfortunately, with in the top 8 elimination side. I'm kind of wondering what happened, what put them down here.
Well, we can see from the prior sets that Radish went down to Stingray in a 3-2 set, so that was the fight for that winner or upper semifinals. And then as far as Marckiemoo goes, I actually can't see. Let me go farther back in this challenger mode bracket. It'll tell me where he got taken out. But either way, yeah, so both these players, like you said, obviously really good, and to see them in the lower stages of this tournament so early is pretty surprising. But still, they're gonna be putting up quite the fight in order to stay in this tournament. Obviously, quite a bit on the line here, so we're gonna see what goes into everything. Now, I noticed Marckiemoo, he locked in the new Loki skin from the Battle Pass. Although Loki obviously has guitars, and he's a guitars player, so that makes sense. But as far as the Scythe goes, you know, I don't think this is a usual pick for him. Usually he's obviously on that Queen Nai. That's what we've come to expect from him when it comes to 1v1s. But obviously, Loki seeming like a better pick, at least for him.
I want to say I vibe with this because I think it's their playstyle really well. But I'm also in a position where I gotta see it first before I believe it.
That's fair.
Because I am, like you mentioned, at Queen Nai, I'm so used to seeing that and just pressing signatures in order to get reads. Like 30 damage with one attack, then win it off that. That playstyle doesn't really translate really well to Loki, who's a bit more agile, I guess you could say, a bit more faster, but less damage type signature attacks in their kit.
Right, and of course, no one's questioning what Radish will be playing. We already know that he's on the iconic Red Raptor. Very nice skin, of course. He's got the drip all figured out. This is practically copyrighted at this point, so if you're thinking about using this drip, don't. You'll probably get some legal papers in the mail. Anyways, get into game number 1. We're on the Small Fortress of Lions. Here we go. I'm interested to see how much Marckiemoo sticks on the Scythe. You know, obviously he is a guitars player through and through, so I want to see if he really gives it a try, or if it's just like, I'm automatically swapping over to guitars. Like, I don't want this. So far, it seems like he's willing to at least play on the Scythe a little bit, getting some down airs there, but Radish already pressuring off stage, as he so often does with this orb. Really easy to get carried away with these down airs and side airs that the orb provides, so he's got to be careful.
I will say one thing though, if I was Radish in this position, I would be big chilling right now, because you're playing 2 of Orb's best matchups.
Fair.
So I wouldn't be too worried about this character pick coming out from Marckiemoo, as long as he adapts well and just uses their game knowledge in order to outposition Marckiemoo both of these weapons. Because that's the one thing that Orb has. You have a bigger range of, you know, threatening your opponent, whereas both Scythe and Katars kinda need to really get into you and be on your face. Whereas Orb has enough tools to keep someone away while still do a lot of damage.
And Marckiemoo, yep, just barely short on that comeback to the stage, and is going to be falling down. First stock taken of the match. Radish, of course, priming up that orb. He wants to keep that longer distance weapon. And Marckiemoo is going to struggle a little bit to find these KOs. Probably going to be going for those signatures more than the light attacks, because otherwise it's just going to take so very long. Random D-Sig there, I guess trying to catch an approach rather than anything, but still down there in the air, sweeping a little bit. Marckiemoo kind of going out high to try and catch something, but unable to. Radish once again just sticking to clean down airs and side airs to try and catch on the ledge, but not able to so far. And yeah, we can already see the problems right here of KOing with Scythe, that side air from the other side of the stage. Not able to KO. Let's see if he can get some with the guitars right now. Went low for a read, but still can't find anything. As long as this goes, this is not going to be good for Marckiemoo.
Like, Radish is just slowly building up more damage the more time Marckiemoo takes in order to get this knockout. Oh, the body coming through. Weapon throws, Marckiemoo goes below it, but Radish still has the advantage. Use the platform in order to put a little bit of threat onto Marckiemoo as they're trying to get back to the stage. Weapon throws down, and now Radish has the orb, whereas Marckiemoo is unarmed, but the unarmed Nair to the other side of the stage. Top left blast, so doesn't knock out, but punishes the gravity cancel and Sig. The bird and throws away Radish, but that took a long time. Look at how much damage Guichibu already has taken. Radish doesn't need that much anymore to get a knockout.
No, not really. And of course, we already know he's definitely not afraid to throw out those signatures. As I just said, he throws an N-Sig, but unfortunately not going to be able to connect on this one. And yeah, you know, Boots, of course, going to take a while to KO consistently on those light attacks, so it is understandable to go for those signatures, but Guichibu, if he's able to punish them correctly, could build up a good amount of damage, but unfortunately going to end light the wrong way, leading to his demise with the side light side air. Radish pulling ahead even more. This is going to be bad for Guichibu if he can't find a big string real quick. Radish said big string. That's me right there, able to get one with 3-piece right there on the orb. And Guichibu is just falling farther and farther behind, getting hit by some more aerials, falls into the recovery with a dodge in. Oh my goodness, this is just terrible for Guichibu. Able to get a D-Sig to kind of get Radish off him. Goes for a second one, rather greedily so. But yeah, just Radish destroying Guichibu right now.
I just, like, what I loved from Radish just coming out of the gate swinging is how consistent they were at recognizing the dodges coming out from Guichibu. Again, Radish on Orb is so good at recognizing whenever Guichibu uses a dodge and then commits something. Like, for example, we saw Guichibu not having a dodge when Radish went for a D-Light and hit the upper side of it on Orb. And Radish was like, you know what, sure, D-Light into Nair, into recovery, all unjumpable, and Guichibu doesn't have anything anymore. Did that twice on that last stock. And there you saw the sidelight into Nair, into recovery. Again, same story. Sidelight into Nair, into recovery only works if someone doesn't have a dodge, because it's not in fact a true combo, it is just unjumpable. And just seeing like that recognition from Radish is very impressive.
And one thing I want to point out, and it went away the damage screen, but it showed that actually Guichibu was doing more on the Scythe than the Katars. Might have something to do, of course, with the matchup or whatnot, but it doesn't matter anymore because he's going to be dropping the Scythe, and I figured he'd do this if he lost game 1, going back to his tried and true Queen Nai over on this Ball Fortress Alliance. Let's see what this changes. I think it's going to be a lot more familiar, obviously, with the second weapon, Spear being very strong right now, so I think this will help him in the long run, but still, Radish, being as strong as he is, and Guichibu's not even messing around with the Scythe. He's like, this big stick, who cares about it, right? I need my Katars ASAP. Throwing him away, but that's gonna cost actually. Radish getting testy right there with the gravity cancel side light, able to bring him up into the air, almost getting a KO, even on the heavy defense of that Queen Nai. Radish, what exactly are you plotting right now? Trying to take these stocks away early, even though you're in the lead. That is just devious. Let's see, how can Guichibu respond? Getting a 3-piece, but no response afterwards. Almost get hit by that bike right there. A good cancel out of it from Radish is going to bring things even better in his position. Getting a sidelight side air. This might be a stock for him if he can get the side air. Not able to, though. Oh,
wait, the weapon spawn, gravity cancel D-Light into Snare? It's still a chunk of damage. Guichibu was able to put on there before they lost their first stock. Radish already in the orange, which if you're on Queen 9, that's essentially knockout range.
Ooh.
Called it.
There it is.
I called it. Knockout range.
Oh my goodness, that just KOs so early, but at the same time, what a risky Sig. Honestly, I can't name too many riskier than that one, but alright, let's see. Things are about equalized right now, and of course, Guichibu has the high damage and high defense to work with, so if he can get something big going, which he's trying to right now, stringing together multiple nairs, but Radish fighting back, getting himself a recovery to push him off into the air. He's been really, really good this game with the aerial usage, right? Able to use those orb nairs, the boots nairs, recoveries from both weapons, and Guichibu's just been dodging into him, and same thing with the ground pounds as well. Yeah, Guichibu, and we get his back on, but instantly dives down there. And now he's going to perform a little bit of weapon starve onto Radish. Oh, the unarmed recovery is coming through as well.
Radish on the move, trying to find a weapon spawner and opening onto Guichibu. I do not think you want to take an armed into the Katars matchup Radish here. Now Guichibu with spear in hand, it's like a decent signature. Or the D-Light into GC and Sig! Beautiful knockout, and now Guichibu, first time in the set they're taking the lead. Again, the Katars, the signature Guichibu weapon in hand, the weapon that they got familiar with. I think Guichibu's entire career started when they were playing Lin Fei. That was like their legend in the beginning, and now they've transitioned to being the Queen Nai GOAT.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, as far as placement goes, the only other person I could think of is probably Fiend in South America, who was playing big on the Queen Nai at some point, and that's kind of in the past now too, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, honestly, it's just the Queen Nai player now. But let's see if we could do and make this around, or take this around on Radish. Obviously, a little bit down to the set right now, but things are even in this game. He can bring things around if he's able to get out of these aerial attacks, but like I said, it's been so strong from Radish. He knows exactly how to space them out and get himself a nice string, propping Marckiemoo into the air. Right now, kind of going on a bit of a Sair streak right there, able to get some damage. And they're playing it really, really cautiously, as you can see, not going for anything too committal on either side, and kind of throw out these bait options to try and get each other to whiff something. Radish finally getting a 3-piece, bringing things to a round even. It's about now that they're both going to be getting into the KO percentage soon enough, and that's going to be a big risk coming up from Marckiemoo and Sig to take things off the top, evening it to 1-1.
I just got hit with Whiplash. How did that... I
was so quick. I know. It just turns on a dime. That's just the reality of Brawlhalla. The games could turn on its head at any moment, so you've really got to be careful.
That's just an unholy signature. Like... Radish was an orange! You're playing on Small Fortress of Lions. That's like the second biggest stage aside from Demon Island. How?
On the stage, too.
Bottom of the stage.
Let's just say he's having fun too. Yes, we're all having fun. We're players, not so much maybe, but we are definitely having fun. Very interesting set. Now let's see if we'll get something a little bit different in the map picks. I've noticed so far of this tournament that like when a group of players or two players decide on a map, they kind of just stick with that one. We saw nothing but Small Fortress of Lions in our first like Marckiemoo versus Bunny. Then we saw nothing but Demon Island for Stingray versus why am I blanking right now on the name? Stingray versus Balloonboy, right? Balloonboy. Yep.
3, 2, 1,
anyways,
brawl.
so get into this third game right now, 1-1. Let's see who takes the momentum even further. It's gonna get number 4, because I'm sure both of them would want that. And Radish is already priming up the orb. We saw from that damage screen in game number 2 that it was basically all coming up from the orb. We come to expect this. Look at that. Able to extend things whenever Marckiemoo tried to land back on the ground. That gravity cancel cider taking away that, falling away option. So very nicely done. But Marckiemoo answering back with some big hits of his own, and things are actually about even for both players. Let's see, both going off stage now. Marckiemoo hitting a nair, try to go for another one maybe to extend things off stage, but both of them back in there now. Radish throws his weapon to grab that orb, and I'm assuming, just going to keep going for those recoveries. They're very, very hard to punish, and they could really lead to some early KOs off the top, so he's going to be fishing for those quite a bit, as we've seen.
I really love how Radish just never stand still. They're always on the move, they're always... I'm sorry? Guichamo? Queen Nai?
I love this character.
This character... I need to keep my bites inside of me. I do not need to rage on mic right now. Okay, Ensign coming through from Radish, getting it, taking down Guichamo. Oh, getting that orb. What I was saying, whenever Radish is in the zone, never stand still. He's always on the move, looking for something, looking for an opening. And I think that especially shows on if you see him go for sidelight reads. Even though he's looking for something, he's always, dashing back or forward or even jumping. He is not standing still if he's trying to bait out a dodge. And he does that in order to prevent an enemy from waking up and making it difficult to track him down, making it difficult to pinpoint him. It is very difficult to just get a lock onto Radish when he's so erratic with their movement.
And most definitely, that is the thing about Brawlhalla, is very, very fast-paced movement can be done very, very quickly thanks to the snap dash and other factors. So you've really got to be careful where you place your attacks, because otherwise your opponent might already be halfway across the stage by the time you throw it out. So really got to be careful. Marckiemoo right there, not being careful though, throwing out a rather hasty ground pound, but still found a way to work, and actually has built up quite a bit of damage onto Radish, going for a gravity cancel desig there to try and close things out, which honestly probably would have. Let's just be honest here, even though it was the other side of the stage. I wouldn't have been too surprised. Radish now trying to build up some more damage before getting the KO onto Marckiemoo, but there it is. The nice dodge through into the gravity cancel down sig will take out in the bottom corner, and Radish is falling to his last stock of the game.
He's a disgusting legend. I just have to put it out there. Like, no shade to Guichamo. Like, because he's utilizing the character well. Like, at the end of the day, Guichamo knows how to use the tools that Queen Nai as a legend gives the player, however broken those tools may be.
Okay, but right now, actually, the low speed of Queen Nai is showing its ugly head, but the gravity cancel insync was able to get things weapon throw up into a recovery as well, reversing that position completely, and now Radish is looking down the barrel of a 2-stock instead of a, what was honestly a pretty even game. Radish able to get the in-light to push Guichibu off. Once again, gonna get down air. Not able to get any sort of KO yet, but is looking for it. Just barely whipping that down air too. Approaching the weapon throw, but Guichibu's gonna dodge through, and that might be a stock if he gets the read. No, not quite. Guichibu starving the weapon completely from Radish. Doesn't even want to give him a
Avoids
chance.
it, Haymaker.
Doesn't need it. Yep, does not need a weapon at all. Gonna get that Haymaker. Still, look at that. Very, very, very damaged stock. And against Guichibu, or specifically against Queen Nai, it's not gonna take too many hits. Yeah.
He went for it. I respect that. He had to make plays. He's behind by so much. A play like that, if it worked, would just win him this game immediately without having to do much damage building. I respect him so much for that, but it didn't work out. And now Guichibu gets Sair.
See that? Did you see that side air? Oh my goodness! Like
it was vile. Like the momentum that you retain from a dash jump is crazy. Like it reaches so far, even though the hitbox itself isn't the biggest. Just the movement that you can do in order to set yourself up for a Sair makes it feel like it has way longer range than it actually has.
Most definitely. And look at that, 0 damage on the spear coming up from Guichibu. This is kind of what we come to expect. So honestly, no one's too surprised. But yeah, it's very much a guitar specialist over here, and a Queen Nai specialist too, as we saw. Turn things around completely after going off the Loki. So yeah, just stick to what you're good at. And Radish, he's been finding some ways to counter back, but overall, Guichibu, he's just been overtaking him with this Queen Nai. So hopefully Radish can find a way to bring things back and give us a game 5, because we love those. But I don't know, the way Guichibu has been playing, it's kind of feeling like it's going to be a 3-1.
Like, the longer the set has been going on, I think the more Guichibu was in charge and has the lead. Like, Radish was the one that won that first game off that Loki, then Guichibu went to that Nai, won the second game, and now we saw, if I remember correctly, it was almost, yeah, it was a 2-stock. I had to keep it in mind for quick because my head was changing the order of certain games that were played. So yeah, Guichibu, if the stats are correct, and the pattern of Guichibu winning with every time +1 stock the longer the set goes on, theoretically speaking, he would get a 3-stock right now. And we're seeing a different map this time. We're talking about, I almost called it Mos Eisley. That's completely wrong. Fortress of Lions being one of the most played maps today. And this is the other most played map, not just today, but I think in general, I think Demon Island has been one of the longest lasted. What are they doing?
Yeah, and we're seeing some classic NA gameplay right here. Gotta bring it back just for old time's sake, I guess. Completely standing on opposite sides of the stage, kind of doing a stare down, old Western style. But now they're finally getting to things. Guichibu getting himself a nair on the edge there, and as you can see, just really put into perspective how much damage each one of these attacks does. And that kind of goes to your point about how, like, as the set goes on, if Guichibu is pulling ahead, it takes so little for him to keep that lead because of the high damage and the high defense of Queen Nai. So Radish really has to be careful here, and unfortunately he's just been taking a little bit too many hits.
Chicken!
But there it is. Yep, the Raptor foot stomping down on his head, able to bring him down to the first stock of the game, and now it's a lead for Radish for the first time in a while, it seems. Bring it out
the
again.
chicken comes out again. Gets the second orb. GC sideline Nair waits out the dodge, gets the recovery. Radish. Radish is so good at orb. It's nuts. He's a nutcase. He's another.
Well, it's really like these gravity cancel side lights that keep calling out these, fallaways that Guichibu does in the air, right? Because of course, Guichibu doesn't want to fall back into the recoveries and the nairs as he's done time and time again. So he's like, okay, time to fall down, time to fast fall. But then Radish says, nuh-uh, no you don't. Gravity cancel side light is gonna pick him up each and every time. And he's just been so good at picking those times to use that option. And that's what's developed into this game. That's why we're seeing such an extraordinary lead on his part. So let's see if we continue it once again. Nair to recovery.
Chicken!
And then a GC insig. This might be a 3-stock right here for Radish, really sending a message to Guichibu in this game number 4, but it's going to be a double recovery. Guichibu is saying, nuh-uh, that's going to be at least a 1-stock down situation, but still, as far as winning this game goes, I well, it's on Queen 9, so I guess it's possible, but it would be
You've
really,
seen Reachable
really hard.
already take stocks in orange. They don't need to put in that much work in order to put Radish in a very dangerous situation where they need to respect it. Radish getting the side stick, but Reachable living off the back of that armor, that thick skin, that high defense that Nai has, and light coming from Radish. Get the edge guard that they were looking for, and now Reachable gets to have that spear. Radish with the orb in hand, where they have put in so much damage. Can they get the final knockout to take 5 Radish? Gets dominant game 4 performance. Radish locked in, stopped playing around.
Yeah,
He takes
no,
us to game
definitely.
5.
He was toying with him right there. And just like I said, it really is the aerial game that makes all the difference. Or, well, Bleachboo's saying it's the skin that makes all the difference. Pulling out the new Queen Nai skin from the Battle Pass. Very, very nice. I actually love this skin a lot. But maybe it's the drip change to turn things around, you know? Sometimes you need that. You need the extra drip. You need the tier 85 Battle Pass skin. You need some animation in your skin to really prove your worth. Because obviously Radish, he's playing with the animated Battle Pass skin. So it's only fair that Bleachboo does the same. So will this be the turning point? Will that extra drip really add to Guichibu's gameplay and give him this final win over Radish? It's only time will tell. And Demon Island's gonna get banned,
Radish
so
has
we're going to Small
one
Fortress.
thing in advantage. You have the homies in the in-game lobby saying "Go Radish," supporting him. The power of friendship is on his side for this set. Banning the last few maps, Western. Okay, if we're not going to
Radish.
Small Fortress of Lions, I don't know anymore, man.
Yeah, he's really crafting this counter pick right now. Radish
He's
is like, do I
actively
really wanna do that?
theorizing where we
Imagine,
need to
no,
go.
imagine we see a Western Air Temple right now.
I would be so down for a Western.
I'd be dumbfounded to see a Western Air Temple right now. Like
Come
that.
on,
Just in
Radish,
this
do the
economy,
impossible.
a
Give us
Western
Western
Air
Air
Temple
Temple.
game in this economy. He listened.
way.
Radish, I know you're listening to the stream right now. There's no way you just decided that. But anyways, okay, we're gonna see ourselves indeed a small Western Air Temple game. I don't know if it's small actually, but it's just Western Air Temple. Anyways, getting to game number 5, Western Air Temple. What a bizarre pick, but very fitting for this game number 5. Let's get it.
So I want to bring up a point that we mentioned earlier in the stream, where you mentioned, the lack of platforms. I think this was during the Stingray set that we saw earlier, allowing people to have a better job at catching people's landings, but in return, platforms you don't have access to yourself, limit your possibilities, extend your combos with platform canceling. And I'm kind of curious how we're gonna see this, because I think both Boots, both Orb, and especially Spear can make a lot of use out of those platforms in order to extend their aerial combos.
Oh yes. Never see again. Once
Chicken.
again, these chicken. We love seeing it, but like, just the gravity cancel side lights. They're always such a threat, and Guichibu keeps running into them time and time again, and it's caused him so much damage. So many stocks. Right there is one taken away by a gravity cancel in Sig. Radish starting to pull away pretty early in this game. Look at that, and yeah, look at that once again.
Keep
able to get himself
cooking!
a gravity canceled side light. It's just every single time Guichibu keeps himself on that horizontal level, and it's just costing him over and over. Will he figure that out in time? Because otherwise, Radish is just gonna.
Reachable, you're behind!
Yeah,
You're gonna lose if you go to time!
I just needed to pause right there. I feel like a moment of silence was in order after that one. But okay, here we go. Back to the game.
Radish trying to get an edge guard going, but Guichibu with the high upper recovery doesn't quite take Radish off the top. Wouldn't even have surprised me if it did, because, Queen Nai, high strength, we know it, we've seen it before in the set. That's the end light. Guichibu struggling really to get in. Chicken! The wrath of KFC is coming for Guichibu.
No way. And there it is once again. How many times have I said that at this point? The gravity cancel side light into side air. I've said that the most out of anything today, that's for sure. But geez, Radish just knows exactly when to throw those out, and Guichibu having no answer other than to throw away the spear. He knows if he's gonna get something done, it's gonna be on these Katars. But even then, he's not really getting anything done right now. Radish is doing all the work, putting in all the damage right now. Finally, Guichibu able to get himself a side light into the D-Sig read to confirm that stock, but he's just behind so much. He's gonna need a really big string, and all it takes is like 6 or so hits, maybe up towards the top of the stage to take a stock with this Queen Nai. So he can do it, but will he do it?
Richibu trying to take Radish off the top again. They're like Richibu actively looking for games. They're not looking for damage, but they're trying to look something in order to disposition Radish, in order to set up for a very cheeky knockout, like those recoveries off the top of the stage, or even daring in order to put Radish off stage and then get a vile ground pound and just exhaust the options.
Okay, the
Radish with the ground pound on the stage, off the platform there.
The down air and
The chicken is denied.
Oh man, that would have been a lights out for Guichibu. Absolutely. And once again, look at that. He's
Ground
still
pound
got an
again.
entire stock to go through. Okay. This is do or die right now for Guichibu. And yet the gravity cancel moves still meeting their mark every single time for Radish. Throwing his weapon to approach, but Guichibu tries to rip an N-Sig. It's not going to work out. The D-Sig 2 missing, and he
Wait,
jumps
N-Sig
right
from
into the
Radish!
N-Sig. Such a nice placement. That's just
Doesn't have any
not
options.
open. He's gone, and that is going to be 3-2 for Radish, defeating Guichibu, sending him out of the tournament.
Radish is just like that. End of discussion. Radish was so good in like just that game 5 with that entire set. I'm so stealing a lot of the reads that he's going for and the way he's using EC Silent in order to catch landings on block. I may just rewatch this set as a whole.
Oh, definitely.
There's stuff that, like, I have a level 100 Dusk and I'm seeing Radish do stuff that even I haven't done before. I'm so stealing some of this tag.
Well, that's a good reason to watch pro gameplay. They often provide some insights. It's hard to tell sometimes what they're going to be doing or what's going on in their head because their gameplay is just pretty advanced compared to the average player. But still, you can really see where they decide to, pick out their spots, what to go for. Obviously, the game plan of Radish there, getting those gravity cancel side lights and able to snipe Guichibu every single time with those. Just really that's why I could attribute a lot of that to. And also, of course, the aerial gameplay with those orb nairs. So, very nicely done. Once again, Radish going to be moving on in the lower bracket, and that is going to be Guichibu exiting in the top 8. But still, good job to him. Very well played. But we've got another match to get to. One more for us before we exit out of here. Tell me about it, Morrow.
So, I think these people are probably the least known we have at the top 8 today, because Marckiemoo is just the king. Bunny is, always up there in the top 4. Stingray, an OG. Balloonboy, always competes with Marckiemoo. Same with Radish for, those podium spots. But we have seeing Shade, or I think just Shade, and Hybrid facing off. In top 8, the lowest seeds going against each other. Raiders seed 2 just winning over Guichibu, Balloonboy winning over Stingray, seed 3 versus seed 7. This is seed 12 versus seed 19. And I am looking at the people that are beat in order to get there. Hybrid beat MacD, 3-0, and Shade beat Anime Fad, which were kinda tight matches. They beat people that, have been here before. They beat people that I'm pretty sure the community has seen more, that have a bit more of a presence. So
Right.
I'm already impressed for we're seeing any gameplay. Like, well done to them for making it this far and taking out these titans in order to get themselves in place. Oh, the hell, like, one person gotta go now.
Most definitely. It's no easy feat, and yeah, that really is how it is. One person can take the win, nobody else can. So even though both of them have fought and tremendously hard to get to the spot, they're going to see someone exit here. So we're going to see. Like I said, Shade and Hybrid, I would agree, probably less recognizable than some of those big names, obviously being much higher PR, for Marckiemoo and Balloonboy. Those are, top 3, top 1 even for Marckiemoo. So they're very recognizable in that case. And then, like you said, Stingray, been around for ages. So these two players, a little bit newer to the block, but still proving their skills in plenty of ways. And getting here to the top 8, that just proves it right there. I know seeing Shade has done very well in the past. I saw one time he got top 8 in one of the most recent, I forget exactly which one, I think it was in 2024, he was able to get himself a top 8, maybe it was this year in January or 2025.
I
I'm not
have
sure.
the pro stats, luckily. Trial
Good point.
of
Good point. We
Laufey,
do that for a
North
reason.
America Moose World. Yeah, pro stats is amazing. Plays 9th, so barely out of that top 8, unfortunately. Seeing Shade has 5 top 32s under their belt, and that's about it, with their PR to number 16 in 1v1s. Hybrid has 3 top 32s, so for both of these players, this is outperforming the historical statistics that we have on them.
That's true.
What also is interesting on pro stats, they don't have any head-to-head stats. So this tournament is the first. It's gonna decide who's gonna have that 100% win rate over each other on pro stats for the foreseeable future.
That's right. And I'm sure these two definitely have fought each other before in, obviously ranked, for example. I know Hybrid especially is a ranked grinder. I've seen Shade in the queue sometimes, not so much anymore. At least I haven't seen him. But then again, he's probably a lot higher than I am in ELO, so understandable. But yeah, I know these two definitely have fought each other before, so they might be a little bit familiar with each other's play styles. And both of them are going for legends that are pretty used to. Obviously, Hybrid on that Orion. He does both that and the Wushang. And then seeing Shade, he's usually always on those gauntlets. So here we go. Yet again, number 1, Small Fortress Alliance. I'm excited to get into this.
I'm excited also. I really like these character picks. Like we talked about this a bit before backstage. The character variety that we're seeing this weekend is absolutely amazing. But this is the 4th Petra that I've seen in 1v1s this week because EU Brawl League was ridden with Petras in top lane. We had like 3 different Petra players. Maybe, a side of the new meta to come, who knows?
Yeah, things have been changing in a big way for a lot of weapons, so I absolutely agree. But obviously there's still going to be some legends that pull out above the others, but I don't know if I would say Orion's one of them, and yet we have Hybrid here playing on it, so big respect to him for picking a legend that's not really utilized outside of 2v2s. But right there, seeing Shade, giving him no respect, able to get the gravity cancel delay into the recovery, and that's going to be a pretty early lead for him right now. Let's see if Hybrid can answer back. He's going to be on the Spear. Pretty good for countering those gauntlets, which so far have been Shade's tactic in getting the stocks and the damage, so let's see what he can do. Oh, gets a read right there, able to get some big damage. Yep, the Nair pulling him down, trying to get a recovery to extend further, but not able to quite yet. Hybrid getting himself a sidelight into a Nair. Very nice. Oh, that's going to just take the stock outright. Okay.
That was disgusting.
A really, really quick stock, equalizing things up. Still is down a little bit in the damage, but that is momentous right there.
Preventing any more harm from being done and trying to fight back as little damage taken, giving away as little extra credit towards Shade as possible. But seeing Shade now with the gun still putting Hybrid in the red. Multiple Saras in a row, trying to get the edge guard with the Sarah coming out from the lance. Nice, it takes away space, gets the dodge. Hybrid in a really strong position, use the Endlight to poke to get the edge guard going. Another Sarah. Hybrid is just taking Shade from the left side to the wall to the right.
He's doing a really good job of keeping, he's keeping Shade in his horizontal range, so he's able to get these down airs. It goes to the side light, obviously right there, able to get the side airs, because otherwise it would struggle a little bit to get those lance combos, but he's able to put himself in a good position. Shade right there, able to get himself a side air and bring it close to that stock, but a lot closer than it was at the start of this game, so we're going to see if Hybrid can bring things back around. Getting caught by a Nair, now arms, let's see what he can do. Got the Spear. He's going to be looking for those D-Lights, those end lights, and probably recovery as well. But there's going to be a D-Sig actually to close things out, making things relatively even. And I'm assuming... Oh, no, I was going to assume wrong. He's going for the Lance over the Spear, so he's feeling confident in his horizontal gameplay ability. I'm starting to believe he gives himself a 4-piece read with the jump up as well. Getting himself back to stage. Got to be careful, though. That orb can spike down pretty hard with the down airs, but still gets himself back on.
Hybrid almost turned into prime days 2018-2019 Kozilix with that read of the lance. Unfortunately, it didn't deal a lot of damage, and they're essentially even. Like, it looks like the same shade of orange, but the lance still cooking.
That's insane that the KOs, but yeah, they're just going to take it out with the side air right there. Once again, Hybrid keeping himself totally aligned with Shade in the horizontal axis and able to get plenty of attacks, and that's going to bring things 1-0 in the set.
Sorry, I had to say something in-game chat because even like the spectators waiting for that next stat are also saying welcome back Kozilix, and I just had to jump in on the train. But, wow, yeah, no, we saw Kozilix yesterday in doubles as well, playing with Modi Hala, and it was looking clean. But,
yeah, no, he outplaced what most people would have expected. Obviously, Kozilix being kind of past his prime, that's just an objective fact, of course, but still able to get himself a pretty nice placing in that tournament. So we'll be seeing if there's more to come from him in the future. I know he's going to CEO, so we'll be seeing if he places high in that.
I'll be keeping an eye on him because I was very impressed with how Kozilix did yesterday, considering I haven't seen them around that much in terms of the competitive scene. Yeah, I'm very excited to see what Costelix performs like at CEO, but Costelix unfortunately isn't here today. Instead, we have Hybrid, not much of a replacement, just another competitor, just another Lance Goat. If you ever get a Hybrid Costelix, I want to be there. I want to see like who got the better Lance objective.
3,
Because that would
2,
be fire.
1, brawl.
It would definitely be old versus new in that one right here. But here we go. Once again, getting into this matchup, which is kind of new versus new, honestly, compared to some of the older community members, such as Costlix. But anyways, enough about him. Like you said, not in this match. What we've got here is Hybrid going deep off stage already to try and get a ground pound KO, but not really going to be able to. Just barely dodging out of the way of that D-Sig. Yeah, really hard to hit that one, but still. And once again, you see Hybrid really just taking his time. He's not advancing too much, but still keeping himself aligned on the horizontal axis to get those side lights, get those side airs, and that's just what's been building so much of the damage. Shade able to get himself a recovery, going for another one. He's got a similar game plan, it seems, to Radish to get those big aerial combos. That's really going to have how to get a lot of those damage and early KOs with the orb. So let's see if he continues to do that. Obviously, swapping over to the orb, he wants to keep it and confident in that playstyle.
You know, Hybrid again, like we've talked about this in game 1 as well, like Hybrid's positioning and getting those horizontals. Like it's straight from a textbook of maths. Like it's actually insane. He's just trying to align himself with the y-axis, with the vertical axis in order to get shade with the Sars. Now swapping over to the spear. Can he get the edge guard? Goes for the ground pound.
But she didn't touch.
Helicopter.
Oh no. That's an unfortunate mistake right there. Shade kind of blundering his entire advantage. Hybrid is, of course, going to keep him off the weapon for the time being. Because he gets a D-Light into a side air, reverse side air read, but not able to. And Shade, once again, able to build up some pretty consistent damage. Keep him off the edge, using D-Light to fend him off for now. Hybrid going in with a Nair, not able to catch any jump. Once again, a jump is caught with that D-Light. Now a ground pound is successful. Disarmed, though. Shade gonna keep him disarmed. Able to get himself a side light into the recovery, and that is a big lead now for Shade.
Shade can just double out of control here. They have the orb in hand. We've seen what they can do. It's a double end light, tries to keep the edge guard going. Sarah doesn't get the side light, but still has the advantage here to keep Hybrid off the stage. Handstand there, applying pressure and already lapping them. Avoids the horizontal Sarah. Light again, doesn't get the dodge. There into Sarah, confirmed off that dodge read. Beautiful coming out from Shade.
Oh, what a reversal attempt right there. Okay, even pushing things out with that gravity cancel side sig too. It's getting really testy. Using that technique, the one frame off the wall with the lance. Really good. Okay, now let's see. Hybrid not really in the best position right now. Down to stock, but now back onto the stage. Shade looking for a recovery or a nair to bring him down. He knows that's how he's going to get his KO, because off the side, he doesn't really have too many options with the gauntlets. Gets a recovery, and yep, that's going to be a quick close to that stock. Bring things 1-1 to the set, and Shade really being dominant, honestly, with both weapons now. The orb doing a lot to build up that damage, and then the gauntlets still able to secure those KOs off the stage. So Shade coming alive a little bit here in the game number 2.
Quite damage difference as well. I was seeing around 250 being pulled out from Hybrid here, but Shade with a solid 550. With still 2 stocks left to play with, and only one was off, you know, trying to avoid the helicopter coming out from the spear ground pound and getting their options to get back to the wall. I think we should be seeing it. Yeah, only 17 damage and 240. That's 440 on the orb.
Jeez.
Okay.
So
no,
he
you're
really
right.
just,
Kind of looking like Radish.
I guess like all he really did was get those recoveries for the KOs on stock 2 and 3. I guess really that's kind of all he did with the gauntlets. Because yeah, everything else is just on those orb. So looking like Radish, you're absolutely right. And let's see if that continues. Going to game number 3. Wasn't able to see the map. Let's see if they went back, because I didn't really mention it, but they went to Miami Dome, which we don't often see. But now we're getting back to a map that we see a little bit all too often, and that is going to be, of course, these small forces of Lions. But here we go, into game number 3. Both still on their tried and true picks. And now that things are evened up at 1-1, it's really curious to see who is going to be the front runner here, because both of them have had their times to shine, but in the end, it's all about who's able to take the momentum the farthest. See, nice Hybrid getting a 3-piece, extending really far up in the air, trying to get a recovery to finish off that stock as it would have, but Shade seeing right through it, as I guess that's why it's called Seeing Shade, right? Not funny.
anyways, seeing Shade getting that there, trying to set themselves up for an edge guard after they took a lot of damage in the beginning of this set. I was lapping Hybrid, gonna get a second ground pound. Yes, they can. A Hybrid out of options, doesn't have anything but the exhausted recovery. Not enough with that lance to turn it back. Even though seeing Shade started off in a bad position, they still got the advantage now in this game number 3.
Okay, oh, and we once again see taking to the skies with this orb. I guess he saw the Radish set and he was just like, you know, I could do that. I know I usually go on these gauntlets, but this orb just looks so nice right now. And I really can't blame him. After watching Radish play orb, I feel inspired to play orb, and I honestly don't like the weapon at all. But here we go. Okay.
We're
Shade able to
voting
duck
so many
underneath that
Sigs.
Insig. Yeah, I know. Hybrid really struggling right now. Shade's just kind of running laps around him, able to get himself a recovery. Goes for a second one, but able to get one himself. Okay, finally retaliating with his own recovery. And he's sticking over to the lance, trying to recreate some of that same success that he saw earlier with that horizontal gameplay. But Shade right now has just been denying it completely.
Shade trying to take out Hybrid's second stock. Throws away the weapon, has the orb in order to set up for an edge guard. Unfortunately, a Hybrid scared of that recovery and Shade steering it in the right direction in order for Hybrid to unfortunately dodge into it. I was trying to find the right term for what recovery actually does. Like a lot of people, I don't think realize that even though it's a small difference, it can make a big impact in your coverage as an orb player. But as I say, that Hybrid off the side of the stage is hooking up Shade again, even though Shade is up in terms of stocks. Hybrid is putting out more damage right now. Sarah drop is
so
really
testy.
unfortunate.
Hybrid going for the weapon throw, getting stylish with it. This is an experimental Hybrid. This is a tournament, but still, he's looking for it. Able to try and get a D-Sig in there, but no, instead gets caught by the high option with the N-Sig. And now he's the one looking on a bad end of a comeback. Well, I guess it's not a comeback, but still, not really a good position to be in. Tries to get a recovery. It's just not going to work out for him. Shade's able to work around it. A side light, side air, and that's going to bring things to a 2-0 for Shade. Hybrid is starting to falter a little bit, and you can see the mental might be a little bit cooked too. Sending out a couple of thumbs down, you know, I get it, but still, it's just showing that the mental might not be all the way there. So this might be a quick 3-0 for Shade.
I really hope that we get to see like Shade on that second stock trying to avoid all the knockout options that Hybrid was throwing out. Because the movement was incredible, and then just daring into that orb weapon pick up into Sidelight Sarah to finish it off was so clean. It wasn't even that much over the top. It wasn't anything inherently special. The inputs weren't that difficult, but being able to perform that clean in such a pressure situation is absolutely impressive.
Absolutely. Now, Hybrid, he's getting himself in a little bit of a character swap. He's going over to the Mirage. Now, I personally haven't seen too much of this guy's Scythe. Actually, I don't think I've ever seen his Scythe, but I know he's got a good spear, obviously playing the Orion and the Wushang, so I have confidence he'll be able to produce at least a little bit of success. I don't know if it'll necessarily be the win, but it could potentially lead to something good. Obviously, the high damage of Barrage can provide some pretty early knockouts, especially with those signatures, but anyways, getting to game number 4, and already Shade bringing things down. That might be a stock. No, Hybrid clinging on for dear life with that dodge up. Now bring Hybrid off stage, or sorry, Shade off stage. Hybrid's trying to use this Scythe to get a couple of attacks in there, start a big offstage string, able to get something nice with a double in light, gets a D-Light too. That was actually 2 man in light, but either way, still getting himself a recovery to get back on the stage. And an N-Sig, look at that, look how early that knocks out. It's a very powerful Sig. I'm looking forward to seeing how early he's able to knock out people with both that N-Sig on the site, for example, or the side Sig on the spear. That one's incredibly devious.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna lie, I mentioned this before, I'm really scared when people are like 2 games down and they have to do a character swap. But I am very much impressed by Hybrid's Mirage already. We're just over a minute in. That Scythe was absolutely piecing Shade up. Shade only needs 1 more set on that orb, and that's it. Mirage, not the tankiest legend, even from center stage on Fortress of Lions. That will knock out, and now Shade with that orb in hand tries to weapon starve Hybrid, but they get that Scythe in hand, almost called it a spear. Shade looking for an edge guard. You do have D-Sig to threat with Hybrid, just the recovery to get over, and now D-Light in order to take Shade away. They're kind of just trading opening hits right now, but nobody on the field actively committing to something massive. Sidelight into D-Light. Get the Nair, even though going for it, Hybrid dodged it pretty well there in order to get back to the stage.
Yeah, the individual hits not necessarily working good for either of these weapons. I guess a little bit more for the orb rather than the scythe. Scythe, of course, being a lot more of a string weapon. It does less damage for individual hits. But still, he does have the high damage of Mirage, and I saw he did have the strength stance as well. So it'll be a little bit easier for him to get those knockouts, but still, it's going to be kind of hard with the low force sometimes that comes out from Scythe. Now, over onto the Spear, we're seeing some recoveries come out. He's going to try and get the read, just barely not able to. Going into a D-Sig afterwards to try and protect himself, but it's going to miss. And he's going for, once again, another ground pound, just trying to get these really big options out there, because otherwise it's going to be hard for him to KO with the Spear. Once again, throwing out a D-Sig is punished by Shade.
Getting really scrappy right now.
Wall.
Shade. Oh!
Just barely knocking him out of that side Sig. Wow, that was close.
Either that was a massive read or Shade has godlike reaction time. How did he manage to pull that off? Okay, Hybrid fighting back immediately. Bottom hitbox of the Scythe side there. Out Shade. And if Hybrid manages to get like a few decent reads on this Scythe right now, which they've done before in this game, they might be taking us to another game 5, which is, I think, is the 4th or 5th we have seen on stream so far.
A little bit more of this, yeah, the orb, honestly, we're seeing a little bit more of that. We saw in the third game that Shade was more on the gauntlets, actually, so showing mastery in both of these weapons, but right now it's going to be the orb show just a little bit. Probably trying to stay away from this gauntlets due to the spear matchup, which I know it provides some struggle against. Now, let's see, Shade getting himself some side airs, but Hybrid is starting to rack on some damage, but Shade answering back, the side air pushing him more and more out towards the edge of the stage. And like you said, not exactly the beefiest legend out there.
Oh.
Nice little exchange there, weapon throw to the down air, and that's just going to take the stock outright. Very nicely done reversal from Hybrid, and that's going to bring things to a game 5 again. So many game 5s. I am loving this right now. One more, says Hybrid. That's right, we are getting one more indeed.
Did he just egg drop in the big 2025? Did he just... I feel old actually knowing what that is. I don't think a lot of people know. That's from your old ages.
Some people just too new gen for that one. But once again, like you see, Shade going over to the orb this time, and it didn't work out too well. Or actually, it was working out pretty well, but yeah, Hybrid just pulled out a really nice play right there with the weapon throw into the down air and just showing the prowess of the pogo, right? I mean, we all fear that off stage, that pogo can be so dastardly. So we really got to look out for that one, and you know, Shade on the receiving end of it for that time. But
wait, we're getting your favorite stage. We're getting Western Air
Temple.
Temple.
See, yeah, Western Air Temple. They just, I guess they heard what I said about Western Air Temple. They're like, okay, we're gonna prove you wrong, because I really have not seen that much Western Air Temple, but for 2 game 5s now, we're going to be getting it, and I'm honestly kind of excited, you know, it's a little bit of a different dynamic. Having 2 platforms, you basically only see either no platforms, with of course Demon Island or Small World's End, and then of course you got the Small Fortress Alliance, which has 1, but the 2 platforms provides a bit of a different dynamic, and we'll see how that develops here in the game number 5. Well, maybe I heard that. The thunder just struck outside my window. That's just like signifying game 5, right? Really, really epic. My weather apparently agrees, but here we go. Shade getting himself some damage built up onto him, but pretty much even at the start of this game.
Trying to get something started with Hybrid. You see like already the usage of the platforms in order to get themselves movement and have more options in order to avoid all the openings that Shade is trying to create for themselves on those gauntlets. Punches out of the way from that recovery. Now with the orb in hand, can I get the edge guard going? And again, you see Hybrid going high, and Shade has to guess, is he actually gonna land on the platform or is he gonna fall through? Oh, handstand there. Beautiful. Beautiful Shade. Immaculate.
That's exactly what every single orb player loves. They dream about that right there. It's all they do.
Can confirm, as an orb player, we do dream about that in our sleeps, and we still practice, like, our muscle memory will still do that as we're dreaming of it, like we're doing the inputs in our sleep.
No doubt. Now Hybrid, unfortunately whiffing an N-Sig in the wrong direction has to lead to quite a bit of damage, leading into a sidelight side air. Shade approaching from the bottom, trying to get himself a recovery, not able to vis him around. Hybrid's having a bit of a struggle trying to find the right openings, but Shade I don't
Once
think
again
he'll
at the
take that
time.
back. I think he hesitated a little bit too much to touch the stage, and that caused him to run out of options. But still, wouldn't be too worried if I was in his position. He is quite a bit of a damage deficit in his favor, but still Hybrid, of course, can bring things around pretty easily with a big string on this high damage barrage. See, has a double side light to try and call out a fadeaway, but not able to this time.
But this is what, like, this is also an interaction where you saw, like, the users of the platforms that are finally coming in clutch. You know, even if, oh, beautiful dodge read, by the way, but you saw Shade going for the double silent, and like you said, Hybrid avoided it with the fadeaway. Even so, it was way less risky for Shade to commit to that because you had that platform to land on, meaning you have less time that your dodge is on cooldown, making it so much safer for Shade to go for it against Hybrid, who's playing two very dodge punish heavy weapons.
Right.
Oh, speaking of dodge
Hybrid.
punish, just gets it there.
Right, he's gotta be careful off stage. Oh my goodness. Okay, went kind of far out there with that recovery, but a nice side air, that large hitbox able to provide coverage for him, and that's gonna send Shade to his demise, but still has one more stock to play with. But of course, Hybrid, he's on the last end of his rope. Both of them are actually. They're both at their tournament stock right now. This is the lower bracket. Which one of them will turn out the victor? It is neck and neck right now. Neither one of them wanting to throw an attack. Both of them waiting for the other to do something. The sight penetrating in with that side light, but still afterwards nothing to follow up with, and it's just going to be a little bit of damage chipped on until someone finally gets knocked out, because no one's going for anything too big. Okay, a little bit of an offstage interaction. The Scythe ground pound getting clipped by the orb recovery.
Okay, again, like, Hybrid consistently likes recovering high and using their platforms as a way of, you know, giving Shade a 50-50 where they have to commit. They are coming through from Shade. Can they get the edge guard here, or are they gonna overextend? Gets the recovery, recognizing Hybrid is gonna go high, and they punish the platform landing. No, Hybrid landing in the center of the stage this time using the dodge. Scythe and Sync avoided. Sidelight
So
there.
close, and it's out of here. Shade able to bring it around on Hybrid. What a close game and what a close set. 3-2. Congratulations, Shade, moving on in the lower bracket, and that will be Hybrid exiting in the top 8. Well done to him making it this far, but the run is unfortunately over. What just amazing sets we've seen, really, just back and forth. We saw, of course, the reverse 3-0. I am so glad to have seen these and be able to cast these. But with that in mind, of course, we are going to be exiting. Me and Morrow got to hand the mic over to someone else, let them cook as well. But it's been a pleasure casting for you all. Hopefully you enjoyed. I've been tripped up. Subscribe to me on YouTube. Morrow, any final words before we go?
Was an honor casting with you. Tripped up today. Enjoyed myself a lot. Enjoyed all the gameplay that the viewers gave us. That the players gave us, sorry, as well. Shout out to AJ for organizing this again and the sponsoring from EMG. I'm going to bed. I unfortunately have classes tomorrow, so I won't be here to see the rest of the tournament. But I hope you guys have enjoyed us, and I hope you guys are going to enjoy the rest. And have a good day or rest of your night. Peace out.
See you guys.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to Verdant Ruins for Moose Wars powered by Brawlhalla. It's your boy, Zero to Death here, casting for all of you alongside my man, Keg.
I've heard of that guy before.
Did you?
A few times. I think he was one of the two left in the jungle at the beginning of the day. We did get lost in the jungle again, but we're back. Hopefully permanently now. We're not going to get lost once more. But, Jiro, I thought we were friends, to be honest. But it turns out we actually have a rivalry. We have a rivalry.
Oh, do we now?
Oh, yes,
wonder
we
why.
do. Well,
Wonder why.
it's a long-standing predicament. It actually goes back generations. See, your top third person, I believe it was number 3, was Bunny. Mine was,
Indeed it was.
Radish.
Yeah.
I hate to break this to you, but our number 3s
Bunny's
are about
gonna
to
win.
fight.
I know. And
Oh,
Bunny's gonna win.
Okay.
Nah, maybe. I
Oh.
mean, hey, listen. Or maybe Radish is gonna win. I'm just
now
saying.
you lost your confidence. Come on, Jiro. Be confident just like the players.
I am confident. You kidding me?
Okay, you're just being humble. I feel you. Game number 1, though. We are heading into the lower side for one of the last times for this tournament, Bunny versus Radish. Very curious to see how this is going to play out. Radish, at least historically in 2v2s, very good at getting in on more longer range players. Bunny does have up close and personal plays with the gauntlets, but it's her axe that I think makes her stand out the most.
Oh yeah, 100%. Her axes can be so scary, especially off stage, as you said. She has crazy plays. I mean, honestly, Radish has crazy neutral and has had crazy neutral the entire day so far. So, I mean, I don't know. It can go either way. All jokes aside, all predictions aside, this can go absolutely either way. And now it seems like Bunny and Radish are just trying to figure each other out, you know, for the start of things.
We've been seeing this a lot in the lower bracket where players will take this first game, play it very slow. Our commentators from the last block had pointed it out with Goichibu. Just really taking your time poking a lot in game number 1 to figure out how things go. Great spot dodge from Bunny. Leads immediately to a down air. Now, look at where Bunny's playing. She wants to stay on stage as much as possible. Radish has so much ledge guard with the battle boots. Case in point, Jiro.
The huge downer game coming out from Radish. Getting that recovery stuffed out perfectly there, and now juggling with the nairs. Bunny definitely needs to step it up quickly because, man, that was a brutal game to start things off in this game 1.
But here's the thing though, Jiro. Rayman can be really good be anti-ledge guard with a lot of gravity cancel signatures from pretty much the entirety of Rayman's kit. Is that going to be coming into effect game 2 or even maybe later game 1?
And as I said, the craziest setup coming up from Bunny there with the gravity cancel neutral sig all the way across the wall to send Radish to the heavens and equalize the stock skeg. I couldn't even like pay attention to what you just said because that was immaculate coming out from Bunny. Exactly what I expected from her.
It's case in point, though. Both these players have been able to confirm their first stocks off stage directly. Again, Bunny playing it extra safe compared to Radish. It was a great setup off of Bunny, to get rid of Radish's first stock. Great nair once again, keeping up on this stage. Radish, the objective, the poke, send Bunny off the stage. Gravity cancel sig does not connect, neither does the Sair. But Bunny, once she falls into the water, she cannot get out. She drowns her seconds. What? Oh, hello. Okay.
Just to do the GC science
A
Radish to come back to the
rogue
stage.
down air from Bunny sends Radish away, who was healthier than any specimen on planet Earth. And now suddenly Bunny has a lead.
Yo, I told you, Keg. She has the craziest options in this entire Brawlhalla Esports history, and I'm not joking. What was that? Also the patience on that. But as soon as I say that, again, it can go either way. Our top 3 predictions going head to head here, and now we're already even stocks on the first match. And it's looking like an explosive set, Keg. I'm so excited.
It's only explosive at the end of the stocks, though. This left side of Fortress of Lions has been so tumultuous for both of these players. Radish, who was willing to play much more ambitious than Bunny for the first 2 stocks, went for a rogue down air and unfortunately got punished into their final stocks so early. Bunny now is willing to play much more aggressive. She tries to float in the air, but Radish's poke on Nair once again has been unbelievably strong. It's back to neutral. The axe, seldomly seen, misses its initial hit. Instead, Radish parries.
Yeah, parries and tries to get some damage on the axe. Nice downer with the GCN light turnaround. from Bonnie. The second one, the third one with the gravity cancel tries to get the upwards weapon throw there to stuff that jump away and get that KO, but does not manage to. Radish back on the stage now on red. Tries to equalize the damage, gets the downer, tries to go for the cheeky GC sidelight there with the reversal double side there, and Radish gets the first win against Bonnie. Dude.
Unbelievable. Every single
this
stock
is so
confirmation
fun.
came off stage, Jiro. This has been a great
Oh.
trendsetter to an amazing match.
This is Brawlhalla, ladies and gentlemen. In my opinion, this is peak. Man, that was so good. Those double-siders, the option choice from both players, not even just Bonnie. I'm gonna take my bias away and just admit that Radish met the craziness of Bonnie in this one match. I'm not gonna lie. That was so good.
It was such a big pendulum swing off of that second stock, too, with Bunny getting it out of nowhere against Radish. That should have been enough to win game number 1, but Radish held firm and won it back practically 2 stocks to 1.
Okay, now Bonnie with an explosive start. This time on an arm, back on the X now. Does it get the down into the down sig? It feels like Bonnie just wants to end this set quick. Or is it just me? That down sig was so premature. Like on light yellow ground coming up from Radish. The second one. He does my Bonnie with the downer into the weapon toss down. What? That was the perfect reversal coming out from Bunny. I'm stuttering because this is amazing.
It's the second time now this set it's happened. Bunny has been playing deep, so ambitious, and I thought that was Radish's job. Gravity canceled double down sig. Cancels out Bunny without a single hit coming out from her. We're at a reset.
Yeah, reset of stocks and damage now. Radish getting some end lights though on the orb. Nice downer to capitalize from the spacing. Bunny try to maybe catch some baits into the side light. Okay. Nice end light into down air. Okay, finally playing some footsies and calming down a little. Because we need to catch our breaths already, and this is our first set.
I think it's more so fear. Neither one of these players want to come off stage anymore. And that brings me back to that first question I had with you. We won't answer it right now, but in between the next games, are we going to see Bunny try to bait out Radish off stage to go for those gravity cancel sigs to bring Radish down to his early stocks again?
I mean, honestly, it kind of looks that way. Obviously, Bonnie she's a lot more comfortable off stage, as you saw. But it seems like Radish will definitely fight fire with fire and play some absolutely crazy off stage on his own. And I mean, again, just an absolutely immaculate performance for both players there with the reversal sider there from Bonnie. And the instant side sig reading that call out on touching the side of the stage there from Radish. That was so good. And now see, Bunny trying to shark off stage.
Bunny showed her dominance off stage and now on stage directly too. No place is safe for Radish. The ledge guard though should be the Red Raptor bread and butter, but 2 now hits have not connected. Make that 3. Bunny once again, the spacing immaculate. But has been punished a lot on this axe in neutral. Radish, there it is, the reversal side air sends everything down to each player's final stock again.
Again, once again, this is so neck and neck, Keg. It seems like our predictions were just immaculate. I'm not gonna lie. So far,
of course.
Like,
We're the
third
real
place to third
heroes
place.
here, of course.
Of course. Not the player.
No. Who?
No.
Like, what? Huh? No, never. But that again, though, Radish has been the star of the show for this game. Game number 2 has looked good. Radish was in a bad spot.
Dodge.
We've seen those punishes multiple times now from Bunny, but Radish immediately beelines back to the stage itself. Bunny, once again, the weapon star. Radish is not going to want to swap away from Orb, however. It's just an anchor point for both these players. Instead, it was a safety net for the axe. Recovery does not connect. Signature does not connect either, but there it is. Gravity cancel down light. Radish, as long as you can just keep poking, maintain that distance, use your neutral light, and there it is. That's good. Bunny, though, has to make a move. Needs to have that ambition back once again. Good reversal into a neutral sig. We go 1-1.
1-1. We're going head to head till the end. I'm already predicting a game 5. You know what? Let's go full time with our predictions. Come on. What else can we predict from this? It seems like these two players are just reading each other perfectly, just trying to adapt to each other. Like, this is cinema, chat. This is cinema. This is what I wanted.
Both of these players are level 100 on their respective legends. Obviously, they will not
course.
swap. They have not at all yet in this tournament, or really any tournament this year. The only major change you can make to throw a player off has to be changing the next stage.
Yeah, exactly. It's just in terms of war of attrition, it comes to the stage like, hey, how can I KO you faster with my options versus yours, right? But I don't know, maybe not even the stage matters. I'm pretty sure it's just a war of skill and just raw reaction. So far.
I don't know. Well, I was going to disagree with you, but we're going back to Fortress of Lions. The case would be moot. And we are going to see, again, completely neutral field, however, one floating platform to work off of. We have seen Bunny utilize the platform war for signature initiation, but Radish ignores it.
2, 1.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. Small Fortress of Lions, as you said, once again. Radish with the first weapon pick, though. That might hurt, never mind. I mean, as soon as I say that, Bunny gets the axe, and as you said, Bunny can be so scary on the axe, but also Radish on the boots cannot be understated how scary he is as well, including offstage. We'll see what happens. Again, this is offstage wars. Offstage warfare right here.
Yeah, mooses don't belong off stage. Radish is running away from this axe. It does not want to engage with it directly, just looking for hit and run, guerrilla warfare straight up. The Bunny has been having a lot of whiffs. This is good though, a good start, however. Oh, Jiro, it's getting scary.
Yo.
Bunny setting up for the
Of
ledge
course.
guard. Radish wants to go back to neutral, play it safe, but Bunny's been anticipating this, looking for an opportunity to go for a down air to initiate a combo. A nair instead does connect. Red and orange. One solid sig.
Red and orange, and now Edgar situation. Silent nair, ground
Great
pound,
down.
nicely done by Bunny. That was so good.
It was so good. Again, this first stock could be all that matters. Each of these players, though, have been able to confirm at least one and then get reset immediately after. Radish needs to trade out this stock against Bunny right now.
Yeah, right now. Tries to go for the ground pound again. If it works once, hey, it might work twice. But no, Radish saw right through it, dodged perfectly. And now in an Edgar situation, gets the side there. Nicely done. Probably wants to stay on the orb because it seemed like Radish definitely had the advantage on Bunny, at least when he had the advantage, right? With the orb, more than the boots.
We
Seems
haven't
like-
seen the boots, really, this match.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, yeah. Not
I
argue
think,
with that.
I think it was the stats of last game. We saw maybe 42 damage overall from boots.
Yeah. Dude, boots can be scary though if used properly or like used at the proper timing. Like let's say Bunny doesn't have that many options off stage because again, she loves playing off stage. You never know. Ground pound now. Only dodge left. Does the gravity cancel sides.
What
Get
a
back to the stage,
read!
Tries to get the recovery. GC sidelight into Cider there, maybe just to stall more time in the air. Bunny, she's just insane with those options. Like who would ever think of that? Just to stall for more time. Like she wasted an entire dodge to do that.
The reverse GC side sig into a wall off stage was unbelievable. Great work from Bunny once more. Radish, however, we talked about needing the trade out stocks. Things have been going beat for beat as game number one. Radish is close to losing this first stock. But remember, we saw the reversal as well, where Radish was so close to confirming
Castle's
against
Curse?
Bunny, but off stage was gimped. Instead, though, we could be
Is it
seeing it once
Castle's
more.
Curse?
Radish is staying on stage. The
Oh,
neutral
what?
sig doesn't connect Bunny. The reversal cider does not connect either. Twice over. Punished by Radish. Where have I seen the same exact spot before?
Oh, God.
The Radish does not play off stage. Plays it safe with boots. Bunny's waiting for an opportunity for a single hit to remove away the second stock and confirm a lead in the series. The Red Raptor gets the reverse.
Yeah, what a nice reversal coming out from Radish there with the downlight into recovery. Perfectly, you know, executed. Obviously, what else can you expect from Radish? But nice
trade!
recovery to retaliate. Yeah, exactly. Perfect trade. And now 1-to-1 stock. Even Steven here. Bunny versus Radish. What an absolutely amazing set so far.
Radish has swapped to Battle
Wow.
Boots, realizing now that the orb has
Yeah.
been punished so heavily by Bunny in the last two games. Boots is a new set of adaptability Bunny has to encounter now.
Yeah, she definitely got some sort of download on the orb. I wholeheartedly agree. And I mean, 1-1 for a reason. Tries to go for the same read that won her later match. And it didn't work this time. So it seems like Radish is also constantly adapting. And I mean, This is what you need to expect from pros. Constant adaptability and just fine-tuning yourself to win the match. Oh my god, GC Silite Nair into Sair. Nicely dodged by Bunny though. I think that was a whiff coming up from Radish. And now once again a word of attrition, GC Silite into Nair. Even Steven damage, Keg.
Radish is struggling to find consistent opening against Bunny. It's all just punishing her with. But Bunny has been so good about making sure that you cannot find her initiation point. She's been sporadic about her timings. And Radish is struggling, but as I say that, a greatly timed down air makes me eat my own words. 2-1 now, Radish over Bunny.
Man, I honestly, Keg, I don't even want to say over Bunny, but that was so good. But that was like also so close, if you know what I mean. Like, I don't know what to say anymore.
Yeah,
that was so good.
That's one of those games you can't really look at the stats to determine the story. I think the fact that we saw Radish truly struggle most of Game 3 with Orb, only finding rogue hits to whittle away Rayman's HP, is such a difficult position to be in. But now we do swap to a much bigger stage. This could benefit Bunny so much. Sliding signatures on both the gauntlets and the axe, a lot larger blast zones. It's not going to be easy KO opportunities anymore for the Red Raptor.
Yeah, honestly, on my less favorite map from the tournament map pool, in my opinion, Mos Eisley here, I haven't casted it much, but yeah, definitely, as you said, a absolutely massive map. Like, not in terms of platforms and stuff, but just massive amounts of offstage, right? So this can definitely be an, a positive for Bunny, but we'll see what happens. I mean, Radish picked this map for a reason.
Yeah, just something to make Bunny struggle more. Perhaps maybe a larger platform to allow more maneuverability off of Battle Boots alone. Larger ledges could be good for Battle Boots recovery. You don't want to play offstage too much, but you need a safety point. Remember, this is for elimination. A great side air to remove Radish's first stock.
Yeah.
But again, if Bunny does not win this game, she's eliminated from this tournament.
I mean, it doesn't seem so far like she's losing. I mean, come on, you can't really say that. I mean, look at this.
It has been really close, though. We've seen leads like this from Bunny, games 2 and 3, and she lost it.
Well, yeah, but look, I mean, I think this might be also a part of the strategy, like the fear that Radish has in terms of spacing towards Bunny. It's working, for him, it seems. Oh, that's a huge call out on that spot dodge with the GC Silite Nair into Sair. That's an Orb Classic right there, just to equalize those stocks. Man, yeah, again, this is just neck and neck so far. But as you said, Bunny needs to do something ASAP if she wants to remain in the tournament.
You have been mentioning a lot about the energy of the players, too. When you're in a tense moment like this, a lot of money on the line to win Moose Wars. You want to ensure that you can stay sharp and focused down air. Not once, not twice, but a side air for thrice was good. Radish has no recovery besides his thing and still makes it back. Bunny has caught those reads before, but she was unable to with Axe.
No, I'm not gonna lie.
Whoa,
Radish is the master
what
of
a
gravity
spot
cancels.
dodge read!
Yeah, what? Yeah, not only that, but dude, these gravity cancels have been absolutely masterful by Radish. Look at that! I mean, that was not even a gravity cancel. That was like a slide charge from the platform. He slid with it, but it felt like a gravity cancel. It basically had the same function. So, like, he's so good with these aerial just options, which also combats, Bunny's playstyle perfectly, because she also has these bombastic, options.
It's the final stock, potentially, for Bunny in this tournament. She has put on a show with her own streams. Doing so well to show firsthand what it's like to be a professional player this late in a tournament with everything on the line. The Radish! There it is! Great gauntlet setup! That's right, 1-1 now for Radish. This could go to Game 5 if he cannot convert this final stock.
And I mean, hey, honestly, I really hope so. I want to see more of this set. The more I see of this, the happier I am, and the more excited I am for the upcoming matches. So, hey, keep it going for me, Bunny, if you can. If not, well, congrats to Radish. What can I say? And I mean, so far, it seems like Radish got some sort of download, Kev. Like, some sort of download from Bunny's movement and style of approaching.
Well, that's the thing, though. Bunny was not approaching in the earlier games, but now is forced to rack up that damage against Radish. But is this it? It is a great stalwart performance from Radish. He will move on forwards into this tournament, and Bunny, for one heck of a ride so far through the lower bracket. Unfortunately, she will meet her end here.
And dude, wow. Well, you know, I gotta clap it up for you. I got it. Good job on the prediction. You know, I'm not salty. It's just a better player. What can I say?
Honestly,
valiant effort from Bunny.
We speak on the better player. I don't even know if you could really say from this match if it was a chance of a player being better than the other. It was Bunny who, at the end, just lost a lot of steam on those gauntlets. A larger stage benefited Radish so much for just the pure pokes that he was able to achieve. 500 damage on Orb, 0 on Battle Boots. Homie went into the ban select with a plan, and unfortunately, Bunny, she was forced to play a very specific style against it, and it worked perfectly against for Radish.
Yeah, I cannot agree more. And it seems like, again, Radish was so smart in this situation because, as you said, he knew when to like calm Bunny down and how to calm Bunny's options down perfectly, and also when needed to combat those crazy options with his own and just overall dominate Bunny in terms of just spacing.
I think Radish had a really good plan for the macro, and I think a big difference maker that I've seen a lot from Pro League in Brawlhalla is just understanding how you can control a player's spacing a lot. You can have combos to oblivion. You can know all the matchups in the world, but if you can effectively control the playstyle of the enemy player, you win 99% of the matches you play in this game. But hey, let's not waste any time. Stingray versus Seeing Shade already in stage select for game number 1. We're going to move on very quickly. Stingray on the Bryn. We have a Petra from Seeing Shade. I will say, Shade on the Petra earlier today was a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, honestly, very scary. Reminds me of, I don't know if you watch much EU from Ahmed, from EU side. An absolutely insane Petra as well. And it seems like the same sort of playstyle has been translated to Shade here. And I mean, Stingray, what can we say? I mean, an absolute genius when it comes to the spear and just adaptability and option choice as well. Spacing, like overall, just such a balanced player, you know? An absolute force to be reckoned with. He knows how to properly determine when to go in and when to like chill out, right? Which is very important, as you said. The macros are very important.
Stingray so far, he's looking to just nair and downlight Pogo to oblivion to rack up that damage against Seeing Shade. Not a single signature has come out yet, but Spear has been so effective in the meta thus far post Chakram Apocalypse. Great ledge guarding once again. Seeing Shade does find an opportunity to jump back, side air his way back onto stage into safety. But Stingray now taking some damage, unable to find much off of an extended side air. Recovery does find Seeing Shade though. As long as his vision is clear, Seeing Shade won't have to worry about much. Weaponless though, keeping Stingray at bay. Has gauntlets and a great setup into a recovery to confirm the first stock of the set.
I mean, honestly, his name is Seeing Shade for a reason. He sees pretty much the shade of Stingray whenever he moves around the stage and stuff like that. So obviously, he can definitely see those openings. I mean, he's an advantage for a reason, but as soon as I say that, you know, a sider's gonna do it on the spear for Stingray. Perfectly spaced, perfectly, you know, applied. And now, going on the Axe, we'll see how it does against Gauntlets. I mean, usually, Axe against Gauntlets is a pretty good choice because you got those heavy hitter sidelights that can just outspace, even sidelight, even endlight. Maybe downlight sometimes, but it usually clashes. So we'll see what happens.
Oh, this is tough though. Stingray's looking to keep his distance. He recognizes now how Seeing Shade's gauntlets are very effective when they're close range. Who would have thought, right?
Yeah, look at this.
Potential offstage though. Good recovery. Stingray's creating space off of a weapon throw. He does get the axe. Avoids the GC. Ground pound. Is unable to do much into a neutral sig. Seeing Shade says goodbye to that second stock. Stingray barely holding on to a lead. We haven't seen a lot of trades so far for game number 1, but Seeing Shade off this orb immediately needs to bring this to a 1-1 stock line. Can he?
Yeah,
Wait.
I mean, it's
Recovery?
getting close.
Ooh,
Okay.
Jiro, it's possible, but now Stingray, this is all just
Maybe.
money for him. He knows he'll
Yeah,
lose the
exactly.
second stock soon. It's just a matter of racking up as much damage as possible before it happens.
Honestly, yeah, I feel like this is the optimal state for Stingray, like when he's on 2 stocks and just, waiting, sharking, oh, you want to try and hit me? Nope, gonna perfectly space that and absolutely punish the heck out of you. But I mean, hey, seeing Shade kind of capitalized on that, got that side there, equalized the stocks, but man, he's really far behind in Stingray, as I said. He knows how to get a KO.
A fantastic side air sends Seeing Shade away
Yeah,
off of a
yep.
pogo! Clean
And there it is.
stock for the final of game number 1. 600 damage overall.
I told you. He knows how to end those stocks properly. That was a perfectly placed pogo stick. Choking that recovery away from Seeing Shade. And yeah, that was a very clean, very fast, well, sort of fast, first match.
I think it was pretty fast, all things considered. And we see the immediate lock-in for Seeing Shade returning again on the Petra. At this point in the tournament, I don't really think we're going to see any real legend swaps at all from anybody. But the fact that this Petra struggled so much to fight initiation on Orb is sending big blaring alarm bells in my head against this Stingray matchup.
Right.
Petra's going to Seeing Shade, is going to have to think of a whole new game plan for game 2.
No, I 100% agree. I think you need to match Stingray's energy to a certain extent, right, Keg? Because if you don't respect that spacing, that sharking that Stingray does, not necessarily saying, oh, I need to shark as well, right? But you need to somehow bait the sharking away and try to get those options. As you said, Seeing Shade can be very scary on the gauntlets if he's close range. He somehow needs to, I guess, come from behind or something just to get, Stingray out of his feet here. But I don't know, man.
I cannot imagine this is a good stage for Petra in this matchup.
So far, absolutely not. If you're seeing the damage.
Like if you're Stingray, Jiro, you are looking at like a plane rail. I don't know what it's called, like a landing pad, just to launch your spear everywhere.
100%, dude. You can side sig, you can end sig on the spear. Those
It's
signatures
free real
are
estate.
so scary on this stage. Exactly, free real estate on the spear, on those signatures. And I mean, I believe in Seeing Shade that he can bring this back, but it doesn't seem likely. GC
Oh my God.
here, Sair, yeah, and just like that, equalizing stocks, kind of making you eat your words here, Ted.
Sure. I don't mind eating my words. I'm always a hungry guy, but I have to wonder though.
they're tasty.
In a vacuum though, is this a beneficial stage matchup for Stingray? I feel like the Bryn on Accident and Spear is going to fare much better 9 times out of 10 than Petra.
No, I 100% agree with that too, but the pogo stick into the Sair, Stingray trying to end the second stock away from Shade, and it seems like he's doing a very good job on it, just trying to get those small macro hits. As you said, as soon as you said macro, now I have that in my vocabulary and I'm like, I don't use it a lot because it's actually a really good word for basically Stingray's playstyle, if you really think about it.
Yeah.
He really cares about those macros.
Yeah, he's controlling the bigger picture of the matchup a lot. And one thing I remember from his wonderful discussion on Brawlhalla commentary yesterday, he did reveal a small tidbit about himself, is that he watches for people burning dodges like a nerd. So he's going to abuse the dodges of his opponent so much. And
not
immediately
only
right
that,
there, great punish, Jiro.
Yeah, and not only that, but as I'll keep saying, Stingray's spacing is so surgical, right? And he said that during the Brawlhalla commentary thingy from yesterday.
Don't mention blobfishes with Stingray.
I'm not mentioning that. I'm just saying he values a lot, he values spacing a lot, so clearly this is like his strong suit. Just analytical macro gameplay. That was such a good recovery, by the way, but retaliating, Seeing Shade with the recovery himself on the gauntlets, swapping back to them, and now hopefully getting some damage, because again, this is Stingray's comfortable spot here.
I mean, this is beat for beat game number 1. Stingray, he had that second stock alive for so long, racked up the damage against Shade, and he confirms it almost flawlessly at the end of his final stock, 2 games in a row. The
Yeah.
only, you know what, funny enough, beat for beat, the same second half of the game as we saw for number 1, almost the same amount of damage output from Stingray 2. 612, game 1, 619, game 2.
Oh, and now we're going to the level 69 Fate to Seeing Shade. I mean, honestly, I love it. I don't know if you know, but I do have a level 100 Fate, so
Okay.
honestly, I cannot wait to see some Fate gameplay.
Oh, I
That's-
want to
that's
hear
lovely.
your nerdy analysis on Fate and what Seeing Shade's doing right or wrong in this
I
matchup.
will. Oh, I'm gonna push these nerd glasses on. Trust
Oh,
me.
please. Please, because I'm going nerd blind right now. I need you to help me with this scythe.
No.
Let me tell
You kind of nerded out on Stingray, so you can keep doing that.
Well,
okay?
what can I
That's
say? I just know
perfectly
my
fine.
blockfishes.
Hey, that's good. Blup, blup.
3,
Anyway,
Love.
1, brawl.
here we go now. Game 3, I'm pretty sure. On Small Terminus, which is, I mean, it's a map of all time. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
Probably Stingray's strong suit. I'm not sure if for Fate, like from my experience, I don't think, you know, Fate really has the strong suit here. I mean, those Lights and Nairs will definitely do something to you on side if you're not careful, especially on the platform. They can carry you all the way to Valhalla.
I mean, Stingray's been abusing a lot of Nair gameplay with the spear off of those platforms back on game 1. I'm assuming he's going to keep up that same pattern. But he is taking a wealth of damage here. It's been a struggle for him, at least starting off. We have seen Seeing Shade, once combos are started, not dropped very often. It's just a matter of Stingray avoiding the combo
wow.
initiation to convert these stocks. It's going to be a startup for
Did
Seeing
you
Shade.
see? Did you see that Ultra Instinct dodge coming out from Shade? That was such a pristine dodge on that neutral sig from Stingray. That was so good, and the reversal after, right? But I mean, speaking of reversal, getting that down sig nice and clean, Stingray equalizing stocks like it was basically nothing. That dodge didn't even shock him. He was like, oh, okay, you dodged it. I'm just gonna down sig you. Don't worry about it.
Remember, Stingray's a dodge read nerd.
He is. And a spacing
He's out
nerd.
for it.
Alright. Nice airs into Nair recovery, okay. Probably trying to find this edge guard, but Seeing Shade unable to. Stingray. Okay. Down air once again.
The gears are turning
Okay,
and Seeing
and now
Shade's
just
head.
sharking.
Look good ledge guard off of this side. Stingray found an opportunity to get back. He pogos immediately on the ledge. He tried to play risky again. Stingray is absolutely in a place where he can go risky. He's 2-0 thus far in this set.
Yeah.
If he can forego one game by playing more aggressive and see what that's like against Seeing Shade's Fate, I think it's okay.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll see though. It seems like the Fate definitely is doing a number on Stingray here, on Stingray's Bryn, I should say. We'll see if we're gonna see some legend swaps if this doesn't work out. But he probably won't. I mean, as you said, very confident, 2-0 so far. So we'll see. I mean, Seeing Shade can definitely do it, but that was honestly mental damage. For me, that would be mental damage. That's GC, the downlight into
How
neutral
about that?
heavy, and into the weapon throw. Yeah, just Stingray seems like he's still dominating, even though he was behind Keg. How can he do this? So
Well, that's
easily?
just the magic of Scythe, isn't it? It's so frustrating that even when you're winning, you feel like you're losing.
No, yeah. I mean, sometimes if you go off stage like a dork and you know you don't count your options, you're cooked.
Yeah, Stingray has been playing really safe on Terminus here, making sure that he doesn't go off stage necessarily against this Scythe in an opportune spot for this Fate.
Very
Remember,
smart.
tournament stock though, we're seeing Shade
Oh,
has to
man.
stay alive here.
Yeah.
All the possibilities in the world, Nair does not connect, neither
Wait.
does down sig. Stingray
Oh,
trying
nice
to find
dodge.
the spot dodge read, is unable to find the down light, but does find the Sair. Good for Stingray once again. Weapon control on the stage.
Yep.
If he can abuse this, no. Seeing Shade picks up the
Wait.
scythe, but that might be the end right here. These platforms have worked so well for Seeing Shade, but now Stingray's looking to find them as an abusable opportunity. No down air.
Wait.
Okay,
Wait.
off stage again.
Shade?
Could this go to game number
Shade?
4? Stingray just needs one solid hit. Has enough ground to cover. Pogo number 1.
Is he just mental damaging him? I don't
Maybe.
even know at this
Oh,
point.
hold on though. It's
Oh.
over. Ground. Oh, recovery from Stingray. A clean 3-0.
Yeah, what a clean 3-0, by the way. Such dominance overall in the entire set. Whoops, I joined the lobby accidentally.
Yeah, what time
you
you
know,
play?
I'm a secret competitor, you know.
I'll play a better Fate.
eventually. Oh, of course, yeah. I will definitely do it.
I mean,
Oh
you
yeah,
taught
that
Sting
was
Shade everything
so
they know.
good. Dude, that was so good coming out from Stingray. What a performance again. Those clean stock finishes from each and other match. And right now, it seems like he just toyed for this 3-0 with Seeing Shade. Like,
Yeah.
those pogo sticks, like he had those options to KO him, but he just didn't.
Well, there was definitely a lot of
Hey.
struggling in Game 3 against the Fate, but I think against that
Yeah.
Petra, Stingray has probably faced so many of them in tournaments now that nothing unexpected can happen against him.
Yeah, but honestly, valiant effort from Seeing Shade. I mean, Stingray
Absolutely.
is an absolutely seasoned player, so like, even if you take one stock from Stingray, it's still impressive. Like, granted, it is top 8, I mean, top 6 now, but yeah. I gotta clap it up for Seeing Shade.
I mean, at this point, you're thinking about just winning. You don't care about taking stocks off of people. You want that, lion's share of a $1,000 prize pool.
Of course. And now speaking of share, let's share. We need to share together like a break. We
Oh,
had
sure.
some crazy sets so far. So yeah, stick around, everyone. We'll be right back after this short break.
We had to take the time to just remember the time we both got lost in the jungle. But luckily, though, we did find a lot of treasures.
Again?
Magically $1,000 to disperse with the
Oh.
lion's share of the winner of the Verdant Ruins 1v1 not Primal Dawn, the Moose Wars Championship. My name is Keg. I'm joined by Jiro once again. And if you thought the
Hello.
last 2 games were really good, oh, Jiro, they ain't seen nothing yet.
No, they really haven't. This top 4 is about to be absolutely crazy. And we're starting with an absolute banger of a match. And set, I mean. Marckiemoo versus Balloonboy. And I mean, Marckiemoo is my #1 prediction for this tournament for an absolute reason. But Balloonboy is really scary. So we'll see what happens. Everything
Yeah.
is in the air right now.
Balloonboy has shown a lot of great gameplay over the last year or so. He was teamed up with Radish for the longest time. We had just seen him
Yup.
recently. And now it's going to be Balloonboy on a stage that
Oh,
I don't feel like is going to work out well for his
Demon
kid.
Island?
Marckiemoo on Scythe. Oh, hold on. No,
Oh,
I want to hear your ultra Brawlhalla nerdy point of view. Is this a good matchup for Battle Boots on Demon Island versus Mordex?
I would argue that it's not bad against Mordex.
Okay.
Though, honestly, there's not a stage that's like,
Whoa, Balloonboy.
good against Mordex. I'm not gonna lie, Keg. Like, Mordex's signatures have so much knockback and so much force that no matter on what stage you play, you will still probably get knocked out the same. Like, if you look at this, Marckiemoo's dominance, absolute craziness on Gauntlet so far has been overwhelming, and as you know, it caught your breath there, and I just kept interrupting you because I had a point of view to say, yeah, he's just crazy. We cannot even finish our sentences, and Marckiemoo might just take 2 stocks.
It
You know,
seems
you
like
never
going
know.
into this matchup,
Oh.
Marckiemoo doesn't have a lot of disadvantages. Great recovery from Balloonboy to trade out the stocks and reset to even Stevens once again. Weapon does get picked up by Marckiemoo. A Scythe is out now up against Blasters. We're seeing Marckiemoo push so aggressively in, which is good.
Wait.
But Marckiemoo, can he go for it? Maybe not once, not twice. The follow-up does not connect, and Balloonboy cannot punish. There's so little ledge on this stage. Marckiemoo's gonna go for it again. Weapon throw is out, but he loses the Scythe. Balloonboy makes it back onto the stage, but at what cost, Jiro?
Oh my goodness, Marckiemoo, you're gonna make me cry today, man. Like, Jesus. How can you be so aggressive and still be in top 4? Like, explain to me. I want to know. I
Not even
want to
Jesus
learn
could
from
beat this
you.
Mordex.
Wow. Okay, now we're starting to go into the Sandstorm era of Mordex, where you know, like, oh dude, Sandstorm can 3-0 Jesus.
Oh, see though. No resurrections for Balloonboy after this last stock. It'll go straight into game number 2. Marckiemoo does have a second stock to work with, however. We've been in this position many different times before. Rack up that damage,
Yeah.
be ultra aggressive, give no room at all to Balloonboy, and rack up that damage
What a
if you have to
dodge.
go to your final stock. There it is, a good down air. Balloonboy running away, looking for some semblance of
so
anchoring
scared.
onto the stage. Cider doesn't
Oh.
connect. Recovery is
That's a
out.
KO.
1 stock left now for Marckiemoo in game number 1. Balloonboy has to play to survive.
Yeah, and even considering Marckiemoo's explosiveness, as you can see, Balloonboy still sticks on and somehow gets these KOs, tries to even the stocks, and he does, somehow. But Marckiemoo has such a damage lead now, and he is on the Gauntlet side there. Tries to get the upwards weapon throw, the down heavy, not enough to connect, not enough space. Sidelight, okay. Nice, near to go back to the stage, Balloonboy, that was a safe play. Recovery perfectly dodged side there though.
He
Coming up from
lives?
Marckiemoo. The weapon throw upward. What the perfect dodge again from Balloonboy. He needs those dodges against Marckiemoo, but an Enlight will definitely do it for this game 1. Marckiemoo taking it honestly without a sweat so far.
I would not say without a sweat. It looked really good in
Dude.
game, but the fact that
One perfect
Marckiemoo-
stock.
Sure,
Hey,
one
come
perfect
on.
stock left, sure, but still the fact that Marckiemoo was brought down to 1 stock is something you can't scoff at. Now, I will say I cheated a bit from Twitch chat. Marckiemoo has only dropped 1 game in the, not set, 1 game in the entirety of his last, I believe, 4 or 5 sets now. Sure,
Yes.
that's
No,
impressive.
exactly.
But can Balloonboy be the one to break the streak?
I mean, usually Balloonboy can do it. He did it before in Moose Wars, so it can definitely happen. 100%. I am confident, but I'm also confident, as I said, in my number one prediction, which is Marckiemoo. I'm not gonna like stress it enough. Okay, I'm sorry, Keg. I gotta do it.
You know
It is my
what?
prediction
Your
for a reason.
apology will only be accepted if Marckiemoo loses.
3, 2.
Only if Marckiemoo loses.
Yeah,
Alright,
those
then.
are the stakes.
That's crazy.
Fortress of Lions, though, lot less stage to work with, though, for someone like Marckiemoo, who had a lot of setup potential. But for Balloonboy, he's opting to push Marckiemoo towards the ledge. This could be great for the Battle Boots, who already has done more damage than they did in game number 1. Marckiemoo cannot find a place to reposition. The Scythe, a setup not found just yet. Balloonboy's going for wild hits any which way he can.
Oh.
He's weapon starving Marckiemoo too. He might want to swap to the gauntlets, but no, he keeps the Scythe instead. Down, ground pound, doesn't connect. A weapon throw instead. Is that enough to convert? No, it's not. Marckiemoo went in deep, and so did Balloonboy. He was able to get it back. Sweat beads are out. A ground pound.
Dude.
Is that Marckiemoo's number 1? It is.
What? Dude, the Keg. Marckiemoo's spacing off stage, like for the last minute, was absolutely godlike. Did you see that? Those ground pounds were out of his mind. Like, what is that? Balloonboy did not know how to respond there, and I mean, Marckiemoo now, yeah, will finally get down there and get KO'd from it. Like, he escaped that down there somehow with that reversal nair on the unarmed, and now equalize the stocks. Balloonboy needs to do something to like just finish Marckiemoo's momentum here.
I mean, the Battle Boots seem like they've been a good answer so far, Jiro.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, it does look like that. Okay, but we'll see.
Whoa!
Nice and sick. That got grounded?
Yeah, that's wild. Marckiemoo has been playing a lot more aerial initiations, and Balloonboy's recognizing that now. As long as he can catch out Marckiemoo before the dares start, he should be able to get free damage.
Yeah, he does, and I mean, look at this Edgar situation for Balloonboy. Is he gonna go for it though?
No! That's what Marckiemoo wants!
What?
Oh.
What are you doing, Marckiemoo? GC side heavy on the unarmed was the detriment of his second stock, and now Balloonboy in Edgar situation himself gets weapon thrown away, equalizing stocks like it was nothing. It seems like Marckiemoo is just having fun. You know, that's why he gravity canceled that side.
But hey, you can't play with your food if your food's fighting back. Balloonboy has done a great job bringing Marckiemoo consistently now down to 1 stock. It's even once again. The Scythe has returned for Marckiemoo. Balloonboy with the blasters as well cannot find proper spacing off stage. Weapon throws though seldom miss. This one does. Marckiemoo off stage gets caught by the down air. Gravity cancel signature does not connect. But Marckiemoo again does not care. He goes for the gauntlets. He wants to get up close and personal against Balloonboy. Can this be enough? Off the stage. Weapon throw does not connect. Neither does the setup what he was attempting to bring out. Ground pound doesn't connect. It's canceled out by a recovery. Marckiemoo, he's in dangerous territory. And Balloonboy catches him out on the reversal. Marckiemoo's on the bottom tier. Can it be enough? Oh, the neutral sig
I'm honestly shocked.
Jiro, watch out for this.
Shocked, man.
Marckiemoo is on the back heel.
Yo,
Takes one recovery. A recovery is bad. Balloonboy evens out the set. Oh, wow. I just got lightheaded.
God, dude. Yeah, no, dude, same. And I didn't even speak because I tried to process that recovery that somehow beat the ground pound from Balloonboy. That's almost impossible. That never happens. You usually get stunned and you're done. But somehow Marckiemoo found the perfect spacing with the recovery on the unarmed.
I mean,
but what a reversal at the end from Balloonboy.
Marckiemoo was just not allowed to breathe in game number 2.
Like, we aren't.
We
aren't either.
I just don't have blood flow anymore.
You can let me tag in whenever you know you're.
Oh, I trust you. I trust you. But can we trust Demon Island for Balloonboy? Because that did not go well game number 1.
I don't know. I mean, maybe it's a challenge for him. Because every time, if you want to be the best, you gotta challenge yourself in whatever you're doing. And this is definitely gonna be a challenge for Balloonboy.
I mean, surely you don't want to go for a side quest.
Yeah.
Reset. Okay.
He did. He just did go for a side quest. It's called the reset.
Oh, yes. Reset against Marckiemoo.
It's a very common side quest.
PlayStation Platinum.
Sometimes keep. Yeah, you sometimes, just go. You know those MMORPGs where you go to like the level 1 mission just to farm? That's basically the reset side quest.
Okay. Okay.
So
Well,
sometimes-
hopefully
yeah.
both players gain a lot of whatever you would gain from grinding that out here. I wonder what the reset was caused by. Maybe, well, Balloonboy left the lobby, so maybe he's resetting his game. Question mark?
I mean, yeah, he did that once again, and he did say that in game chat. So I have a spoiler for you.
Oh.
He did say restarting again. He's getting lost in the jungle. You know, he's trying to slice those vines.
Now
But
that's a
they
side
keep-
quest.
They keep tangling him. Yeah, that is definitely a side quest.
Well, okay, let's talk expectations while the stage select bans are going to be happening for game number 3. So for Marckiemoo right now, we established that he doesn't really have any major disadvantages going into this set. A lot of this onus is falling on Balloonboy. He has to play very carefully, especially as we, spoiler alert, go to Demon Island again with these plasters. But it was the battle boots in game number 1 that, on Demon, found no impact whatsoever.
Right. No, I 100% agree. And again, the reversal from Balloonboy definitely woke something up in Marckiemoo. But I mean, we'll see what happens. Again, it's 1-1 here. Anything can happen. Absolutely anything. And it seems like Marckiemoo is a lot more confident, obviously, on the side. We know him for the side. And Balloonboy as well. We haven't seen the boots like pretty much at all. So I wonder if he's ever gonna swap to the Diana keg.
The Diana. Oh, that's a
Yeah.
bold choice. I mean, it's definitely something to think about.
Yeah, I mean, if you really think about it, I'm pretty sure that's the only gripe. Like maybe my only gripe with Balloonboy's current like state. He doesn't use his secondary weapon like whatsoever. I mean, he's now right now on it and he just cannot do anything with it because Marckiemoo is reading absolutely everything. That spot dodge perfectly read with the recovery and now back on the side. All right.
It's a full stock lead for Marckiemoo. Worth noting, too, that Balloonboy did willingly choose Demon Island as game number 3. He didn't play Battle Boots at all last time we were at Demon. When they went to Fortress of Lions, Balloonboy played exclusively Battle Boots, won the game. 1-1 against Marckiemoo now. So then he swaps back to Demon for Blasters? That's just a big question mark in my mind.
It's a challenge. I'm telling you, it's another side quest, as you said. It seems like it. I mean, I don't know what else to say, okay? It is definitely a counter pick for Balloonboy, but nice neutral sig, KOing off the top. Maybe, hey, maybe, who knows? Maybe you know some tech about that end sig. Like, hey, it KOs very early on Demon Island for some reason. Who knows? You know?
Okay, I'm willing to bet. Balloonboy has been able to use these battle boots to catch out Marckiemoo in neutral sig quite a bit. He was recognizing again from Fortress Alliance.
Wait a minute.
Marckiemoo loves to play from the air, but his sledge
Down
guarding is
sig.
struggling. He's waiting for Balloonboy to get off stage, but he doesn't take the bait. This is looking good though. Rack up that damage. Marckiemoo is trying to go for the bait once again. Find a way in. Double neutral sig does not connect. Marckiemoo, scythe out. Doesn't find any sort of signatures.
Yeah, doesn't find the side sig, and now enlightened away by Balloonboy. Tries to get the down sig. Perfectly spaced by Marckiemoo again. Starlight into downer weapon throw. Is not enough. Wow, did Marckiemoo recover? He weapon threw up and recovered unarmed to do it, but gets down sig anyway and denied away from the stage and from his second stock. And now Balloonboy has the advantage on Demon Island keg.
I know, this is good. The change from the battle boots has been night and day, quite literally for Balloonboy. The fact now that Marckiemoo is needing Balloonboy to go off stage to be part of his win condition has spelled doom for a player that's exclusively played on stage. Marckiemoo is not without a weapon. He's looking for an opportunity to weapon cycle Balloonboy post-mortem. But guess what? Balloonboy lives. The stage is so big. The blast zone's so wide. Marckiemoo off stage again. Survives twice. He goes in deep.
And now he has these. What is happening? You're doing that crazy recovery just to SD after Balloonboy. What is your game plan, man? First off, you're playing on Demon Island, and somehow you're at that advantage, and then you SD your second stock for absolutely no reason. And now Marckiemoo might take the advantage. Like, wait a minute, you're gonna SD? Okay, I got it then. I'm gonna cook you. And it seems like he got the gauntlets. He wants to do some damage. Nice down sig pickup from Balloonboy now. Edgeguard situation. Tries to get the second down sig. Oh, more than the cider weapon throw downwards. Downlight recovery.
No!
To go for the ground pound, but he did not confirm it. Weapon throw upwards. Now back on the gauntlets. Silite. Double GC Silite. Okay. Man. Okay, now they're
Scary.
just trying to figure each other out. Yeah, I'm trying to like figure out what they're trying to do, but it seems like just footsies into the side stick from Balloonboy, taking advantage in the set with a 2-1.
Fantastic execution from
Oh
Balloonboy
my
now.
goodness.
Reversing over Marckiemoo, who now swaps away from the Mordex into the Mirage on game number 4. I mean, what's the breakdown here for Marckiemoo? Because isn't this supposed to be a
Oh,
great
man.
gauntlet stage for someone who's mechanically gifted like Marky? He kept waiting for Balloonboy to play off stage for a singular win condition, and when Balloonboy would not go for that at all, it forced Marckiemoo to play overly aggressive, something that he did not want to do against this Mega Man, and was forced to take so much extra damage.
Okay, so once again, Balloonboy's gonna reset. Apparently, Marckiemoo somehow teleported for him, but he somehow got the advantage in the set while Marckiemoo was teleporting? Maybe that's why the SD happened. I mean, I cannot really know, but that's just my, assumption.
I don't want to be that guy, but if you're able to beat
Yeah?
someone like Marckiemoo while they're teleporting around, you're really good about reading their spacing, and Marky's
just
getting
really good.
predictable. That's the
Beyond
big thing.
exactly right. No, I agree. Like his crazy reads doesn't seem that crazy anymore. It seems for Balloonboy, they seem almost expected, which is crazy to say because Marckiemoo's reads have been absolutely iconic ever since he rushed, like basically thunderstormed into the pro scene. So the fact that Balloonboy can adapt so easily, even when Marckiemoo is teleporting, but it seems like even after the restart, Marckiemoo still has the advantage when it comes to the reads. Keg, like, I don't know.
There's simply just no way in for Balloonboy, at least starting off. Marckiemoo, explosive on the site to begin game number 4. And remember, we talked about how Marckiemoo getting predictable in the spacing. Balloonboy was able to go for these pre-reads to understand it all. But now that we've swapped away from the Mordex into the Mirage, that should be a reset against Balloonboy. And Marckiemoo is playing a lot faster than before. Faster signatures, too.
Oh, nice! Grounded ground pound on the spear from Marckiemoo into the weapon throw! The snipe with the spear. He should play in the Olympics, Marckiemoo. And now back on the another spear, primed out for him. Highlights there, though, coming out from Balloonboy, trying to end Marckiemoo's third stock, or at least getting more damage on it for now. But Marckiemoo with the perfect spacing on the spear. Maybe taking some notes out of Stingray.
Oh, possibly. We did
Nice
see a lot of
there.
Nair coming out from Stingray
Yeah.
in his set.
Yeah, from his sets, 100%. Oh, interesting downsig choice there from Marckiemoo. Maybe a bait, I don't know. I mean, that downsig is very fast. Maybe you have plus, maybe you're plus on it. Shoutouts to the fighting game fans. You know
You
what that
gotta
means.
think of a solution right now if you're Balloonboy. You get rid of one stock from Marckiemoo. That's great. But you're deep red on your second. You really don't want to be in this position to go to Game 5 against Marckiemoo. Tournament life still on the board. Sure, you would have elimination bracket to work with, but you don't want to go down there if you don't have to.
Wait.
Marckiemoo looking
Oh,
solid,
no!
healthy, and again, these battle boots off stage have been the bane of Balloonboy's existence on Demon Island.
Well, yeah, but I'd argue that was simply a mistake from Balloonboy. He could have down there to get back on the wall. He decided to go for the sider instead. Maybe he could have touched with the one last pixel. I sometimes do that during my matches. But yeah, I mean, that's a very difficult tech to pull out, especially against someone like Marckiemoo. He probably thought of that, but he was like, no, he's definitely going to cover that option. So he just went for the Sair instead, and now Balloonboy with quite the disadvantage here on his last stock, and it seems like Marckiemoo's dominating on the spear. Weapon throws! Pogo's taking to another weapon throw just to end that off. Marckiemoo standing us straight to Game 5.
Complete diffusion. Immediately locked back in though. No weapon swaps, no character swaps whatsoever. It's gonna be Balloonboy once again, Game 5. I mean, it felt like Game 4 barely happened.
Yeah, no, exactly.
We never have enough time to show the stage bans, but Marckiemoo immediately chose Demon Island as soon as it was available. I'm shocked that Balloonboy did not ban Demon.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Marckiemoo, no pun intended, well, pun fully intended, was an absolute sandstorm with this Mirage pick so far
Wow.
against Balloonboy. I had to do it.
I mean,
I was
you
like,
put
oh, man.
sand in the robot gears of Mega Man, things are going to get really rough. Balloonboy finding great
100%.
initiation early on for Battle Boots is keeping Marckiemoo in the air. This spear was a game changer in game number 4. Marckiemoo had complete and utter dominance, and Balloonboy once again finding a little bit more parry is great, but Marckiemoo once again gets rid of that first stock! That's Balloonboy gone! Marckiemoo completely clean on his first, is looking like he's not going to stop until he wins the tournament.
My god. My goodness, man. See? This is why. I'll keep repeating myself. I do not care. Marckiemoo is my first place prediction. This sort of explosive just choice and option of play in Marckiemoo is just undisputed at times. Absolutely undisputed. Even on the spear, which is mostly a neutral heavy weapon, he just pulls off the craziest options out there. The double downlight into the ground pound. You usually see a Sair, but maybe it just wasn't enough damage. Now with the grounded ground pound on the spear, the side punch again coming out from Marckiemoo. Not connecting, but doesn't matter because Balloonboy did not have enough options to go back to the stage. Okay.
Great manipulation from Marckiemoo to ensure not hitting Balloonboy would be the best option. And Balloonboy getting popped by the spear over and over since the Mirage swap has been fantastic. Balloonboy is weapon-starving Marckiemoo now. This has been a great setup, though, Jiro. It's been tough. And he says, you know what? This is not going to work. It's over.
Yeah.
109 damage to confirm. A great Game 5 set for Marckiemoo, but certainly not an easy one.
Yeah, not an easy one. And I mean, shout-outs to Balloonboy for playing till the end, even though he just, you know, gave up. You know, he just, you know, was like, you know what? Fair play. I'm done. I'm done. Yeah, you just silent me off the stage and, you know, I'm done.
Yeah, I mean...
But hey, yeah, go on.
Overall, I think this was a great set from both of these players. We've seen... I believe it was Game 5 for the last 2 sets. I could be mistaken. They felt like Game 5s. The fact of the matter is that we are seeing a lot of intense 1v1 gameplay, and despite whatever our predictions were, there's really no clear-cut answer for who the #1 grand finalist spot will be.
I 100% agree once again with you. I cannot not agree. I mean, we got upcoming Radish versus Stingray, so who knows? They might absolutely crush our predictions, and you never know. You never know. Absolutely. I mean,
the cool thing too is that it hasn't been clear cut in terms of gaming philosophy too, who's going to win out either. Every matchup we've had in our block has always been a longer range player versus a shorter range player. So for example, we've had I guess the last series, right? Mega Man with Battle Boots up against a Spear, didn't win. Stingray had to face up against a Petra and a Fate. He was able to win that out. And before that, we had a Rayman that struggled quite a bit against, I believe it was also Boots too. It is not consistent. I don't know who's going to win between Radish and Stingray.
Definitely a toss-up, Keg. I cannot agree more. I mean, Radish, as you said, and as you can see, he's just a very neutral-heavy player against a neutral-heavy player, which is Stingray. So this is probably gonna be an absolute Street Fighter type of set. Just trying to figure each other out. Very analytical, grounded type of gameplay. I think that's what I'm expecting from this set.
Very punchy. Yeah, I know. I completely agree. It's gonna be interesting no matter which way it plays out. Looks like we are still waiting for players to get into the lobby. Someone had to disconnect really quick. So assuming Radish is gonna play Red Raptor, assuming Stingray is gonna stay on the Bryn pick, who do you think has the advantage going into game #1?
Game #1, I mean, again, since both players are usually analytical when it comes to approaching, right? I think they're both gonna try and just figure each other's spacing ways out and just options and openings. So honestly, I don't know. It could be
diplomatic answer.
Even though Radish, as you saw from Bunny's set, against Bunny, sucks that she's still not in the tournament anymore. But what we've seen from that set is that he can definitely match some explosiveness if he wants to, or maybe even just start with explosiveness and then chill out if there's a need for it, right? So maybe Radish is gonna take the upper hand. We'll see what
Okay.
happens though.
Locking in Radish. I think between Stingray and Radish, we do have the advantage going to Radish overall. I think the Red Raptor experience of just being level 100 on your character themselves could be enough to leverage the odds, but the fact that we've seen Red Raptor's orb control be so stifling against any sort of opponent, I mean, not even just in this tournament, just historically with Radish, right?
In general.
Will be a
Yeah.
big problem for Stingray. But we can't take that away from Stingray either. Seeing Shade should have had Stingray's number if we're looking at
Yeah,
that
dude.
same point of
Yeah.
view. And that didn't happen.
Exactly. It didn't because simply, I mean, we gotta keep that in check as well. His experience, dude. He has been playing this game for so long and he's still having placements. You cannot understate that. That's huge. And I
Yeah.
mean, he's playing against the current gen, probably the next gen. You know, he played after the OG gen. Like,
2, 1, brawl.
Bro
he's
is
going
an
everywhere.
11th generation
Multi-generational
Pokemon.
player. Exactly. There we go. And now he's trying to find his evolution here in this set against Radish. Still on the Bryn though. Classic pick from him.
Yeah, certainly no Moonstones, unfortunate of Lions. This has been a great setup early on for Stingray. It always goes for the same ordeal. Early nairs to poke damage away from Radish and fast track your way to getting stock KOs as soon as possible. But Radish doesn't really care about the nairs. He's just in Stingray's
Yeah, he just
POV.
goes for it. Yeah, I don't know. He just goes for options that are like that. GC Silent was so weird coming out from Radish. It almost feels like he's lagging, I'm not gonna lie. Especially against, again, someone such as Stingray. You cannot understate spacing against someone like Stingray. And just, never, what just happened?
Well, I
The
hate to
Crowhead
say
just
it
took
has to do
Stingray
with
out
spacing.
like that? It did, yeah. But that was just a great option choice coming out from Radish all the way up there with the neutral sig, gravity cancel. But as soon as I say that, Stingray reversing right back with the spear recovery. So again, this might be a very close set. As I said, both analytical players probably trying to figure each other out what's their, their best bet. Either in the air or grounded. And so far it seems like Radish definitely has the, aerial advantage.
And look, neither player's coming into this set pulled off of each other's playstyles either. This is a rematch that we've already seen this tournament, where Stingray barely won 3-2. So it's going to be a matter of seeing now whether or not Radish can be the one to readapt against Stingray now. Nair allowed Stingray to survive.
Oh, Silite. Oh, tries to convert with the down sig there. That was interesting, but an SD, unfortunate SD with no options left by Stingray. And now Radish on 2 stocks advantage. And as I told you, I literally predicted this. Radish absolutely exploding.
Yeah, he's explosive. Stingray, what he does against these orb players is that he tries to pivot away, slide dash away as much as he humanly can for the side air, and then reinitiate off of a sig. He's trying to go for those signatures now. They are not connecting against Radish. However, Radish forgoes the orb in this position.
Oh.
He wants to find the orb back, but instead he'll have to use battle boots.
Opting for boots.
Stingray, though, ground pounded off
Oh!
stage. No orb
What?
needed. What a great opportunity to find the end of game 1.
And just as I predicted, game 1 goes to Radish, and convincingly so. That's a 2-stock keg.
Yeah.
That was pretty good against someone like Stingray. Wow. Then again, Radish is an absolutely insane player, so I cannot understate that as well. But man, as soon as I said that, it's almost like he heard my advice. Maybe I should be more aggressive in game 1.
It worked out well, and Stingray was able to get a lot of damage close to Radish, but the problem is that wasn't necessarily impactful damage. When Radish was able to go in for combos and start things up,
Yeah.
it didn't end well for Stingray at all. Very rarely was there
Yeah.
a fall off. Very rarely did it end without Stingray losing a stock.
Yeah, like an avoidance of some sorts, or just a good dodge from Stingray. I mean, maybe they were good dodges, but probably predicted by Radish. Who knows at this point? And I mean, we're back to Small Fortress of Lions. I don't think we're gonna see a stage swap anytime soon in this set. And so far, yeah, no damage. They're probably gonna try and figure each other out more though. Like, nice end lights coming out from Stingray. Nice air as well from Radish. Tries to get the second Sair, does not connect though. Gets the third one. Nice there into Nair. Whoa, ground pound choice there. That was interesting. He probably expected a down dodge from Stingray. Nice down there as well. GCN line to reverse him back to the stage. What is Radish cooking on this orb keg?
Both players are cooking right now. Stingray was going to catch out the reversals and the pivots from Radish in order to use end light or even side light in order to keep Radish away. That was great for the Axe, but on the spear is Struggle City, Population Stingray. That's going to be Radish taking stock number 1.
Yeah, no, 100% it was Struggle City. Struggle Nation, I should call it. I mean, dude, Radish, it seems like he kept the momentum from game 1 and just kept with the aggressive game plan. And it seems like it's working so well for him right now. At least against the Axe. And it seems like Stingray has been stuck on the Axe. See, he's throwing it away. He probably wants the spear to end the third stock away from Radish.
Yeah, Stingray's plan with the Axe of brawling out against Radish has not been working out well for him. This extra range, a larger setup potential, and a side sig is enough to bring Radish down to his second stock. It's a good start. Stingray just needs to keep his distance away from Radish on his orb and battle boots. Radish has no distance whatsoever in his kit, except for the orb when you get caught out.
Yeah.
Just have to watch out for that one instance, exactly. If Stingray can just stay on stage, duke it out against Radish, and keep that distance with the spear, that should be enough on the macro level to win out game 2.
No, yeah, I 100% agree with your perspective here. Like, it seems like Stingray is not respecting Radish's options that much. It seems like he also wants to get aggressive, which again is not that, usual for Stingray, and it's probably gonna cost him. Gonna try and adapt to that, but man, Stingray already on red. Radish definitely having an advantage here in health. Is it enough though? Nice silent Sarah pickup from Stingray. Maybe nice pogo stick, weapon throw. GC silent not enough to connect.
Spear. OP has another, that's good. All right, this is it now for Stingray. Now or never moment for the series. This could determine everything. And there it is, down 6. Stingray takes the lead in game 2, but he's still behind in the set. He has a great plan now with this spear. He is giving more respect now to Radish. You called it perfectly. As long as he does not tunnel vision and go for aggressive pivots, he should be able to make
what
it in the series.
What? Did you see that down sig?
I did, and it's keeping on going. Stingray, he keeps the streak, but no, it doesn't connect for Radish. This is it, though. Sweat beads are out. Radish is caught in a corner. Stingray has a setup, but he can't convert. This is it. Up in the sky. Stingray, though, still has an extra stock. What weapon will he pick up next? It doesn't matter now. He's starved. This hungry, ferocious beast needs to get that next weapon, but Radish says no. This is it. Radish, if he can make a miracle happen now, through the weapon, spot dodge, Stingray picks up the spear. That's game number 2. An even series.
And that's a 1-1, ladies and gentlemen. And man, what a nail crunching set so far. Like, it feels back and forth. I mean, as I said, about the 2 stock from Radish, it seems like it didn't matter much. Stingray easily adapted and I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna 1-1 with my basic fundamentals that are just pristine today. And yeah, I cannot help but agree.
It's
Very
been
good choice from Stingray.
It's been a big pendulum swing set for both of these 2 players. Each game has come in with big adaptability. And that's what happens when you have a rematch this deep into a tournament.
Yeah, 100%. Like, you'll be like, okay, so what did I do wrong? But he's probably, if I know Stingray, his first pro tip, like to go pro, is to watch replays. Guess what he did for the past, like, an hour till he had to play again? Like, yeah. Obviously watching some replays, and it seems like it did some work, but we'll see though. Radish, definitely a very good player himself. He's probably trying to adapt, but we'll see who adapts first into this game 3.
I mean, the onus right now is on Radish. That spear has been death on a stick for him to go up against, and he has no way of getting past it. And when Stingray locks in and gets that initiation going, Radish has nowhere to run. He does pivot from behind and gets a good little setup there. Continues it forwards. That's good off of orb.
Again with the ground pound
Radish
choice.
has been able to find.
I wonder, Keg, if that's a misinput or something, because he went twice for it. I mean, I don't know, it just seemed like an odd choice after that. Like,
I think it's just unexpected. You don't want to be predictable against Radish.
I mean, against Stingray as well. Yeah, I mean, obviously. But it seems like Stingray is, I don't know, kind of rocky here in Game 3, and this is definitely not the time to lose momentum. Nice and light though on the axe. Probably trying to catch some landings. Back on the spear now. Recovery with Radish. Nice jump call out with that side there. And probably swapping back to the orb still, and it's been doing wonders against Stingray's spear and axe. So yeah, definitely, Keg. This is a show.
Oh, this is the tunnel vision from Stingray again. He's brawling out the orb. It's working well, though. Good side air. It might be enough force to get 1 or 2 more solid hits to send Radish down to that second stock and get rid of the orb for now, and it is. Great recovery from Stingray. Little damaged on second stock, but still can be enough for a complete reset. It's orb again, though, for Radish.
Yeah, and I mean, Radish, it seems like he's going into his floaty playstyle, like his floaty sort of state. You know?
The
It's almost like some sort of flow state. Yeah, floaty state, exactly. Like, as you can see on the orb, and I mean, that's such a good choice with orb. You got that strong nair, you got that side air that catches so many options, especially jumps. It almost feels like a perfect counter to the spear downlight, right? It kind of catches the same zone.
Oh, okay.
Oh my
1, 2,
God.
3 punch from Stingray. Okay. Again, pendulum swing abound. Radish now on final stock of game number 3. Still no clear answer for the spear just yet. Has been able to find a lot more impact when Stingray does get rid of it, more than anything else. It's just a matter of waiting out the timer, I suppose, on that stock.
Yeah. And I mean, again, as I keep repeating myself, this is Stingray's like most comfy spot when he's on 2 stocks red against a 1 stock opponent. But it seems like as soon as I say that, Radish will definitely equalize these stocks and just trying to get more damage on the orb. But so far, we're going, as I said, into very grounded Street Fighter type footsies.
Yeah, this is more of a
Not
ballet
even
than
grounded,
anything
but
else.
just footsies. Yeah, Cirque du Soleil here.
Let's see which
Okay.
one of them can be the best. The queen of the ball. It's going to be a great initiation from Stingray. Unfortunately, though, the neutral light does not connect. Radish again, the follow-up. A great starter, but the recovery does not connect. Stingray punishes once, but the second nair does not connect. Radish finds it as an opening to escape and get a little bit of damage. 1 stock each for these players. It is scary. This could determine the series. 1-1 in the set. Not elimination just yet for either one of these players, but certainly not a place to be in. This is for the chance to be eliminated. And Radish is so close to losing game number 3. He won game 1, but cannot convert the third.
And man, that down sig has been doing absolute wonders for Stingray recently. In every tournament that he played, in every just set, that down sig is so good. It has so many active frames. It can cast jumps too with those last 2 frames, but like when you're right inside of it, you're done. It does so much damage and has so much knockback. Such a good play coming out from Stingray
Now,
to get the 2-1.
the chat did mention the floaty state, not quite a flow state
Yeah.
for Radish, but is that the most optimal thing for him to do now? Because he's lost the last 2 games playing floaty.
Yeah, no, it seems... I mean, I'm also getting another spoiler from the chat that he got an insane rollback frame, so, hey, it happens, you know? Internet is internet, what can you do? But I would argue that no, he needs to stay a bit more grounded, because Orb has very strong grounded play as well. Especially when it comes to spacing or like baiting out moves. You got that end light, which is decently fast. But again, Stingray will probably read those options quite well if you stay too grounded as well.
Well,
So I don't know.
Radish
It's a war of attrition.
has potentially 3 chances to figure out a way to bring things to game 5. Elimination on the board off of this set. Radish now holding on tight, does have a ledge guard, nice and steady against Stingray, but cannot find the follow-up. Stingray's punishes have been lethal against Radish in this set.
Yeah, no, I agree. And look, Radish is just Tom and Jerrying away from Stingray so far, trying to get these Silite Sayers reversals. But I don't know. Again, this is neck and neck here. But
Good nair.
Stingray, it seems on top of things with those nairs. Yeah, and the down sig once again. The dreaded down sig by Radish. And Stingray keeps getting those so well. catching those landings almost perfectly. Oh, bad punish coming out. Whew. Yeah, that Ensig is not really that good, especially against someone as grounded as Stingray is. Like, he only goes for nairs when he notices that, you know, the opponent jumps, but not during Ensig. 100%.
Radish is just looking for anything, a morsel of an opening against Stingray, and he certainly hasn't found a whole lot up until now. Stingray loses spear, weapon starved, effective. I mean, if I'm Stingray, this is the end of stock 3,
Wait.
right? Yeah,
Oh,
there's no chance off of that down air.
Yeah. Down air, yeah, excuse me. I don't know why I said side air. I've seen lots of sidelight airs, okay? Maybe my brain's getting washed by that Orb Classic. It doesn't matter. Anyway, got that, you know, equalizing stock. Radish with that nice and clean down there, even though a bit more damage than he would probably like. Stingray getting almost to that comfy position of a full stock ahead. So, yeah, Keg. This is scary, and it happened. It happened. Down Sig. And now, this might be just Stingray. Stingray's just, you know, overall Zawarudo, you know, domain expansion.
Sure, yeah, Infinity Castle or whatever you have from Stingray now. Releases inner Gojo all over the place. He has a solid stock to work with over Radish, and at this point, for Radish, it feels like he's been pretty deflated from this set. There's really no counter to the spear that he's been able to find. He's lightly damaged on his potential final stock of the tournament. Stingray, all but guaranteed now to get into the lower finals, to have a shot for Grands. Just in that matter now of Radish making the comeback this very moment. They change all of that story for a Game 5. Battle Boots is gone. Orb is gone. Radish potentially gone now.
Everything
Stingray,
is gone, yeah.
double nair off of the axe, goes back to the spear. Still no weapon for Radish. A battle of brawling, quite literally unarmed. Oh, an orb. Good setup. Gravity cancel. Side stare. Okay. This could be it. This could be the confidence needed to bring things back, but Stingray chooses to run. Wait for the weapon to spawn in. A breath of fresh air for Radish.
There's no way Radish brings this back, right? No way, right? I mean, I've seen this before from Radish. He can bring these back. Side air, definitely enough though. Caster's Curse for Radish this time. And Stingray with the 3-1 victory to go to the elimination finals against Balloonboy. Whoo, boy.
I mean, look, plenty of deflated and defeated players so far for the lower bracket. Stingray has been, well, a stinging demon, I suppose. He has eliminated a lot of fan favorites so far from this 1v1 tournament. And the fact now that it doesn't seem like he's showing any signs of stopping is very, very scary.
No, yeah, 100% agreed. Like, he can be so scary. Did you see those down sigs, man?
I didn't see them.
Were absolutely perfection. Perfection, man.
Yeah.
Like, he's so good at spacing. It's almost ridiculous. Like, the only way, in my opinion, to kind of just obliterate Stingray's spacing is like someone like Marckiemoo, you know? He's so aggressive.
Okay.
And Stingray, obviously, he is human. He might get overwhelmed by that.
You know what?
Time.
I'm going to push back on that. The fact that
Go on.
the lower bracket has just been a feeding grinder of these Battle Boots Orb whatever players for Stingray, and he's been able to demolish all of them. I don't have high hopes for Balloonboy in this.
For Balloonboy. Okay, that's fair. I thought you were going to say for Marckiemoo because we were talking about him. But yeah, for Balloonboy... Yeah, no. I just thought into the future, you know.
Oh, okay.
Grand finals,
Doctor Strange, you know, telekinesis.
Yeah, exactly.
Look,
no, I know what's coming next.
Yeah, I mean, look, Stingray and Marckiemoo have pretty similar play styles. We could see a lot of shenanigans there, but the fact of the matter states is that, you know, Stingray, well, I mean, the fact is that neither one of them have been rocking, like, those punchy weapons. Stingray has been eating everybody in the lower bracket alive with Battle Boots.
I mean, yeah, I do agree. But I feel like Stingray, again, he doesn't really have many similarities with, let's say, with Balloonboy. Balloonboy has a very boomy-ish playstyle, and what do I mean by that? He knows how to counter spacing.
Right? I would hope so.
He knows how to counter just overall dominance he knows how to just bring it back. As you saw against Marckiemoo, like Marckiemoo and Balloonboy, you saw that set. Balloonboy somehow was always behind, even though just wasn't enough. He still was right there, you know, right there, clutching with Marckiemoo. And I feel like that's gonna be an important asset against Stingray here.
So
in the...
where we're at right now in the tournament, Jiro, who do you have for grand finals?
Let's see. I mean, yeah, no.
It's okay. You have time to think about it because we have to go to a small break.
Oh, do we?
Of
All right,
course.
then.
Don't go anywhere. We'll be back real soon.
Ooh, welcome back to Verdant Ruins from Moose Wars, powered by Brawlhalla. We're back with his amazing top 3 this time. It's your boy, Jiro, and I'm joined with my man here. Oh, other side, Keg.
Oh, I thought he was behind me.
Yeah. No. Yeah, no. I'm like right next to you, but you know we have different backgrounds because it's green screen. You know?
We just have such a big
We're here in
studio.
the same room. Yeah, exactly. It's massive, dude. It's so cool.
Well, live from
Yeah,
our
like a pool and stuff.
Yeah, pool. I mean, multiple kinds of pools. We have the ones with the balls, we have the ones with the not balls and water. But we have in our multi-billion-dollar studio an amazing matchup for you. Now, I've gone blind. My brain doesn't work anymore, Jiro. Who do we have next?
Oh, dude, come on. How could you? We have Balloonboy versus Stingray.
Oh, it all came
An
back to me.
absolute
You're
cinema
right.
of a set.
Oh. Now, as we established going into this small break, and we're back, Stingray has been devouring Battle Boots players in the lower bracket. I don't have the highest hopes for Balloonboy going into this. I hope I'm being proven wrong, but as we go into Demon Island for game number 1, Stingray, I feel like all the chips are in his basket.
No, I absolutely agree. Because it feels like this entire, as you said, Battle Boots Blasters Gauntlet has been for this exact moment to try and go to the grand finals against Marckiemoo, you know? And I mean, we'll see what happens. Stingray so far is getting kind of eaten alive, as you said, but in the opposite way, because Balloonboy is kind of cooking on these blasters. Nice double downer to side there. Okay, almost got that KO to the side. Trying to get the fourth down there, side there. Excuse me.
My god.
Oh! But somehow Balloonboy makes it back, then Stingray doesn't. Stingray went, you know, for broke there, but it just wasn't enough, Keg.
It wasn't, but it
Man.
came so close. That was a certified Brawlhalla moment. And Stingray, it's about to whop one right back. Gravity cancel, neutral sig unfortunately does not connect. Battleboy was able to find a lot of success off of Marckiemoo, getting for the rogue neutral sigs of his own on ground. Stingray might have to adjust to that later on. Unfortunately, the spear has not been the solution for Stingray in this first game. But the axe very much could be.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, look, that downlight is definitely gonna do it. They're gonna equalize those two stocks. And now, on the spear, Stingray, probably his most confident weapon. I wouldn't say his axe is definitely like his pivotal weapon when it comes to like winning the set or something like that, or even the first game in this case. Spear will definitely do it, but maybe not against Balloonboy, because it seems like he found out something from Stingray. Look at that neutral sig.
You just cannot approach Balloonboy aerially as long as the blasters are available. Oh, I apologize. Really, just any weapons are available for Balloonboy.
Yeah, no, 100%. And now it seems like Stingray trying to get some axe going, and he does, avoids that neutral sig. Balloonboy tosses away the battle boots, gets down sig though as soon as he tried to even think of getting the second weapon, which are the blasters. And now Stingray somehow equalized the stocks, even though it seemed like a Balloonboy show for this first match. And now Balloonboy got the battle boots, and gotta get some damage, and he does. Nice nair conversion with the reverser into recovery. Sider here with the active input to the side, I'm pretty sure, just to toss him to the side even more. Okay. Stingray's kind of shaky here.
It's so even back and forth right now, Jiro. It was a great dodge off of the recovery. Stingray, some sweat beads were out, but he gets back on stage all hunky-dory. But Stingray can't find the follow-up. It was the attempt to go for the downlight, but Balloonboy misses his neutral. Doesn't matter. It sets up Stingray for the perfect spot to go for a side air, and Balloonboy takes game number 1.
Yeah, and I mean, that was a blazing fast game 1, by the way. Probably one of the fastest in this like day of the tournament, because man, it was like what, 2 minutes? I didn't even look at the you know, match time. That was crazy fast.
It was fast in our hearts.
Yeah, it was fast in our hearts.
Oh, but
And
man,
yeah, it was a very close game.
Those blasters were a big problem for Stingray for the majority of that first game, too. The Battle Boots found a lot of impact towards the end. It actually ended up doing more damage overall against Stingray than the blasters even did towards the very end. But Spear was the bread and butter for Stingray. You said that his Spear was good, but it's not like his forte, you know? So we should be seeing more Axe in game 2, right?
I mean, we should be seeing more axe, but maybe you got it wrong, but I did say that Spear would be his primary weapon, but it seems like Balloonboy figured out. And no, it's fine. As I told you, like before even the set started, that Balloonboy knows how to fight against spacing. He knows how to deal with that, especially against Marckiemoo, and now against Stingray. It seems like Balloonboy figured something out, or maybe his internet's working properly now. Maybe Stingray is not teleporting against him. Oh, wait, downlight Sair. Not enough to KO. Perfect recovery there from Balloonboy. Back on the stage, downlight Sair. Kind of the orb playstyle here on the battle boots.
Just this grounded control, absolutely necessary. Unfortunately, Balloonboy went for the pre-read for the neutral sig, did not connect. Stingray goes for a weapon throw. The Javelin does not find its white whale. But can Stingray do enough here? He goes for the pre-read, tries to find a side air, but he does end up converting the stock anyways. Balloonboy now, he's down by 1. His blasters have been great about evening up these stocks against Stingray. It's just a matter now of seeing if Stingray can just get up close enough to make the blasters useless.
I mean, honestly, blasters cannot really be useless in this current patch, Keg, because they've been honestly insane. You got those Psylight Sears, you got the D-Light Sears, you know, the classics. Downlight Recovery, finally KOs properly again. So yeah, Balloonboy definitely got the tools on the blasters as well, but it seems like Stingray
what a
knows
read!
how to deal with that, and what a read exactly with a down sig. Damn, that was so good, Keg.
It really was so good. And Stingray, he's been such a good space creator on the stage itself that Balloonboy has no breathing room. It does force that floatier playstyle, which the gravity cancel neutral sig that he's been using to send away people like Stingray can't really be used as effectively when you gravity cancel it every time.
Yep. And now it seems like Balloonboy tries to stay a bit more grounded against Stingray and finally respect some spacing, because it seemed like Balloonboy in the last match did not really care and just went in for it. Okay. Nice, few hits, micro hits, you know. Uh-oh, no options left.
Just barely
Somehow,
touched.
yeah, Stingray allowed him to touch. I mean, he was like, yeah, you know, you're on 1 stock, I can just side air you away anyway after you burn your dodge, and that's just what happened. Stingray getting that match confidently, equalizing the set.
Look, really read into game number 1, realizing that these blasters were the main pain point against Stingray. He was able to adjust to play a lot farther out once Balloonboy had blasters available. But when battle boots were in the arsenal of Balloonboy, that's where we saw that very aggressive Stingray go in and find the majority of his damage and just send Balloonboy straight to game 3.
Yeah, and again, confidently so. It seems like he figures something out in Balloonboy's neutral play, and I mean, that's Stingray's specialty, obviously, Keg, as we said. So yeah, definitely his strong suit against Balloonboy. We'll see if Balloonboy can adapt with maybe more aggression, maybe just better blasters play overall. I don't know.
I mean, you mentioned how blasters are unbelievable in this current meta. We have to see Balloonboy play into that, right? But Stingray's like,
Yeah.
nah, dude, we're gonna make sure I'm in your face, naring you nonstop.
Yeah, look at the pogo sticks, the end lives just flying around him with the spear. Nice down sig call out. Oh, the double down sig! That's so much damage already on Balloonboy. I think he tried to get his pogo stick, but nicely interrupted with the nair. Downlight recovery, connecting from Balloonboy. And light. Nice highlight there. Whiff though. Okay. Some footsies again. Oh, nice recovery pickup from Balloonboy.
The double sig read. The triple sig read is not working.
Quadruple.
That's a big part of it too. Stingray's not falling for that neutral sig like Balloonboy was able to find success with against Marckiemoo. Great combo setup from Stingray. Sends Balloonboy to that second stock.
Wow, that was such a good GC downlight. That was masterful axe play coming out from Stingray. And it seems like once again, Caster's Curse is happening. Because as soon as I say, oh, axe is not doing that, you know, much for Stingray in general, he shows me like pristine axe gameplay. So, I don't even know at this point.
Oh, Stingray may know. We'll have to watch him discover the answer in real time. Balloonboy's blasters have been so chaotic and catching Stingray out at every position possible. This has been good. Stingray looking to go for those pre-reads against Balloonboy. A great side air. The weapon throw does not connect. A fantastic spot dodge for Balloonboy getting onto the stage. These blasters have worked out well for him. Stingray does not care to go in, but going in, I should say. Side air was effective. Knocks the weapon straight out of the hands of Balloonboy. Gets those blasters again. The side sig doesn't connect. Stingray trying to find the setup, but he fakes it out into a side air.
Wow, and that side air, but like right before that, that dodge was insane. How does Stingray have such crazy reflexes on the dodges? Like, I don't get it. And that side air right after, capitalizing on that just pristine moment. So now trying to get some weapon throws in, maybe just to take Balloonboy off of his feet. But as soon as I say that, he gets KO'd upwards by those battle boots with a delayed recovery. And now it's a 1-1 again.
It's 1-1 for the stocks and for the set, Jiro. If you're Balloonboy, what's the game plan?
If I'm Balloonboy, honestly, the blasters kinda caught Stingray off guard in my opinion. At least so far, but it seems like Stingray quickly adapted. Balloonboy was like, nah, you're not right, Jiro. I'm just gonna go back to the battle boots and try to figure something out against this monster.
It did work well for game 1. That's where Balloonboy won the only game so far this set. Stingray, though, Axe and Spear, a duality, a force to be reckoned with, has been destroying the HP of Balloonboy from games 2 and now 3. One more solid hit, not even a signature necessary, will send Balloonboy to elimination. I'm sorry, the elimination game. Stingray tries to go for the pogo. He's not able to find it. Balloonboy back in neutral. Neutral sig catches Stingray off guard. Don't tunnel vision Stingray. Caught off guard though. Side air. Off stage. Weapon throw. Will it be enough? The answer comes down to these very next few moments. A side air from the blasters. Balloonboy throws them away into a recovery. Stingray now one more game away from moving forwards and Balloonboy eliminated.
Man, that was such a good recovery, by the way. Man, that was so clean coming out from Stingray. And I mean, what else can you expect from this absolute spacing monster? And now it's a 2-1 for Stingray. I did not expect this.
But then what do you do against a spacing demon like Stingray?
You just, I don't know, you pray or play better, or you do both.
Well, yeah.
I don't know.
I'd be down. You pray with one hand, play with the other. I mean, the answer for game 1 for Balloonboy was blasters. That's been countered. And we've seen Stingray demolish every Battle Boots player he's came across in elimination bracket. I don't know what advantages Balloonboy has.
Yeah, and I mean, again, my only, like, tunnel vision, one brain cell moment was like, oh, maybe he's gonna go for Diana to just catch Stingray off guard with the bow.
But he
It
doesn't.
seems like, no, he doesn't. And this could be his last chance here on the VV, on the Mega Man here, so he gotta bring out his A game against Stingray. That was caught! Keg, are you kidding me?
This kitten's no joke, Jiro. Stingray is looking fantastic with his connection on his signatures. Very rarely have they missed in this set. Balloonboy tried to go for his own slide, charge neutral sig. That didn't connect. Stingray now unafraid of any opportunities aerially against Balloonboy. Recognizing now this player is playing a lot more floaty, he can go for these down airs for free.
I wouldn't say for free necessarily, but it does seem so. Those down sigs, man, they're so scary. But finally, Balloonboy managed to space one out. That side sig, as soon as I say that, Stingray was like, okay, I can perfectly space your sigs, and I'm gonna hit a down sig on you to get this first KO.
Hook, line, and sinker.
Exactly. Like, he's just so good at this. So good at reversals, Stingray, actually. I'm starting to realize that. Whenever you think that Stingray is like behind, somehow he pulls it all the way back with some down sig or some crazy recovery you don't expect, and all of a sudden it's equal stocks or even better, an advantage for Stingray.
Well, give credit where credit's due right now. Balloonboy does have a slight advantage with the blasters. He was racking up that damage against Stingray despite being the first to lose that first stock. Stingray has a fantastic spot dodge, leads into a nair. He gets out of dodge himself though, but he reinitiates with a side air of his own. Lead that into a nair for a setup. Balloonboy has no safe place to go other than connecting with the Sair to create spacing himself.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know, he's trying to create some spacing. That side sig whiffed and he got down sig. As soon as I finish my sentence, recovery straight into it, and now swapping back to the spear. Stingray looking more confident because it's his Stingray zone. 2 stocks to 1. You already know, Keg.
Historically
We've seen this
speaking,
so many times today.
Stingrays have only ever killed one human being. But guess what? That might not be enough. This could be another from Stingray. Balloonboy's on elimination stock in this set. And Stingray, he has been grinding hard, making it farther and farther and farther in his tournament career. Another top 8, and he's eyeing for grand finals. Stingray, however, is barely holding on to this second stock. Balloonboy has an opportunity to make this work, but the side sig does not connect. Can Stingray close it out now? It's all but certain. It's just a matter of doing it here. Balloonboy has no weapon. He picks up the battle boots. Stingray is waiting for the spacing and for Balloonboy to make a mistake just like that to initiate a down air into an air. And once again, though, caught off by a neutral. A second for Balloonboy to breathe.
Yeah, and you finally gave me a second to breathe. Thank you. And now we're going straight into it again. Balloonboy trying to enter stock. Okay, no options left, but what a pristine nair coming up from Stingray, eliminating that recovery in its entirety. Nice neutral save pickup from Balloonboy. Can he bring this all the way back? He needs to play perfect Brawlhalla here against Stingray. Side air, neutral air, did not connect. Down air, another nair, another neutral sig. Can Balloonboy bring it back? And it does with the GC downlight air. Perfect Brawlhalla from Balloonboy.
That's unbelievable. Going into Game 5, what a reversal from Balloonboy. He was not willing to give up. And Stingray, now the onus is back on him for elimination. Game 5.
That was, I'm not joking, Keg. When I say that, that was perfection. That was perfect Brawlhalla right there. He knew exactly what to do in exact situations. Those neutral state callouts were insane. That gravity cancel, okay? You're risking yourself in that sort of situation with a gravity cancel downlight stare on the battle boots to get that KO.
It's down to this.
Absolute madman.
It's down to this, though. Final Game 5 elimination side, Stingray versus Balloonboy. Both of these players have been playing phenomenally this year and in this tournament.
Yeah.
But one of them
So,
be the only one to move on.
yeah, this has been so fun. Keg. I just want to thank you. You know, that was so good. This is so good.
Yeah, don't
Chat,
thank me.
I
Thanks
hope you're
Stingray and
enjoying
Balloonboy.
this. Yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying this as much as we do, because this so far has been an absolutely amazing war of attrition and just pure bliss in terms of gameplay. And Balloonboy seems like he wants to go straight to grand finals against Marckiemoo with an insane gimp on Stingray with the battle boots.
Sure.
Oh my god.
What a start. What a beginning here. Balloonboy, a great way to be a tempo setter for the final game of elimination for either one of these players. It's just a matter now of keeping that momentum going. You mentioned it yourself, Jiro. Game number 4, Stingray is so good at reversals, and he does it again. Side air is out.
Oh my god. How did he get so much damage already, though? It's crazy. Like, we're blinking and he gets those macro hits on the axe, on the spear, and it's just enough to get that side air KO to the side, and now equalizing these stocks in this elimination finals against Balloonboy.
Neutral.
And now Balloonboy once again with the neutral state call out, Keg.
These battle boots have worked so well. Remember, Stingray, every player he's eliminated on stream has been a battle boots wielder. This is revenge for all of them. Balloonboy could be the one to continue forward. Stingray, recoveries out, sweat beads, side air, down air, excuse me. Launching Stingray straight to that bottom blast zone.
Man. Yeah, no, Stingray needs to, like, pump the gas here, because Balloonboy seems like he wants to run away with this Game 5. That, like, beginning of the set was absolutely insane and a momentum setter for Balloonboy. It seems for the rest of this match, getting this end light, just getting more damage now. It seems like Balloonboy is in the Stingray zone. Keg. It's literally the reverse, yes, the reverse of the scenario for Stingray. Now he's playing from behind, and now he has to aggress.
Balloonboy hates the wildlife. He's looking for extinction. Stingray, though, one last stock between himself and being out of this tournament. Can Balloonboy do this? He needs to make this second stock count. It's a singular advantage in this state. And Stingray's playing so cautiously, waiting for that neutral sig to come out and miss for a side air.
Oh.
He's doing whatever he can to manipulate the space and time. Balloonboy sends him down to oblivion. One stock left of this set.
Oh man, we're going to the wire here in this elimination finals for Verdant Ruins, guys. And Light, okay, into down air, almost got that conversion. Balloonboy trying to find some more hits now. Trying to run away with the momentum, but nice read coming up from Stingray, ending it with the recovery on the spear. Nice nair, tries to get for the double nair. Side there, not connecting for Balloonboy. Nice nair as well. The sidelighting, oh, that's a huge whiff. That could have costed the entire game. Balloonboy, what are you doing? Oh,
Balloonboy!
no! No way! Okay.
Punch guard. Oh, the signature doesn't connect!
No way!
Balloonboy read it perfectly!
No way, no way, no
now,
way.
Stingray, a weapon throw is out. Neutral doesn't connect. No weapon at all. Starve the tornado! And Stingray evades it all. All he has to do is wait, play patient, let the nerves not win. Balloonboy has blasters out now. They won game 1, but Battle Boots have reigned supreme for the other. Neutral Sig does not connect again. Stingray still without a weapon. Bides his time. Waits for Balloonboy's next move.
Oh my god.
Battle Boots, side air. They don't connect. Stingray takes his time. A deep breath, all needed. He has Axe. One single hit from anything in that kid will send Balloonboy out of the tournament. It's a side air. And we have Stingray continue on.
Oh my god. Stingray pulls it out. He goes to the grand finals against all odds. He brings it all the way back against Balloonboy and goes to the grand finals against Marckiemoo in Verdant Ruins 1v1s.
What a journey.
Holy.
Absolute journey for Stingray to make it to this point. Balloonboy, a very well-fought matchup, made it to Game 5. I mean, the Blasters barely saw any action. This is a complete reversal in stats that we had saw in Game 1, where it was no Battle Boots at all Blasters.
I'm shaking.
Balloonboy
I'm shaking.
tried to change it up, and it just did not work. Stingray is the Battle Boots destroyer.
Man, he is. He is. You were right. You were entirely right. He went for the gauntlet. And that was the pivotal moment, Keg. That was the absolute pivotal moment in that set. He found the war of attrition. He got the perfect spacing, landed it down against Balloonboy. And as you said, he took him down to go against the king, Marckiemoo.
I got a problem, though. Look, Stingray's been pretty good against Battle Boots. I think we've established that. But his final opponent in Grand Finals is not a Battle Boots player. It's a Mordex.
It's a Mordex. Or a Mirage.
Or a
Could be
Mirage.
both.
Neither of which are boot wielders. They don't believe in shoes. It's Scythe.
And not even Orb.
Yeah, or Orb.
Not even Orb.
It's going to be longer range.
Ooh, boy. No Orb, no Blasters. Stingray will need to adapt fast because Marckiemoo is an absolute monster, as you saw. Like, you saw. I don't have to say anything.
See.
I don't have to say anything.
Yeah.
There's a reason why he's in Grand Finals, a reason why he is my #1 prediction for this entire tournament. But we'll see. Stingray can probably change the entire story today. He did change it against Balloonboy. I did not expect the win after how that last match started.
It's worth noting, too, that we don't have much time for a break off of Stingray. He's hot and ready to go. He wants to go straight into Grand Finals. Both players...
I don't need a break.
Exactly. They're both locked in. They have their legends selected and ready to go, Jiro. You know, I know you have your predictions. Can you give me a stat line for how you think Grants is going to go? First of all, do you think we'll see a grand reset?
A grand reset?
Yeah.
Oh man, I have absolutely no idea.
Oh,
man.
where's
I
the
mean,
fun in that?
Stingray... Listen. I will... No, listen. I'm thinking, okay? My brain is working.
Okay.
Stingray, analytical. Marckiemoo, an absolute monster when it comes to aggression. We've seen that Balloonboy had the aggression, but Stingray overtook it. Will this happen again? It might happen again. This is like my prediction. This is a very high possibility that Stingray can lock in against Marckiemoo.
Okay.
But, as you said as well, there's pros and cons. No Battle Boots, no Blasters, no Orb. You're gonna have to adapt really fast. Can you do it? Can you do it?
I mean...
Can you get the reset?
Yeah.
At least.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. We are locking in game #1 of the Grand Finals. Marckiemoo versus Stingray. The Mordex versus the Bryn coming straight out from the lower finals. Stingray's wasting no time to get started on Demon Island.
And here we go, Demon Island, the final destination of Brawlhalla, as I like to call it, Keg, because it really does look like final destination, don't you think?
Yeah.
And I mean, was such a good stage for a Grand Finals, in my opinion. You know, it's so good looking.
It's a great start.
grandiose event.
Very punchy, very neutral heavy,
Yeah.
perfect for gauntlets to get things going. But Stingray, there's a lot of areas too to dodge pivot away
Yeah.
to a side air. We saw that a lot on his spear.
Yeah, and definitely enough space to get those down sigs, those signatures, rocked and rolled on the stage. And as soon as I say it, yeah, they will definitely rock and roll for this entire set here. But GC downlight into recovery, not enough on the run from Marckiemoo. Downlight recovery once again will take that first stock away. And Marckiemoo, yeah, not too far ahead.
Not too far
Stingray
ahead.
can definitely reverse this.
Absolutely, but it is a good start for Marckiemoo, however. You can use this opportunity, a small one, but an opportunity nonetheless to rack up damage on your site against Stingray, but it was only a solid good hit before Stingray gets his reversal side air.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, we've seen that so many times. All Stingray needs to even win a match, to win the elimination finals against Balloonboy, is one good placement of an axe air and you're done. So Marckiemoo needs to definitely be careful. Oh my god, all the way to the top there, Stingray went for broke and he almost got that KO all the way up. With that recovery, just wasn't barely enough. Marckiemoo survived. And it seems like it's gonna be an absolutely insane set. And I mean, what else can we expect?
That was wild. It looked like the scythe weapon throw phased right through Stingray for him to GC. I think, what was that, a sidelight? It was too fast for my little humble brain to process, but Marckiemoo now on the gauntlets is looking to go in deep against Stingray. And remember, Marky had the advantage at the start of game 1.
Yep.
And now Stingray is taking this lead. Orange on stock 2. His spacing has been incredible.
Oh my
Waiting out
God.
Marky, waiting for these pivots. The spear startups, keeping Marckiemoo in the sky. A missed pogo though. Evens out the stocks 1-1.
Man, you just don't do that against Marckiemoo. You saw what Balloonboy did against Marckiemoo, you know? And it didn't work out. Like, he got those SDs and Marckiemoo definitely capitalized. And it seems like it's happening once again. It feels like Marckiemoo has aura KOs at times. Like, oh, I'm just gonna SD because I'm playing against Marckiemoo. It feels like that's the case. That's just how it felt this tournament.
It's a scuffle.
But we'll see. Yeah, it is a scuffle. A nice pogo stick coming out from Stingray. Oh, Sidelight perfectly spaced by Marckiemoo and countered with an N-Light on the side. That's not something you see every day, I'm gonna tell you that much. As a
Certainly
side
not.
player,
Okay.
that was instant.
A rogue down sig, certainly unexpected. Great, not expected option from Stingray. Caught Marckiemoo and me off guard. A fantastic way of ledge guarding your way into game number 2.
Man. Wow. That down sig was so fast.
Yeah.
Like, some people said in the chat, I kind of read the chat as well in between sets, and someone said, oh, that down sig is not that good. Tell that to Stingray. Do tell that to Stingray. It has so many, and honestly, I don't believe it either. I think it's so good. It has so many active frames. It's so, like, huge in terms of range, and it can catch landings. It can catch so much. Spot dodges. Probably even dodge ins and dodge outs. Like, it's such a good signature. But yeah, here we go, Kev. Game 2. I'm ready.
Marckiemoo's no dummy, though. He's going to expect that down sig more, especially when you think it might not be an option. I don't know if that Stingray can get away with that twice. Okay, never mind.
Yeah. No, you just cannot say that when it's... Stingray
Wow.
finally rocks the neutral sig on the spear, and man, that was perfectly placed. Like, he knew, oh no, I'm not gonna down sig. I'm gonna neutral sig, and I'm gonna get this KO. And that was so well placed. And speaking of the down,
Dude.
no.
What is happening, man?
What are you doing? The triple down sig. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding?
Oh, you know, it's not an
Did I just
expected
see that?
option. And he does it 4 times in a row. Okay.
Did
sure.
I just see that?
The certified Stingray moment has been good. Marckiemoo, I cannot imagine he's a happy camper. He's going
He's
in
probably
for it,
baffled.
though. A Nair available. Stingray counters back. A
Oh.
delayed weapon throw.
Pogo
Pogo
stick.
down. Oh,
Yeah.
we are fast tracking to a reset.
Is he just taunting with the down sig at this point?
Why
It
even
feels
buy
like that.
taunts in this game when you can just print down?
Yeah,
sig?
when you got a down sig. Yeah, exactly. I mean, honestly, I used my site NSIG to taunt on Jiro.
Yeah,
so I
checkmate
kinda
capitalists. Speaking of which,
Yeah.
attempted sig from Marckiemoo does not connect, neither does the recovery. Stingray spacing and just the reads that he has off of Marky is uncanny.
Yeah, Marckiemoo in a 3-stock situation, Keg. This is not very usual. I'm not gonna lie. And Stingray seems like an entirely different beast in this grand finals.
I swear, if he loses this final round from a down sig, I'm gonna lose
Dude.
my marbles, man.
I'm gonna end the game. I'm gonna end the entire tournament. I'm just gonna ban everyone to Dragon and just be done. But nice downlight stare to confirm that KO. And Stingray, 1 match away from the reset already.
It wasn't
This was
a down
definitely
sig.
not what I expected.
It was not
And
a
it wasn't a
down
down
sig, but it was
Yeah,
pretty,
so
pretty impressive.
yeah, I'm not ending the tournament. Then, you know. So yeah, he heard me.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Which is great. I mean, what do you do now if you're Marky? Now remember, we did get a small cheat sheet off of the chat. We will admit that. But
Yeah.
I mean, up until now in grand finals, first of all, Marckiemoo flawless. Never touched the lower bracket at all this tournament. Lost 2 whole games. And I believe the start of
Yeah.
top 8. Not sets, games in those sets.
Games, yeah.
So Marckiemoo
Oh,
swaps to the
wow.
Tezca over the Mordex.
Wait.
Oh
Keg,
no.
but wait.
It's Battle
But wait.
Boots!
It's Battle Boots, Marckiemoo. What are you doing? Are you kidding me? You're just going into the lion's mouth here, into the lion's jaws by choosing Battle Boots. Or is this a mental game? Keg, this could be a mental game. Like, oh no, you think you just can beat Battle Boots? Well, you cannot beat mine, type of thing. I mean, in this situation, I wouldn't say that's the best choice.
Well, we'll have to see what kind of choice this is, though. Early Battle Boots has been showing a lot of damage off of Stingray. The Axe didn't see a lot of gameplay in game number 2. It was all Spear City, but Marckiemoo is forcing out this Axe opportunity with these pivots. A down air did connect, a nair did not, another dare did not connect. Marckiemoo is being dominant in this third game, attempting to almost weapon starve Stingray. Unfortunately, it was not enough to prevent the spear from being picked up. But suddenly now the tune sings differently. A down sig yet again into almost a recovery. Marky expects it, but not another down sig.
You can't keep doing. Up! Are you serious? Nah, Marckiemoo must be in shambles right now. I cannot be in Marckiemoo's spot right now. Like, the amount of down sigs has been absolutely ridiculous. Is this really the counterplay to Marckiemoo? Is it Brin down sig? Is it
The
that
real
simple?
winner.
Okay.
The real winner of this tournament's gonna be Twitter.
It's
Oh,
gonna
there
be
it
Spear
is.
Down sig. Let's be real, it's Spear down sig.
Great
Even if Stingray doesn't win.
Great recovery coming out, though, from Marckiemoo. Does reset the stocks. Marckiemoo does have a wealth of damage applied against him. But guess what? The Battle Boots are stopped in their tracks by yet again another down sig. It has been so effective, but at least now Marckiemoo is getting more consistent damage.
I don't get it. Is that down sig really that good? Like, that good? Like, obviously it's solid, but is it really that good? The fact that you can just catch almost every sort of option, I mean, it's definitely punishable, as you saw with the downlight stare from Marckiemoo, but bro, like, you can't be serious. You just can't. There's no way this is a serious grand finals when you hit like 7 down sigs in a row. Nice GC downlight recovery. Very well played from Stingray. I did not expect this whatsoever, Keg. I expected some fighting words at least from Marckiemoo, but this is just... Stingray is just stepping all over him.
So what the heck is the response now from Marckiemoo? He does bring things down to 1 stock against Stingray, and that's good. But that's only a part of the equation. It's not the solving just yet. It's up to Marckiemoo now to keep going with these Battle Boots. He has no choice now on the Tezca. The Axe hasn't found the same impact as the Spear has, but Marckiemoo goes deep. Stingray, can you convert this now? Double down air. That's game 3. A reset against Marckiemoo. A 3-0 to get the grand finals reset. And we start over again.
Are you kidding me? Not even a normal reset. This is a 3-0 reset against Marckiemoo. What?
Okay.
From Stingray? Bro. Nah. We're witnessing like next gen Brawlhalla history right here in this community tournament. I'm not gonna lie. Like, this could shape up what CEO is gonna be.
Yeah, could very well be. We're
What?
meeting a CEO of Brawlhalla himself, Dr. Stingray over here. But Marckiemoo, off of this reset, spoiler alert ahead, going to continue on the Tezca. He only brought out Battle Boots in that last matchup. 26 damage on the gauntlets.
Yeah.
342 on the boots.
On the boots, yeah.
But he did bring it
Like-
close.
That's actually a very interesting analytic there, because you would expect a lot more gauntlets coming out from Marckiemoo, especially, right? With the Mordex. But maybe it just doesn't work on Stingray. I mean, the amount of down sigs, maybe he just doesn't want to go for gauntlets anymore. Maybe he just doesn't want to go for any sort of weapon anymore. Battle boots, I mean, I'm not sure if it's the answer.
I mean, remember though, the entire lower bracket against Stingray was being fed into him by Battle Boots. This is at least the 4th player pretty much in a row he's had to face up against with the same weapon, and he did not lose really much at all.
Yeah, I mean, no, exactly. It's been an absolutely flawless elimination side for Stingray, and it seems like so far, I mean, yeah, pretty much a flawless grand finals, resetting Marckiemoo with a 3-0, and now resetting everything. If he wins this 3-0, it's over. It's over. Like, Stingray is unstoppable.
We're
and
getting
I mean,
there.
so far, what is going on? The down six once again almost got that KO off the side of the wall and to the side of the KO spot. But no, down six, okay, perfectly spaced by Marckiemoo. Maybe we're seeing some signs of life. Like some spacing around that down sig. You gotta do it, Marckiemoo. You gotta adapt. That down sig is pretty much just inevitable at this point, Keg.
Stingray is playing fantastically on the spear, and there's no stopping him. Finally, now the gauntlets are out. This could be an opportunity to maybe go off stage against Stingray, but he's been playing mostly on stage, very safe. He's been waiting for opportunities for Marckiemoo to mess up, and finally we see it, but at what cost?
What?
That's Marckiemoo's second
what?
stock.
What is he doing?
He sacrificed himself just to get rid of Stingray's flawless. Was it worth it? No!
No!
Wait, there's Marckiemoo off of Grand Finals reset game 1, fighting for his life with a single stock off of Battle Boots. Stingray off stage.
Oh!
The ground pound does connect, but Stingray does not care. He gets back on stage so easily.
Yeah, oh man, it's looking more and more dire for Marckiemoo here. Honestly, this breaks my heart again. I was so confident on the Marckiemoo pick, but all of a sudden Stingray evolved beyond an 11th gen Pokemon, as you said, and now he's a legendary Stingray. Like right now, we're seeing his prime all over again against Marckiemoo. These pogo sticks are absolutely perfect. I'm losing my voice with a sigh there. Getting the first point in this reset.
What happened? Where's Marckiemoo? The Mordex completely disassembled. An autopsy of this Tezca. Is there something else maybe that Marckiemoo can bring out? Surely the gauntlets have not been the answer. Neither has the Battle Boots.
Yeah, we're seeing Balloonboy right now, Keg. We're seeing Deviljin. We're seeing old-fashioned Balloonboy.
Okay.
Is this the answer? I don't think
2v2,
so.
Primal Dawn champion Marckiemoo. I'm sorry, Balloonboy Deviljin. Okay.
I mean, yeah, no, I get it.
This
But this is 1v1. This is an entirely different scenario, Keg.
This is
like-
a great stage for Bo, though.
Yeah, no, agreed. Agreed, 100%. And I mean, honestly, even aesthetically, for Deviljin, this looks great, right? It feels like it's his home. So maybe that might be the mental shift Marckiemoo needs, because it seems like this bow is definitely doing some work. Showing some Balloonboy coaching on the bow.
That's right. And there could be some gnarly
Oh.
signatures, too, from the Deviljin to worry about here. Though Stingray has that spear out, this is where things really start to rev up in each of these games. It begins with Stingray, finding those extended pivots off the side air. Great setup once again. Full-on macro-level coverage against Marckiemoo, but even that wasn't enough.
Oh,
Neutral sig from
no!
Marky does not connect, but now Stingray does hit back immediately. This is good, though. A fantastic setup met with a down air. Marckiemoo is trying to evade all the immediate vicinity of an accident. It's not enough. Stingray yet again gets the first stock off of Marckiemoo.
I cannot believe I'm seeing and watching this, but this is absolute Marckiemoo obliteration so far. Like, yeah, sure, Stingray doesn't have that big of a lead, but usually this is not how it goes. This is good. Marckiemoo dominating, and then maybe someone else trying to dominate him. But this, the fact that Marckiemoo now has to play from behind against Stingray, this is something unprecedented. I'm not gonna lie. And Stingray's playing absolutely out of his mind.
It keeps on going though. Marckiemoo was able to close out and trade that stock off of Stingray, the fastest it's been so far the entirety of Grand Finals. But now deep red yet again. Stingray all has to just get that single down sig in order to bring things back to one stock yet again. Extended combo into a recovery. Stingray one stock off of Marckiemoo yet again. If Stingray wins this, okay, great ground pound. Hold on.
Wow.
That's it, one stock each. A breath of life again for Marckiemoo.
Yeah, and I don't know if you're noticing, but it seems like Marckiemoo stepped it up with the movement all of a sudden. He's suddenly a lot more sharper with his dash jumps and just overall spacing. We'll see if this is enough. This might be Markiemoo's last breath, at least, you know, in this game too. I mean, he has one more game, but he definitely doesn't want to go there. He at least wants to tie it up for some sort of chance to, like, dominate Stingray, but I don't know. Stingray seems on top. Never mind. As soon as I say that, Marckiemoo, yeah, it's looking shaky. Oh, nice weapon throw to avoid that recovery.
Oh, what a desperate weapon throw from Marckiemoo, and it works in spades. Throwing the weapon again across the stage. It connects against Stingray. And Marckiemoo, this bow has worked wonders against the Bryn pick that Stingray has. Side air, weapon though. Marckiemoo has a weapon. Stingray's not gonna go for it. He fakes out the weapon throw, but Stingray doesn't call bluff. Side air, down sig, don't fall and forget Marky, and he doesn't. This is good. This is huge. A nair against Marckiemoo. All it takes is one more signature. A recovery is out. Marckiemoo, he just needs one more, and he keeps alive in the grand finals. He does it. Woo!
And he does it. I mean, of course he does it. Marckiemoo ties up the set. Even though he got reset at 3-0, he somehow found the mentality and the pick, it seems, the Devil Jin, to equalize in this reset against Stingray. And man, we got a set ahead of us, Keg.
Seems like Marckiemoo has finally found his answer against this Bryn. All the Battle Boots players that fell to Stingray in the lower bracket didn't try this one simple trick. Who would have thought? But we're not out of the woods just yet. Bracket reset has already happened. It is even terrain for both of these players. And we go to a new stage.
Yeah, finally. I'm pretty sure this is our first time seeing this stage. Maybe not in the entire tournament, but definitely for our portion of casting in this top 6. And man, Small World's End, what do you think?
I don't know if this is going to be good for the bow. I don't think there's going to be enough room for Marckiemoo to go for a basic setup. But for Stingray, off of Spear? The blast zones are so small on this stage. One mistake from Marckiemoo could be enough. And that could be the beginning. Stingray is already taking a wealth of damage away from Marckiemoo. Set up once again into a recovery. Flawlessly takes the first stock off of Marky.
That's a JTD. Oh my goodness, did not expect it from Stingray. I almost said Marckiemoo because I would have expected it from him, Keg. That's so funny. But no, Stingray against all odds, against Marckiemoo of all people, the current king of Brawlhalla in a lot of people's eyes. It seems like it has been falling against Stingray's current just evolution of playstyle in this tournament so far. Flawless losers run, and now dominating in this grand finals. I mean, yeah, Marckiemoo did equalize, but it seems like it didn't do much with this Devil Jin. It seems like Stingray already figured it out.
I mean,
hey, recovery into the weapon throw upwards nair, trying to get the second recovery now. Marckiemoo, okay, got that weapon throw to burn that dodge away. Finally, breathing a bit, Keg.
Sometimes all you need is a spear. 2 stocks, make that 1 now for Marckiemoo. A full stock lead continues on for Stingray. If he wins this matchup, it'll be elimination point in grand finals against Marckiemoo. He has all the chips in his basket, but Marckiemoo has kept things unbelievably even with these gauntlets now, nair after nair, catching out where the directional input would be off of Stingray. Great gravity cancel end light. Ledge guard.
Oh.
Not found though. Can't go for the read. Marckiemoo simply too fast to go for the down sig. Stingray has not gone for it yet. Not consistently at least. Oh, but Marckiemoo came close to going for a bow recovery. A setup is out.
Oh.
Down air brings Stingray down to 1. Any advantage that Stingray had in this matchup is gone now. It's a clean final stock each.
Yeah, it seems like the adaptation came to Marckiemoo's way as well, and again, equal stocks here, equal set. This can go absolutely any other way, and I mean, again, prediction for Marckiemoo, but honestly, I wish I predicted for Stingray, but I never knew he had this in him, at least now, and he does. So, yeah, I'm a fan, officially, of Stingray. He has been absolutely crazy in this entire tournament. What do you think, Egg?
I think he's doing great, but what I also think is that Stingray's about to close out game number 3. 2-1 now for Stingray over Marckiemoo. He only needs one more game to win the 1v1 champs. That's crazy.
Man. I'm speechless, man. Shoutouts to Stingray. I'm not gonna lie. Like, he almost retired out of the game, and now he's performing. Whoa, wow. I cannot even finish my sentence. What is this? Koji? We're pulling out the Zinker tech? Marckiemoo? I mean, let's go for it. Let's go for it. Let's see. This is an OG pick. Sorry, Keg. I just gotta say this. This is an OG pick for Brawlhalla esports in general. You've seen this like in early 2020, 2019, 2018, so on and so forth. Koji. Sword right now, not in the best spot, so I don't know what to say. He still has the bow from the Devil Jin, but we'll see, Ken.
OG for me is going to be LDZ on Queen Nai, but we'll get there someday. Orange on each of these stocks. Gets quiet for a second. Marckiemoo finds the recovery. Unfortunately, though, it's a quick parry from Stingray. Again, not a lot of defense on this Koji pick. The Zariel had so much more back when you were Devil Jin. Ledge guard yet again. Very scary on a stage like this with small blast zones. Stingray fishing for the spacing off of Marckiemoo. He gets an end light to keep Stingray in the sky. A down sig to send Stingray going. No weapon at all. Great sword setup.
No way.
For the first time in so long, Marckiemoo with a stock lead.
Are you kidding me, Keg? Is this what he needed? Did he need Koji? I mean, dude, Koji has been, I don't know, historically such a good pick in esports and in top 8, but not recently, especially with the sword nerfs. And I mean, Bo has been in a pretty good spot, but overall Koji definitely not to meta pick right now. What is Marckiemoo cooking? And I mean, Stingray did equalize the stocks, as you know, we're used to it at this point, but I don't know. This is a very interesting pick coming out from Marckiemoo.
Marckiemoo dominated this whole tournament with just Mordex alone. He swapped over to multiple different legends at this point, trying to combat against Stingray on this Brynn alone. And now a desperation pick deep in his arsenal on a Koji is scary for sure, but it's working. 2-2, orange and orange. Stingray playing so much more safer than he has for the rest of this tournament. And even then, he's still finding consistent parrying and spacing mistakes off of Marckiemoo. He gets back on stage. Down sig does not connect. Marckiemoo sends Stingray into the sky, met with a recovery that also does not convert into a KO. All it takes now is this. Marckiemoo had a lead. He lost it. Yep. He gets it back again.
Yeah, he gets it back again on Sword of All Weapons, Keg. This is crazy. I did not expect this in Year of Our Lord 2025. Like, at all.
Lost.
And what? The downsig just KOs casually, equalizing stock Stingray. One stock away of becoming the Verdant Ruins champion.
One stock away. Sword out. Not the place that Marckiemoo thought he would be in going to Grands. Not the spot that he thinks could be optimal either. He gets back on the stage. It's up to Stingray now. He continues the attack from the air, goes for pogos over and over, nairs, down airs, whatever it takes. Another one to catch Marckiemoo off guard. Bo is back out once again. Good. Sarah to start things off. Unfortunately, does not connect twice. The fitting bow tie here would be Stingray fishing for that down sig yet again to send away Marckiemoo out of this tournament and could hurt himself as a winner. The setup is out, and he does it! Stingray wins!
Stingray with the 3-0 reset and then the 3-1 victory over Marckiemoo, and he wins the Verdant Druids 1v1 championship. Are you kidding me, Keg? We have
Unbelievable.
witnessed history. History.
Stingray
my
fought
God.
so hard throughout the entirety of this tournament. And again, he was destroying every Battle Boots player that he encountered. And through it all, he was able to put Marckiemoo on not only such a back heel, not only defeat him, but the fact that he was able to make Marckiemoo go so deep into the playbook to find something that could work against a simple Bryn was not enough.
My hands are shaking. My one brain cell in my skull is shaking right now.
Yeah.
I cannot believe what I just witnessed. Stingray beyond his peak. I thought I already saw his peak or prime, but no, we're not even close to it, it seems, because this Bryn pick has been an absolutely groundbreaking change for the entire bracket. As you said, the elimination finals had the elimination side overall had no chance against it. Those down sigs, absolutely devious, resetting Marckiemoo in grands with a 3-0. Keg, that's mind-boggling. And then a 3-1 victory right after.
You never know who's gonna win. You know, we're always being told to give our predictions at the beginning of the day, and we're very thankful that we get the opportunity to have that sort of input. But again, you get this deep into a tournament, you never know who's gonna make that final stand. And Stingray, don't think he was on anyone's radar necessarily to win grand finals. Great player for sure, but the fact that he was able to defeat everybody and bring home the lion's share of $1,000,
Everyone.
one heck of a victory.
Man, such a groundbreaking moment. I'm not gonna lie. For 2025 Brawlhalla Esports history, this is gonna go in the books. This entire set and reset, no, this was absolutely insane. I gotta give props to Stingray. I mean, shoutouts to Marckiemoo as well. He has been an absolute beast, you know, in the winner side, opposite to Stingray. But it seems like there's another monster, you know, amongst us, and it is Stingray.
Yeah,
Escaping
absolutely.
the jungles, breaking those vines, and getting that big prize pool win against Marckiemoo. Of all people, I'm still shocked.
It's been an excellent adventure, and to think that we're only halfway through 2025, who knows what we have going forwards for not only Moose Wars tournaments, Brawlhalla tournaments across the board. We could be seeing Stingray at the highest level of tournaments later this year. Who knows? But with that, that is the end for us today. That is the end for the 1v1's Verdant tournament. Thank you so much again, Moose Wars, for having us on. Thank you, Brawlhalla, for being partnered with Moose Wars to help make this a reality. And of course, we will see you next tournament.
Thank you for listening. We love you.